Okay, we're at the Museum of Developer Art, and I'm standing here with Alex, who actually curated the pieces we're about to take a look at. Alex, can you tell me a little bit about why you chose these pieces for a developer festival?
So the two artists that are here, Ezra Miller and Vincent Jose, are both developers themselves and artists. And so their work is really about using code to create beautiful natural simulations. Vincent creates fluid dynamics that are interactive, which is a very hard thing to do. And Ezra creates data visualizations that are essentially transforming into flocking starlings. Yeah.
And why these pieces at this festival?
So I wanted to find artists that could understand the sort of developer mentality and communicate to developers and show that by using developer tools you can still create really beautiful work. So that's really the main reason.
Awesome. Well, we were looking at them earlier and that really comes through. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm standing here with Vincent in front of his art. Now, I have a few questions. It's amazing, and I really need to know more. But first, can you tell me just a little bit about this piece? Your process making it, what you used, and what it represents to you?
So, this piece is called Fluid Structure. It's an exploration of how a liquid-like form kind of deforms and react under various forces and stimuli. So I've been fascinated for a long time by fluid dynamics because it's like you see it everywhere in nature, like stream, rivers, smoke, volcanoes, and it's all this incredible variety of motion, very intricate. And historically it's been very computationally expensive, but now recent progress makes it possible to do the simulation real time, and that makes it very exciting for me to build interactive piece using this technology. Also to explore all kind of different how it's going to react, playing with different forces and what happens if we slow the time down or make it really fast. And I think it seems familiar and both mysterious because we're kind of used to how things react to physics laws. So I think one of the challenge for this piece was the scale and making it interactive for a large number of people. So it's using 5 different Kinects, which is a depth sensor that can tell me in space where the people are, and it's computing forces based on where people stand to push the liquid around, so that most people who are not always familiar with sensors and interactive installation would get it. There's little hints you're gonna see your silhouette and some modes where the water falls on you is easier to get your interaction and how you influence the result. And I think, and watching the people tonight, so it was a premiere for me as well to I tested with a few friends, but it's what are people gonna do and how they're gonna react, and a lot of people are really getting into it, and that's pretty amazing to see that.
Okay, so one more thing is that the size of this is massive. I don't know what your studio space looks like, but I presume you did some prototyping that wasn't this big before. How did you kind of conceptualize a piece this large?
So I was lucky I could prototype a smaller slice.
Okay.
And then I used VR and Oculus to kind of
Really?
get a feel for the scale of the piece, which I had done in the past for other art installations, which were also pretty big scale. And I'm based in New York, and so large space is kind of a rare thing to get.
Yeah.
So VR for me is it's really useful to get a sense of scale. And the other thing is that since everything is running real time, I have a number of parameters I can adjust quickly once I see the piece for the first time on site at scale, which I did tonight. So I slowed down something and tweak some timings to make it better. So that's the two way I worked on this scale.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing your art with us.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. It's great to be here and have this opportunity. And thanks to Alex for curating this medium of developer art.
Thank you. Okay, now we're looking at the second piece, and this one is by Ezra. Ezra, could you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, so what we have here is my piece Data Memoration, which I built using WebGL. So it's just running in the browser. And it's a flocking simulation as well as a data visualization.
So one of the things that I noticed about the piece is that you definitely have something to say about the really clear data that shows up every once in a while on this graph, but then it breaks out all these data points into this flocking behavior. Like, what brought you to that artistic choice?
Right, so yeah, it oscillates between this sort of like formless cloud of birds swarming and then this really well-defined graph. I think to me it's sort of trying to get at questions about whether humanity can organize itself as we face a lot of problems as a society. And I think the difference between this like formless swirling cloud and that get at that idea. I don't know.
All right, man. Hey, let's talk a little bit more about the tech since we're at the developer conference. You said this is in the browser?
Yeah, so I make websites using WebGL. This was built with 3JS, which is a pretty, like the go-to WebGL library, and I use it out in all of my work pretty much. And it's built using shaders, which are programs that run on a computer's GPU that let you do computations a lot faster than on the CPU. And it's basically creating everything procedurally, which means there's no real image textures being used or any other real assets. I think the main asset is the data, and then everything sort of comes from that. So.
And I also noticed in addition to the flocking, there's this almost waterfall effect. What is that?
Right. I actually added that in like right recently before we set up. I think it just adds a little more dynamism to the background. Kind of cuts through the clouds, and it's a feedback loop process, which is something I use in all of my work pretty much. Yeah, I just thought it looked.
Leave it at that mystery.
Yeah.
I like that. All right, Ezra, thank you so much for sharing your work with us today.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Wow. All right, so I'm here at the VR Drive-In, and I'm standing with Sarah, who actually helped build the experiences that attendees are going through right now. Can you tell me a little bit about what they're experiencing?
Yeah, so we're Google Spotlight Stories, and we are creating content that directors create their own stories in this medium. So we have Pearl by Patrick Osborne, which was nominated for an Academy Award this year for Best Animated Short Film, and we have the Gorillaz' newest music video, which is the first music video for our group.
Now, you worked with the production teams and the artists in building these experiences, right?
Yes, yes.
What's that like? Do they have all sorts of questions? Like, what's different from a normal production experience?
Yeah, it's definitely a new medium for most people, but both took to it very well. So you have to think about creating a film in 360 space a little bit differently than you would a normal 2D narrative film. So you have to make it interesting in all directions, if you will.
Very cool. Sarah, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Don't be
the largest foosball table I have ever seen. Look at this thing. Coming to you live from the World Championships of Pair Ping Pong here at Google I/O. I'm just kidding, we're having fun. All right, there's probably something I could say, but honestly, this is just mini golf, so I'm gonna go have some fun. What am I doing here?
All right, so it's a 360 video booth that records high frame slow motion. So anything that you do looks cool, it's gonna be, you get to share it right away. Does that sound good? Yeah. All right, so the main rule is you don't leave the platform until I catch the arm, so you don't get hurt.
Okay.
Other than that, you can do anything that you want. You can jump, move. Moving quick is cool. Standing perfectly still is cool. Either way.
Don't
Okay.
move slow.
Yeah, because it'll be kind of melodramatic.
So like a jump or something.
Be very, yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, you good to go?
All right, I'm just testing it out. I don't really know what's going on, but I'm gonna go with this. This is it. Woo! I am tuckered out. Thanks for joining me at the block party here on the first evening of Google I/O. We saw a lot of really cool stuff, and I hope you had as much fun as I did.
Good morning. Welcome to Prototyping to Production, bridging the gap with the Common Tool. You made it to the final day of I/O 2017, and we hope you've been enjoying your time here. My name is Fiona Young, and I'm an interaction designer on the material design team.
Hi, everybody. I'm David Yang. I'm a UX engineer, and I work with Fiona.
In my world, as a designer, I aim to give users the best, most delightful experience with any product I'm designing. I create meaningful interactions that are easy yet exciting that help get the user to their end goal in as few steps as possible. Behind the screens, I'm constantly in and out of design brainstorm sessions, working closely with a large variety of people.
As a UX engineer, I take Fiona's designs, ground them in reality, and implement them in code. So let's imagine we have our weekly stand-up between designers and engineers. Fiona's going to show me some new designs that she's made and stuff that we're trying to implement.
Hey, David.
Hey, Fiona, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Not bad.
I wanted to show you this new Kangaroo Safari Valley card I designed.
The design looks pretty good. I wouldn't call it a card, though. To me, it's more like a box with 3 pixel border radius, a light black box shadow, and a gray background.
It's a really simple material design card.
Well, this is how I'd code it up. Everybody knows code is the truth.
Well, you know material design? You should probably read up on it. It's Google's design language.
I know, but I'm really busy, and it's summer, and I want to have fun. So this is a perfect microcosm of the gap that's seen often between designers and engineers. We come from 2 different worlds. We have different backgrounds, and we have different frameworks about thinking about things. So we have the same thing on screen, and we have 2 different views of it.
When designers and engineers meet, sometimes it's hard to get a consensus because of our different backgrounds, perspectives, and priorities. There are times when I'm in a meeting and I think that everything I'm showing is pretty straightforward, but then I realize that I actually lost the engineers a few slides back. So even though we're working towards a common goal, sometimes it still feels really hard to speak the same language.
And because we don't speak the same language, sometimes this leads to misunderstanding. And eventually, misunderstanding could lead to distrust. So you have a lot of friction when you try to get any idea from design to implementation. Everything really feels like an uphill battle. Ultimately, it's the users that lose, because you lose focus on them. You're not able to iterate as quickly to achieve your end goals, and you might not fully implement the entire design vision. So what's the problem? We're not speaking the same language here. And today, Fiona and I will give you a glimpse of how we try to attack this problem in our team. We leverage a prototyping-centric workflow using the same tool, the Flutter UI framework, across prototyping and our production code in order to bridge this gap.
We hope to break down some barriers so that you can leave this talk with a deeper understanding on how to better collaborate with your entire team, ultimately creating a better product, better team culture, and better work efficiency. We'll go over the existing workflow between designers and developers, 4 mindsets to have to bridge this gap, the power of prototyping, my personal journey to coding, and we'll end it off with a live demo using Flutter.
All right, let's dive into the workflow between designers and developers.
As you might already know, the design process has several stages. It begins with understanding. First, we have to understand our users. What do they want? What's the current problem? And what's wrong with existing solutions? After we understand this research, we begin to sketch. This is where we generate a ton of different ideas before narrowing it down to a select few for designing. The ideas that actually make it to the design stage are then mocked out from low to high fidelity before prototyping. And prototyping is not only great for developers, but it's great for designers so that we can test and validate our ideas. After several rounds of this, we refine and iterate. So we have really rough wireframes, low fidelity mockups, which are just simple boxes for photos and text placements, and then high fidelity mockups. This is what we want our final designs to look like. Once we get to high fidelity mockups, we create red lines. And this is what we've typically done in the past, but we find that it's not the best way. So red lines, or what we call a spec, are basically a detailed design document that indicates the type sizes, color swatches, and margin and padding units. And this isn't a great way because if we treat this process like a back and forth handoff, it creates a lot of friction. As a designer, I create the red lines, and it takes a lot of time. And then I hand it off to my developer, and he'll say,
You know, this is really hard. I don't think it's feasible. Let's just switch it up and make it easier.
Which means I have to go back to my designs, make some changes, redo the red lines, and it's just over and over again, handing it off to my developer again, and the same thing happening again.
Ultimately, these comprehensive red lines are exhaustive both for the designers and developers. As a designer, you have to cover every nook and cranny. So you have some padding here and margin there. And your developer is bound to come back with all these questions. What happens is you end up building a lot of redundant artifacts that are just thrown away in the process. There's another thing. These mockups don't convey the animation, transition, and flow that oftentimes really make a UI pop. So we lose a lot of fidelity through this gap and through this transition. So before we jump into our tool, let's talk about some simple mindsets to keep that start to bridge this gap. The first one is we have to be user-focused, and this is important for developers. So developers out there, talk to your designers. Ask them about the use case. Ask them about why you're building this UI and what's the end objective for the user. That way you can understand the overlying goals and have a clear communication with your designers.
It also helps to engage together early and often. Designers and developers don't silo each other out. Being on the same page about expectations and goals means that you can still redirect early on. It also helps to treat it less like a handoff and more as a group effort, because ultimately, you'll result in more viable outcomes and less churn. As a bonus, if you involve engineers early on, it means that they're less likely to reject your idea.
And it's also important to establish the same building blocks early on, so you can build on top of each other. So Fiona and I should agree what a card is and use that from that point on.
Designers, you also need to understand technical constraints. We have to know what kind of information we have to work with, the data, the API information, as well as the technical limitations of the framework. In order for this helps us prevent us from creating fantasy mocks that we might become too attached to. All right, so we've talked about 4 different mindsets to bridge this gap. What about a hands-on method to improve this?
Well, hopefully a lot of designers out there in the room are already prototyping, and you realize the power of a prototype because you're able to convey your design in a more visceral fashion that developers can understand as well. The good news is there's an influx of prototyping tools out there in the marketplace. They're highly expressive, and they make it very easy for designers to create these interactive flows. But we still have one problem. These prototyping tools don't use the same language across prototyping to production. So what might be easy to do in your prototyping tool actually might be hard to do in production. And what might be hard to do in your prototyping tool actually might be very easy to do in production. So as a designer, when you're prototyping, you might not understand and explore the full technical constraints of your problem space. Additionally, if Fiona cooks up some prototypes with these tools and gives them to me, I can't just copy and paste it into my code. So we have the same problem as we had before. She either has to make red lines, which we know are exhaustive, or I have to go and eyeball the margins and paddings of these prototypes, which just isn't ideal. So to solve this problem, our team has embraced this UI framework called Flutter. It's an open source UI framework. Both our design and engineering team uses Flutter for our prototypes and our production code.
What's great about Flutter is that it allows for rapid scaffolding. You can design fully for your intent for both iOS and Android platforms. Our goal is to make it easy for you to go beyond the limitations of stock toolkits. And Flutter does this by having composable components. It's also built in with a rich set of widgets, like iOS and material design guidelines, like the card and the grid list that you're already familiar with. Also, Flutter has a gallery app for you to explore the different widgets that are already pre-built for you to explore. But that's not all. Flutter gives you the freedom to be unique. You can design fully for your intent for both iOS and Android platform. And Flutter does this by giving you composable components and the ability to code with a single code base. Design once, code once, ship it to all.
And hopefully, as a designer, you realize it's important to test your designs in the real world. So what does it mean to be real? Well, you want to hook your designs up to real data, try to give it to real users, and go through real workflows. Because Flutter is one tool that can span from design prototypes to production, it can carry you through this process. It has all the developer goodies that we need, such as an automated UI testing framework and IDE support. The cool thing is, teams both inside and outside of Google are shipping apps today on iOS and Android using Flutter.
Everything David said sounds pretty good, but as a designer, the thought of coding is still really overwhelming and scary. Let me walk you through my personal journey of learning how to code. So prior to learning Flutter a few months ago, I never really touched much code. I had a few HTML and CSS classes back in school, but that was pretty much it. I couldn't really get myself past the long lines of text. And to be honest, whenever I did think of coding, I thought of the Matrix, which is really confusing and just not accurate. But luckily, I had a really supportive team.
Our engineering team wanted our designers to come in and take some ownership over the small things, such as margins, padding, and color. And so we actually held a series of workshops to teach our designers Flutter. Instead of focusing on the intricacies of code, such as syntax and inheritance, we just really focused on the building blocks that designers would need to create common UI patterns.
So my first experience with Flutter actually didn't involve any technical coding at all. I simply learned drawing boxes representing columns and rows, which are some of the building blocks of Flutter. So I learned that when objects are stacked, it's in a column. And when they're side by side, it's wrapped inside a row, just like this. And then I also learned that you can wrap rows inside a column as its children, and vice versa. So my first time actually creating a mockup prototype was for this simple recipe mockup. So on the left, we have recipe information, and on the right, we have an image. So these two things are side by side. So that's how I knew it belonged inside a row. Diving deeper into the recipe component, there's the title, description, ratings, and because ratings has the icons on the left and reviews on the right, it meant that it was side by side. So this was going to be a row inside this column. And lastly, we have icons. The icons are also side by side, which meant that they were going to be in a row. And all of this, because it's stacked, meant that it was going to be wrapped inside a column. So this was what I did every single time I wanted to code something. And because I was a beginner, it really helped me map out and visualize my designs. And it was a literal one-to-one mapping into the code. So I would start with a column. Inside the column were its children. So in this children, I would have a text for title, description, a row for the icons, and a row for the ratings.
What was awesome was not only was Fiona's exploration and sketches useful for the designers on her team, it was eye-opening for the engineers on our team. It gave them a glimpse of the mental model of how a designer approached Flutter and how a designer approached UI layout. They were really energized by this, and in response, they actually created a tutorial which is entirely based off of Fiona's work. And this is all live on the Flutter website. Another one of our designers came from a web prototyping world. So he was used to using HTML and CSS. In order to help him along the process, he created a series of cheat sheets that mapped HTML code to Flutter code to map these concepts. And just like before, in response, the Flutter team found this really insightful, and they published a full-fledged tutorial basically taking his cheat sheets and helping web developers or web prototypers move from the web to Flutter. What this really shows is it shows the collaborative power of being on the same language and using the same framework across engineering and design. Because of this, we're able to have these serendipitous collaborations such as this, which produces artifacts that are useful for everybody.
So what really helped me was to create flashcards and guides, things that resonated with how I understood these concepts. I also asked for help a lot among my team, and also I used Stack Overflow, which is a Q&A site for coding topics. And lastly, just keep practicing. And remember, you're not trying to become a developer. There's still a ton of technical things that I don't understand myself, but that's not the most important part. This is just bridging the gap between you and the developers. All right, so we finished talking about the problems and some solutions. Let's dive into our prototype. Today, we'll show you how we use the Flutter UI framework to create this music mockup. And we'll focus specifically on this featured artist card.
All right, let's jump to the code.
All right.
So what we have here is IntelliJ. And IntelliJ is Flutter's fully officially supported IDE. So you're going to see some nice things in here. As we mentioned before, Flutter is built on top of these composable components. We call them widgets. So typically, you'll use simple widgets, such as text, images, icons, rows, columns, compose them together to form more complicated widgets that ultimately result in your end UI. And what Fiona's going to do is she's going to use these basic widgets to code up the concerts mock that you just saw.
So from my mockup, we begin with the card. So really simple. I'm just going to type in card. And then inside here, we have a new column, which is the stack of items.
And here we see something really awesome. All Fiona needs to do is type in card, and she gets a material design card with all the padding, shadows, and background. So it starts to show that Flutter is designed to be easily scaffolded for your common designs. And because of that, we could speak the same language. Now we both understand what a card is, because the card is in the code.
So the first part of this card is a photo. I've already pre-coded this part, and I'll just paste it right in here. OK, I'm going to remove the commenting. And check this part out.
Flutter uses the Dart language, and because of that, we get all of the developer tools from Dart. Fiona's actually using Dart format here to make her code all line up. And this is extremely powerful as a designer, because you don't want to focus on tabs versus spaces or alignment. So with the click of a button, her code is formatted, and it eases the communication between me and Fiona, because this is just something that we don't have to worry about anymore.
And because I'm a designer, I really like to visualize things. Just looking at the code doesn't tell me what I've actually done. So one of my favorite things about Flutter is the hot reload tool. So there's a little lightning icon here. With the click of a button, I can instantly see what I've created, which is this photo. I also can see that there's no margins or paddings. So let's go in and add that.
This part makes you smile as a developer, because what Fiona is doing, she's taking ownership of the small design details that she cares about. So she's setting the margins. And because she wrote this code, if later on she decides the margins don't look right, she can easily go back and tweak them without having to talk to me.
All right, so with the click of a button, now there's margins, the spacing around the photo. Next up in this card, we have the non-sharpened text. So again, I've pre-coded this part, and then we're just going to paste it right under the photo. So it's all wrapped inside the children. OK, auto format, and then hot reload, and now we have the text. So everything was almost ready, except we don't have the styling. So let's go in and add that here.
Flutter has these objects called themes and text themes. They allow you to enforce a consistent style throughout your app, which is very powerful for designers. And because Flutter's designed to be easy to make beautiful apps, it comes with material design and iOS themes all built in. So terms such as headline and body 2 are all really familiar to Fiona. So again, we could start speaking the same language, and we're on the same page.
All right, so I've added the text styling. Now we're just missing the purchase button. Let's go in and add that. So right now I'm using a raised button, which is right out of the material design guidelines. And let's see what it looks like. OK, we have a simple gray button right now. And if I click on it, there's already a ripple effect. And this is all built in, so I don't have to do anything. And because I'm the one who designed this design, I know that I want to use a shopping cart, and I know I want the button to be pink and the icon to be white. So let's add that. What's also really cool is that when I type icons, I see a list of built-in material design icons already. So it's not hard to just insert whatever I need. I know that I need the shopping cart, so let's add that. And same with colors. I want white, and I want the button to be pink. OK, let's double check. There, Now the button is exactly how I want it. And also, if you notice on the left-hand column, we have a box for pink, white, and the shopping icon. So they're just more visual indicators of different things that I've used. How's it look, David?
Pretty good. Well, actually, now that I look at it, there's one small issue.
What's that?
Well, according to material.io, when you have a card, you always want to use a flat button instead of a raised button.
All right, David caught me. So apparently, you can't use raised buttons on the material design card. So I can really easily swap this out. So instead of a raised button here, I can use a flat button. And just like that, the shadows are now gone. And if I want to change it for an iOS version, I can easily do that right here as well. Okay. And there's just a red box here to show that it's an overflow. But that's OK, because we're going to stick to the flat button today. OK, now the button is exactly how I want. But there's one last problem. The spacing with the text is really close together right now. What can I do about that?
I would actually use the visual debugger in this situation. What the visual debugger does is it shows you how margins, padding, and alignment are used to determine your final layout. So what we have here is we see that the band name, non-sharpen, is getting squished by our button. And we really want to have that text space out for that entire row, so we push our button flush right.
OK, so that means I need to use an expanded widget. So right here, expanded. I'm going to wrap this column inside. So this column is what the text is. So I'll just put it here. And voila. The first part of the card is done. Now I'm going to hand off my code directly to David, and he'll be able to build right off of it using exactly what I've created.
And hopefully you saw kind of the power of having a really great IDE and having a framework, Flutter, that is designed to be design-friendly. And so it was really easy for Fiona to add her icons and buttons and change things. OK, so now I'm going to check out Fiona's code. So she gave me some files, and I'm going to check that out. Oops, let's try that again. OK, let's give it a run and see what it looks like. So Fiona's actually gone in ahead and created out the venues details section, which is on the bottom right here. So it shows that we're going to this non-sharpened concert at McKillop's Bar. Cool. Now let's take a look at the code. So I've gone in ahead and started making the code a little bit more production ready. So I extracted out her UI into this widget called the artist card, which specifically represents this entire card. As you have seen maybe in Fiona's code, things started to get a little bit long. We were nesting a lot of things inside columns, inside rows, inside columns. So in order to make this a little bit cleaner and semantic, I built these helper functions. So we have the build header function, which just builds the widget that represents this top section. And then we have the build venue details function, which just builds this bottom part right here. And finally, we put these two functions inside a column. So again, it shows that everything is really composable in Flutter. They're just functions. What's really important for our workflow is the fact that I have only moved around Fiona's code. I didn't really change it at all. So this is still Fiona's code. Oops. And she can go back and make changes if she wants to. So Fiona, what do we want today? What are we looking at?
When I tap on non-sharpen, I want the venue details to close or expand whenever I tap on it.
OK, cool. So we want this card to be toggable so we can expand and close the venue section. First, I'm going to make a Boolean flag, which is my state. And this will tell me when to open the card and close the card. By default, we'll make the card closed. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to want to animate this opening and closing. Flutter has a widget built in called the animated crossfade. Now, what this does is it animates between two widgets. So my first widget will be the venue section. So I'm just going to copy and paste this venue details function, plop it in my first child. And then because I'm opening and closing this card, my second child is just going to be an empty container. So I'm animating from something to nothing. Finally, I have to specify, based on my state, when to show the venue details section and when to hide it. So when open is true, we'll show the first widget. Let's see. And when open is false, we'll show the second widget, which is the empty container. All right, great. Finally, we want to specify a duration for this animation. Right now, I'm just going to eyeball it, maybe make it 400 milliseconds. But the cool part is, because Fiona and I are using the same code base, we're using the same language, if Fiona thinks this doesn't look good, she can go back and tweak it. So I'm not too worried here. All right, let's see what it looks like. So what we have is we have the venue section details is hidden. And that's because by default, I set open to false. Now I actually want to hook up a user action to toggle this state. Again, because Flutter has a lot of material design widgets built in, it makes it easy to make this look nice. I'm going to use a widget called the inkwell. What the inkwell does is it shows a material design ripple every time a user presses on that section. And now I could perform an action based on that touch. So we're going to move all the content of the card inside that inkwell. Give it an on-tap callback. And let's see what we get. Oops, we have an error. That's fine, because I put it in the wrong place. Let's put it right here. There we go. There we go. So when I tap it, I get my material design ripple. Finally, I need to hook up that action to change the state. In this case, it's pretty simple. I just toggle my Boolean value. So open will be toggled. All right. Nice, we get this nice animation, and it looks pretty good to me.
It looks pretty good, but there's one thing.
What's that?
It's a bit too slow.
Oh yeah, go ahead and change it.
So because I'm familiar with this now, I can just go right ahead and change it. So let's try 200 milliseconds. OK, that's a little better.
Yeah, great.
All right, can we switch it back to the slides, please?
So hopefully this gave you a little snippet of the advantages of working within the same language. Using the same tool from prototyping to production, we're able to jump in, collaborate, and I think we have a better working relationship now.
All right, so let's take a look at some key takeaways from our talk today. One of the recurring themes that we've been talking about is to embrace the same language. Embracing the same language allows you to actually be able to communicate with each other with fewer misunderstandings, and you're able to work better together, creating a more user-centered product. And ultimately, you also become more empathetic towards each other.
Hopefully you've seen it's really a two-way street. It's a group effort. So designers need to take the jump, dive into some code, and learn some of these technical tools. But on the flip side, the developers need to embrace design and also help their designers come to this world of coding. It's not easy and it requires, and as you've seen, our team has held these workshops to get this going. And it's pretty apparent that it's a process. So to be honest, it took a lot of upfront effort for our team to get this through. It took a lot of work and workshops. But I think, and we think, that this work is well paid in the long run, and it's going to benefit your team. You're going to iterate quicker. Your designers and developers are really going to collaborate and like working with each other.
And lastly, we can't stress enough, but aim to use a common tool. So in our team, we use Flutter. But lots of things work for you. As long as you use this common tool, it helps you break down these walls between you and the developer or designer and bridges the gap between you guys.
So hopefully you saw the problem. We're not speaking the same language, and you had a glimpse of how we tried to approach this in our team. The really cool part is all that code that we showed you and that mock-up, that was all a real project in our team, and that stuff's all been committed in our repos. So it's a real example. Finally, if the tool we use, Flutter, really interests you, I would recommend going to this talk at 10:30 by our coworkers Emily and Emily. This is a more technical talk, and they're going to build an app full out in front of you for iOS and Android on the same time, hooked up live to Firebase. And the best part is that because we're Google, this app's going to be a chat app.
All right, so if you need more available resources, we have a lot online, flutter.io, materialdesign.io, and don't forget to subscribe to the Google Design newsletter. Thank you.
And I'll
One last thing.
Yeah. And if you're interested, if you had more questions about Flutter and our workflow, we'll be out there in the patio answering questions. And we'll also be giving out some Flutter swag. So hopefully, we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits. We'll be making room for those who've registered for the next session. If you've registered for the next session in this room, we ask that you please clear the room and return via the registration line outside.
Supported in Chrome and features new schema management, bulk action methods, and more standardized handling of failures. Progressive web apps become more immersive with display full screen. Allow top navigation by user activation, gives sandbox iframes new powers, and there's plenty more. I'm Pete LePage. Let's dive in and see what's new for developers in Chrome 58. The structure of your site's database has large performance impacts and can be difficult to change. IndexedDB 2.0 changes that. Updates, object stores, and indexes can now be renamed in place after refactoring. Binary keys allow for more natural keys without worrying about performance penalties. Data retrieval is easier with getKey, OpenKeyCursor, and continue primary key methods. And bulk recovery of entire data sets no longer needs a cursor with getAll and getAllKey. When progressive web apps are launched from the Android home screen, they launch in a standalone app-like mode that hides the Omnibox. This helps create an engaging user experience and frees up screen space for content. However, for even more immersive experiences like games, video players, and other rich content, mobile UI elements such as the system bar can still be a distraction and take up valuable pixels that you may want. Now, you can make your progressive web app feel more immersive by setting Display Full Screen in your web app manifest. When your app is launched from the home screen, all non-app mobile UI elements will be hidden. Chrome 58 now supports the new iframe sandbox keyword, Allow Top Navigation by User Activation. When triggered by a user interaction, this keyword gives sandboxed iframes the ability to navigate the top-level page while still blocking auto redirects. And of course, there's plenty more. Say goodbye to the clear fix hack. Instead of manually resetting multiple layout properties like float and clear, you can now add a new block formatting context using display flow root. Pointer events.getCoalesced events allows you to access all input events since the last time a pointer event was delivered. Perfect for when you need a precise history of points for things like drawing apps. And workers and shared workers can be created using data URLs, making development with workers more secure by giving them an opaque origin. These are just a few of the changes in Chrome 58 for developers. Check the description for more details, including links to the docs and specs.
Hey everyone, Sam here. In this web series, we'll solve common web problems with standards. These techniques are part of the web platform and work with any framework or library. Okay, let's go. If you're animating some elements, whether you're using CSS, the Web Animations API, or libraries which just use Request Animation Frame, make sure you help your browser stay speedy by letting it use your 3D graphics card. Sam, what are you talking about? When you look at a website, it's made up of layers stacked on top of each other. And your graphics card, won't need to redraw for changes to only some certain CSS properties, specifically opacity and transform. These two properties let you move stuff around and change how visible it is. You can animate, width, color, or other CSS properties, but do it sparingly and not in response to user action, where you want to be snappy. To keep things fast, if you have elements that move around a lot, you'll also want to set the will change transform or opacity CSS property. This is a hint to the browser. This element should be a layer all the time. Otherwise, when you upgrade or downgrade to a layer, you incur a cost. The browser has to redraw that specific part of the page. But if you give everything in your page a layer, this might bog down your browser as it struggles to compose them all together. This is a complicated topic, and you should check out more documentation to learn more about it. And most importantly, your site doesn't need to be perfect. It won't crush your user's experience to make a few mistakes here and there, but it's good to keep on top of it. Check Chrome's rendering section inside Developer Tools once in a while just to see what's happening and how your site's going. This was Layers the Standard Way. See you on the next tip.
The only thing that evolves faster than technology is our expectations. We want everything. Better, easier, now. Suddenly, downloading an app feels like it takes forever. And in many parts of the world, data is still at a premium, with 1 megabyte costing up to 5% of a monthly wage. Let's face it though, until now, the alternative to native apps hasn't been great. But that was then. Progressive web apps can now deliver mobile web experiences with a native look and feel, offering features like real-time push notifications, adding a site to your home screen so you can easily jump back to it with a single tap, even when you're offline. Plus the ability to make quick payments on the go. And all from your browser. This is the next generation of the mobile web. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and build something great.
We tend to talk about the web, and today I think is no different.
But you think you can beat Wikipedia at a server-side render, do you?
I did.
With HTTP 2, the rules all change.
One code base is not what you want, because then you end up with stagnation.
I've got one function that actually produces the other function. It's almost become self-aware. The code is now writing itself. What time does the game start?
LinkedIn is the premier social network for professionals. We are consistently one of the top apps on Google Play. My name is Pradeep Dash. I'm the engineering manager for LinkedIn infrastructure team for the flagship apps. We have 1 million+ reviews. We are consistently 4+ stars. Our users are really appreciative of how stable the app is, how it really helps them bring their professional profile forward.
My name is Drew Haney. I'm on the Android infrastructure team at LinkedIn. My team is responsible for the overall health of our Android application. We take care of releases to Google Play, our testing pipeline for the app, our build pipeline. One of the tools that my team has been excited about is the APK Analyzer tool, because we spend a lot of time paying attention to the size of our app, and it required some expertise to figure out what was causing your app to be a certain size. But now that we have the APK Analyzer tool, we've been able to expand that knowledge throughout the entire team. LinkedIn was an early adopter of Gradle, so adopting Gradle for Android was a pretty natural fit for us because we can share a lot of our custom plugin logic that we've built, and we can also get consistent builds across developer machines and our build servers. One thing that's really benefited us is the lint system, which has a lot of built-in checks for common problems, and we've really appreciated being able to write our own custom lint checks for LinkedIn's specific internal libraries. With so many developers checking into the code base, one thing that helps onboarding someone new is having a consistent code style throughout the code base. Android Studio lets us find a custom code style that each developer can add and automatically have their code formatted in the LinkedIn style.
One of the things that we really appreciate is the open nature of the platform. where not only has the feedback that we have given back to the developer community been accepted, but also being worked upon. In the last couple of years, my team has become way faster, much more agile, and being able to code easier and faster on the Android Studio.
I've been playing games all my life. It's my passion. I also learned how to program computers. And then in 2001, we started the first video games company for mobile phones in Spain called Microjogs. In 2013, my studio was acquired by a big company. Some of the guys and myself, we decided that we should do something fresh, something new, and we founded O'17. Titan Roll is a real-time strategy game. It's considered as a MOBA. MOBA is a massive online battle arena, but especially designed for mobile devices. The game is today as it is thanks to the early access program. We changed many things from the learnings from the community. Since we launched the game on early access, we got more than 2 million installs on Android devices.
We started in the early access program back at the very beginning of it. The difference between the early access program and a traditional soft launch is that users are actively giving the team feedback. So you don't only check the metrics you have, but they also provide possible solutions. So you end up by doing the game players want to play. The thing about not having the ratings, but having the constructive feedback was very good. The early access was a great opportunity for an indie developer, someone starting, and very key for us in Omnidron. When we started with the early access program, we approached it in different stages. So the idea was at the beginning to focus on the engagement of the games. Once we sorted that out, we focused on the retention of the game. And finally, we focus on monetization to do a valid product for the market. We managed with early access to improve our retention in a 41%, the engagement by a 50%, and the monetization by 20%, from the very beginning of the program till worldwide launch the game.
I feel very happy working on the video games industry because it has been my passion since I was a child, and it's really inspiring that through Omnidron we have a real chance to shape the new era of the video games.
In response to popular demand, the Android Framework team has written an opinionated guide to architecting Android apps, and they've developed a companion set of architecture components. Hi, my name's Lila, a developer advocate for Android, and I'm here to introduce you to these shiny new architecture components. These components persist data, manage lifecycle, make your app modular, help you avoid memory leaks, and prevent you from having to write boring boilerplate code. Your basic Android app needs a database connected to a robust UI. The new components, Room, ViewModel, LiveData, and Lifecycle, make that easy. They're also designed to fit together like building blocks, so let's see how. I'll database using Room, which is a new SQLite object mapping library. To set up the tables using Room, we can define a plain old Java object, or POJO. We then mark this POJO with the @entity annotation, and create an ID marked with the @primaryKey annotation. Now for each POJO, you need to define a DAO, or database access object. The annotated methods represent the SQLite commands you need to interact with your POJO's data. Now take a look at this insert method and this query method. Room has automatically converted your POJO objects into the corresponding database tables and back again. Room also verifies your SQLite at compile time. So if you spell something a little bit wrong, or if you reference a column that's not actually in the database, it will throw a helpful error. Now that you have a Room database, you can use another new architecture component called LiveData to monitor changes in the database. LiveData is an observable data holder. That means it holds data and notifies you when the data changes so that you can update the UI. LiveData is an abstract class that you can extend, or for simple cases, you can use the mutable LiveData class. If you update the value of the mutable LiveData with a call to set value, it can then trigger an update in your UI. What's even more powerful, though, is that Room is built to support LiveData. To use them together, you just modify your DAO to return objects that are wrapped with the LiveData class. Room will create a LiveData object observing the database. Then you can write code like this to update your UI. The end result is that if your Room database updates, it changes the data in your LiveData object, which automatically triggers UI updates. This brings me to another awesome feature of LiveData. LiveData is a lifecycle-aware component. Now you might be thinking, what exactly is a lifecycle-aware component? Well, I'm glad you asked. Through the magic of lifecycle observation, LiveData knows when your activity is on screen, off-screen, or destroyed so that it doesn't send database updates to a non-active UI. There are two interfaces for this: Lifecycle Owner and Lifecycle Observer. Lifecycle owners are objects with lifecycles, like activities and fragments. Lifecycle observers, on the other hand, observe lifecycle owners and are notified of lifecycle changes. Here's a quick peek at the simplified code for live data, which is also a lifecycle observer. The methods annotated with @onLifecycleEvent take care of initialization and teardown when the associated lifecycle owner starts and stops. This allows live data objects to take care of their own setup and teardown. So the UI components observe the live data, and the live data components observe the lifecycle owners. As a side note to all you Android library designers out there, you can use this exact same lifecycle observation code to call setup and teardown functions automatically for your own libraries. Now you still have one more problem to solve. As your app is used, it will go through various configuration changes that destroy and rebuild the activity. We don't want to tie the initialization of live data to the activity lifecycle because that causes a lot of needlessly re-executed code. An example of this is your database query, which is executed every time you rotate the phone. So what do? Well, you put your live data and any other data associated with the UI in a view model instead. View models are objects that provide data for UI components and survive configuration changes. To create a view model object, you extend the view model class. You then put all of the necessary data for your activity UI into the view model. Since you've cached data for the UI inside of the view model, your app won't require the database if your activity is recreated due to a configuration change. Then, when you're creating your activity or fragment, you can get a reference to the view model and use it. And that's it! The first time you get a view model, it's generated for your activity. When you request a view model again, your activity receives the original view model with the UI data cached, so there's no more useless database calls. To summarize all of this new architecture shininess, we've talked about Room, which is an object mapping library for SQLite, Live Data, which notifies you when its data changes so that you can update the UI, and importantly, it works well with Room so that you can easily update the UI when the database values change. We've also talked about lifecycle observers and owners, which allow non-UI objects to observe lifecycle events. And finally, we've talked about view models, which provide you data objects that survive configuration changes. Altogether, they make up a set of architecture components for writing modular, testable, and robust Android apps. You can sensibly use them together, or you can pick and choose what you need. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, a more fully fledged Android app might look like this. For an in-depth look at how everything works together and the reasoning behind these components, check out the links in the description below. To jump straight into code and get started working with these objects, you can check out the code labs and samples for lifecycle and persistence. Happy building, and as always, don't forget to subscribe.
I'm Wojtek Kalicinski, this is Android Tooltime, and let's talk a bit about the Espresso Test Recorder and how it can help with adding UI tests to your app. But first, a short explanation for those unfamiliar with Espresso. Espresso is a testing framework designed to provide a fluent API for writing concise and reliable UI tests. However, it is often the case that developers are reluctant to add UI tests to their apps, or simply don't have time to learn the framework. This is where the Espresso Test Recorder comes in. It lets you create and add UI tests to an existing app in an interactive way. You may have previously seen the beta version of this feature, but in Android Studio 2.3, we are promoting it to stable with a few enhancements. To get started with the test recorder, click on Record Espresso Test under the Run menu. The device selection dialog pops up, and after you make your choice, the test recorder runs your app in debug mode. Simply progress through your app's UI as a regular user would, by clicking buttons, swiping, and typing into input fields, and all those actions will appear in the test recorder window. You can also click here to add an assertion to your test at any time during recording, which will trigger the test recorder to dump the current view hierarchy. To select the view you want to assert on, click on the screenshot that appears in the recording window and choose between the assertion type from view exists, doesn't exist, or check that it contains the specified text. When you've finished recording your test, the test recorder generates the equivalent test code to run your actions and assertions and puts it in a new file in your project's instrumentation test folder. It also checks if your build file contains the required Espresso dependencies and adds those if needed. When you look at the source file that Espresso Test Recorder created, you will see that it's perfectly normal, human-readable code So if you need to further customize your tests or alter them when your app changes, you can simply open the file again and make the alterations you need. As you can see, the Espresso test recorder is very simple to use, but it does come with some limitations. As of Android Studio 2.3, only a few most common assertions are available through the recorder UI. So if you need anything more complicated than that, you will need to edit the generated code by hand. Also, at this stage, the test recorder cannot handle all situations where additional synchronization is needed to deal with delays and async operations in your apps. I highly recommend getting familiar with the Espresso idling resource API and using that in your tests to signal when a long-running operation happens. For advanced users who want to tweak some aspects of test code generation, there's a settings page for the test recorder in Android Studio Preferences. Here you can change the maximum view hierarchy depth that will be used for view identification, and if app data should be cleared every time you record a new test. The Espresso test recorder is a great way to start adding tests to your app, whether you want to learn Espresso by examining the generated code, or simply to quickly build a test suite which you can customize later. We look forward to your feedback on our social channels, and happy testing.
Hi, Timothy Jordan, your friendly developer advocate here at Google I/O 2017. I'm in the machine learning area, and we're going to check out a lot of really cool stuff. A reminder before I get to it, if you'd like to see any of this footage or any of the other sandbox tours that I've been doing, go to g.co/io/guide. First off, I'd like to check out the Cloud TPU in person. Wow. So much heat sink.
This looks like a skyscrapers. It's like a miniature city down there.
This is seriously one of the best Tron moments I've had in years.
This is among the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, Magnus. Everybody, this is Magnus. You may know him from, well, being Magnus and all sorts of things. Hi, Magnus.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing super well. So you've been hanging out with all this really cool machine learning stuff all day long.
Yeah, that's right. We've been here all day doing different machine learning stuff.
I'd like to check out some of it and just play with it.
Okay.
Let's try AI duets first. So what is this?
So you can actually play on these things, and then the network generates something back. Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like the machine playing music with you.
Yeah, it's kind of constructing music based on what you play. It's trying to create something similar, but still different.
Okay, I want to try it out.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun. It feels a little like that scene in Close Encounters with the Third Kind.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so there's one other thing that I would like to check out while we're here, and that's the candy sorter.
Yes, it's an amazing thing. It consists of so many different machine learning technologies in one single demo.
Shall we check it out?
Yeah, for sure.
As promised, we're going to check out the candy sorter. What is a candy sorter, you may ask? Well, Dave's here to tell us what that is.
Okay, great. So what we're going to show here is how you can infuse machine learning into your apps without actually being a data scientist. And the way we're going to do it is through candy and through labels. Now, what we've done is we've trained a model up in the cloud that for basically we've taken an existing model and we've trained it for candy. So we've put labels and next to candies. And we've got a little camera here that's taking pictures of the candy, and we put labels that have been associated with the candy. We sent it up to the Google Cloud Machine Learning Engine, and we've trained the model. We used the Inception v3 model, and using transfer learning. And so what we're going to show now is, now that the model's been trained, is actually the serving of the model. So I'm going to take candy here and just throw it out in front of the camera, and this is just any random candy that we have trained this model for. So I like gum. I want to make sure there's plenty of gum out there. And you'll want to make sure there's a little bit of space in between here. Again, when we train this image, it has been a well-trained model that has been modified with these images and these labels. You can even write your own labels, which is awesome. So now it's trained. Now the fun part of this is actually the serving, the prediction. So you're going to speak into this mic, you're going to hit this little mic button here, you're going to speak into this mic and ask for some kind of candy. And it's going to make a call to our API, it's going to understand the text, it's going to do a speech API, so speech to text API, and then it's going to understand the intent of what you're asking for using our natural language processing API, and then it's going to make a prediction based upon the model that's sitting out in the cloud. And the best part is, hopefully, cross your fingers, it's going to make the prediction, pick it, and then give it to you.
Awesome. Okay.
All right, so click on that and speak into the mic.
May I have some gum?
So it understood what you said, may I have some gum? Now it's going through natural language processing, it's identifying the noun there, and gum, so now it will then match based upon the model that's been modified. Come on, come on, come on. And it is picking chewy gum. Oh, and there, the camera identified extra long-lasting watermelon gum. Now the camera's, and over, and there's your gum.
That's great.
Machine learning in an app.
So I get to keep this, right?
Yeah, actually I've got like 7 boxes back there, so please everybody take one.
Dave, thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
That's pretty great. All right, so that is the machine learning area. I hope that you've enjoyed these experiences as much as I had. It's really cool to see machine learning up close and personal, see how it can be used in real life through these demos. And I hope it inspires you to do some cool stuff with TensorFlow and with Cloud. See you later.
All set? Yeah. Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last day of I/O. Yeah. We're really excited to be here today because this is the first time UX writing has been on stage at I/O. So thank you so much. Awesome. I'm Maggie Stanfill, and I manage a team of UX writers at Google, and we work on travel, shopping, and payments products. And I'm joined here today by members of my team, Allison Rung and Juliana Appenrod. And today, you're probably here for the same reason we are. We're passionate about building products that people love. And we're here to share an insight with you that will keep users coming back again and again. It's choosing the right words. Because we all know what can happen when you choose the wrong words. Take, for example, the first time you use a social app. Can you imagine if it said, "No friends"? How sad? It'd be a pretty bad start to a new friendship. So what we're here to share with you today are insights to make sure you can apply content strategy to your product. So over the next 35 minutes, I'll share an overview of content strategy at Google. Allison will share 3 UX writing best practices, and Juliana will share a case study about how we defined brand voice for Android Pay. So let's get started with how we approach content strategy at Google. Many of you know we follow a principle, focus on the user and all else will follow. But what you might not realize is that for us, focusing on the user starts with the content. The content is the text, the reviews data, the imagery. This is content strategy, the holistic development and crafting of content in the product experience. And UX writing is a specialty within this discipline that focuses on helping users achieve their goals with language. And in my 5 years here at Google, I've had the great opportunity to work on a number of products, and I wanted to share a few scenarios with you so you can get an understanding of how we approach our craft. So for this example, say a user is searching for an Italian wine store in San Francisco, and they're looking for the closest one to them. The label, sort by distance, helps them find the right location. This has been the product of a ton of research and a lot of iterations to ensure we're surfacing the right information at the right time. Another example is when we're helping a user write a review on Google Maps. We offer information such as the fact that this will be posted publicly to engender trust, and we offer a helpful prompt. Tell others why you like this place. So hopefully it's a quick way to get them started. Just curious, how many of you have written a review on Google Maps? Show of hands. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for contributing to the community. All right, and this time I'm going to take you into the kitchen for some hands-free help. And with using only their voice, a user can get directions for their recipe on Google Home. So what all 3 of these have in common is language. Language is helping the user get where they want to go. And by focusing on what the user wants to achieve, this builds trust and loyalty. This is what content strategy is all about. So at Google, I wanted to share a little bit about how we structure our team. We've made a big investment in content strategy as part of our user experience discipline. Content strategy is part of an overarching group that focuses on the user experience and focuses on building holistic product solutions, partnering with a cross-disciplinary team of writers, researchers, and designers. Writers work with designers to think about information hierarchy on the page and to guide user actions. Writers work with researchers to test hypotheses about language and inform our insights with their great research capabilities. We found that this holistic approach to solving these complex user and product problems really helps us create better user experiences. But what might not be quite as evident is the impact that this focus on language can have on the business. So I want to share with you an example from hotel search on Google. This is a great example where literally changing 2 words had a significant impact on the business. We used to have a label which read book a room, and what we found was this was far too committal at that stage in the decision-making process. So we switched it to check availability, and what we found was this was meeting the user where they were at in their mindset. They were still considering rooms, and they wanted to understand what dates were available, what prices were in that date range. And so with those 2 words, check availability, we saw a 17% increase in engagement. That's a significant impact on the business. Sometimes the other end of the spectrum is harder to measure, but equally important. That emotional connection that users have with a product. Sometimes we call this emotional connection brand voice. And I want to share a little bit about how you might approach defining brand voice for your app or product. So first, start with the benefits. Really consider how to enunciate the most standout traits of your product. And then consider how your product's differentiated from its competitors. When I had the opportunity to work on the Google brand voice, we took our lead from the Google search page. Its simplicity and ease of use was a cue for us to inform our brand voice tenet around usefulness. We also took our lead from the delightful Google Doodle, and we have a tenet which is around optimism, and you'll hear more of this throughout the day. So basically, we have this brand foundation with our brand voice, and it applies to our suite of products. And I'll share with you a recent example that I had the opportunity to work on with my team, which is the Google Trips app. And if you guys haven't checked it out, I highly recommend that you do. It's a fun app in that it helps you organize all of your travel information so it's available offline. So you can download reservations, and if you arrive somewhere without data, you can still access it. So when we were thinking about the benefit, we landed on a line which reads, no internet, no problem. Paired with a delightful illustration, we think this really tells the story of both the benefits and the excitement of travel. So through our experience here at Google, we found that when you have the foundation of UX writing and you add brand voice, when those sum of the parts come together, something really amazing can happen. We believe that UX writing can certainly survive with the fundamentals, but it can thrive with brand voice. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Allison, who will talk about our 3 UX writing best practices.
Thanks, Maggie. My name's Allison Rung, and I'm a writer on the Trust and Privacy team. Part of my job is to explain why you see ads on Google and to show how you can control those ads to make them better for you. Like any other writer at Google, I learn a lot of technical language before translating it into something that anybody can understand. The technical language that I start with tends to do with advertising and ad networks, but this challenge is common for any product writing. How do you translate what's happening on your back end to the other side of the screen? How do you make your software sound human? This work is pretty intuitive for writers. We think about the technical context we learned about, and then we think about the person who's using the app or the product, and then we decide what sounds right. We tend to say what we're writing out loud to make sure that each word has the right ring to it. But I know many of you don't have writers on your product teams yet. So today I'm going to try to reverse engineer this natural writing process and guide you through 3 of the principles that guide it. These are principles that we've kind of internalized. And they are clear, concise, and useful. I'll start with clear. So let's say that somebody's trying to sign into your app, and then they mess up their password for whatever reason. And then they see this. Error, failure, An authentication error has occurred. This sounds terrible, right? Right. It reminds me of those restart messages we got on our first computers in like the late 80s, early 90s. Remember those? There was a bomb that was about to explode. It said something about system error. What was going on there and what's happening here is a disaster in software terms because the function can't be completed. But for people, it's not a big deal, and we can tone down this language a little. So in other words, failure and authentication are software problems, not human problems. And we can improve them by switching them out to something that people can relate to, like signing in. Sign-in error. A sign-in error has occurred. This is better. And notice here how a single term, sign-in, has replaced two different technical terms, failure and authentication. So that should tell you that clear doesn't mean precise. It means just enough context to make sense to your typical user. And I know a lot of you work on enterprise apps or you're writing for specialists. Specialist language is totally okay when you have a specialist audience. You just have to keep your own audience in mind. All right. So another way you can make your writing clearer is to pay attention to verbs. A verb is an action word. It tends to be the most powerful part of your sentence. And ideally, it will relate some action to the user. Here, our verb is has occurred. And it's a weak verb because it's describing a state of being within the software. So to make it better, we'll just switch it for what the user's doing, the user's action. You entered an incorrect password. Pretty simple, right? OK, so this is clarity. With clarity, we remove technical terms, and we put the action in the context of the user. This is an especially good lesson to remember when you're writing your product announcements or your app updates. Instead of focusing on the technical specs of whatever new feature you're releasing, try to focus on the new action that people can perform. Our second principle is concise. Concise doesn't only mean short. It means something closer to economical. So when we're writing with concision, we look at our message and we make sure that every word on the screen has a distinct job. Here, the header doesn't have a distinct job. We don't need it. The body's working fine without it. And this is a very common problem in product writing. We have a ton of superfluous headers, or subtexts, or sidebars, or descriptions, because your design shows some pre-existing text field, and then you feel compelled to fill it in. But you should really avoid that when you can, and instead practice content-first design. Content-first design will make sure that your visuals are working in service of what you're trying to say, and not the other way around. So try not to jam your messages into boxes that weren't meant for them. And ideally, try to have designers work in parallel with writers. OK, so now we've gotten rid of our header. And I've been adamant about removing extra text here, because as you all know from experience, we don't read every word on screens, do we? We scan. So this is a mocked-up heat map from an eye tracking study showing where people's focal points land. We know that people's eyes follow an F-shaped pattern as they read screens. They read the first line, maybe the second line, but then they start skipping down the page, catching only the first or second word of each sentence. So for this reason, we keep our text not only concise, but also front-loaded. Front-loading means to put your important concepts first, so people's eyes catch those important words as they skip down. Here, we're in trouble, because the most important concept, the incorrect password, is all the way at the end. And we can fix it by flipping this around. Wrong password. So now that we've done this, it turns out we don't need anything else, right? This is fine. These two words are working on their own. You won't always be able to reduce your text to just 2 words, but this principle will always hold true, and you can use it anywhere where you're writing for screens. Keep the most important text up front, and then ruthlessly edit whatever comes after it. All right, now we're on to our final principle, useful. You want your text to help people to get where they want to go. And now we'll talk about the only part of the message we haven't looked at yet, the call to action, or CTA. Calls to action, they tend to be button text or they're hyperlinked, and they guide people to their next step. So for that reason, they need to resonate with what they want to do. Here, OK is not a good CTA, because people aren't generally happy or OK with the wrong password. No, they want to try again, right? So try again is a perfectly good edit. But if everyone here, if you think for a minute about all the hundreds or thousands of times you've messed up your password, I know for me it's usually on airline websites, you'll realize this isn't all we need, right? Right, good. Yeah, it's early here in California, but I see people nodding. Yeah, we need to offer password recovery too. If you forget your password and your only option is to try again, you'll only be annoyed. Okay, so I know you guys are all pros, and I know that you have this basic sign-in behavior covered. It's a very common pattern. But what I want you to take away is that paying attention to writing and the people you're writing for can uncover some of the basic functions your app needs to offer. So if you don't think of those edge cases and write to them, then you might see some drop-off in your usage. Okay, wrapping up. Clear, concise, and useful. If you pay attention to these 3 principles, you'll connect better with your users. But you may have realized, as I walked you through this editing exercise, that good UX writing is not a science. There's no correct answer. These 3 principles aren't in perfect harmony. There's a kind of tension in between them. They're competing with each other. When we made our text clear, it was still pretty long, right? It wasn't very scannable. Then when we made the text concise, it got shorter, but that was at the expense of some clarity. And then finally, when we made the text useful, it stretched out, it got longer again, it became less scannable. So you can find the right balance between these principles when you think about your user's context, think about what she wants to do in the moment. And you can also look toward your product's brand voice. Your brand voice should guide you to the right balance between clear, concise, and useful in a way that's true to your product's character. And you can begin to find the elements of that character by thinking about the core function of what your product does, and then think about what makes it special, how it's differentiated. As Maggie mentioned, Google's brand voice is designed in part after our search page. Search is an everyday tool, so we like to use everyday, friendly language. And search is also pretty clever, so we use clever language sometimes, but we're not too clever because we want to be accessible to anyone. Our language also reflects the optimism of search that you can see here in the I'm feeling lucky button or those doodle illustrations that Maggie mentioned. I like to talk through Google's brand voice with this old slogan from Google Earth. Hello, Earth. This is so simple, right? This is positive and forward-looking, and it's inclusive to the point of welcoming the entire globe. There's also a slight play on words here, where Earth refers both to the product name and the planet. And we all know this Android slogan. This sounds googly, right? Be together, not the same. Many of us love this, but why do we love it? Why does it sound so googly? How is it working? Well, first of all, there's this overarching theme of inclusion that we saw in the Hello Earth slogan. And there's also a play on words here, which reflects the optimism of our brand. Be together, not the same. As we read this, there's kind of cognitive surprise. We read be together, not, and we expect something like the opposite of together, apart. Be together, not apart, right? But Google replaces apart with the same. So now we get across the concept of difference and even celebrate it without any negativity. Be together, not the same. So again, we're a very positive brand. Coming back to this drab password message, wrong password. This is great UX writing. It's clear, it's concise, it's useful. It would work for any product. But if this came across the desk of any of my writing colleagues, I think they would update it to be more on brand. And they'd probably change it to something like, that password doesn't look right. And they would do that because since optimism is so important to our brand, we don't like to lead with negative words like wrong. We're also okay with making the text a little longer, a little less concise, in order to be friendly and chatty. That password doesn't look right. So now this sounds like Google, and it's right for Google. But that doesn't mean it's right for your brand. So it's up to you to figure out what the right sound is for your own brand voice. So to help you with that, you'll hear from Juliana, who will talk about building brand voice for a new product.
Thanks, Allison. Hi, I'm Juliana Appenrod, and I'm a UX writer on the payments team. One of the apps I work on is Android Pay. Some of you might be familiar with it. You can use it to pay with your Android phone in stores and in apps. A few months after we launched Android Pay, a team at Google conducted some research around the app's brand strategy. And what they found was that the brand characteristics we were initially emphasizing, things like simplicity and security, were things that people just expected of a payment method. They weren't differentiators. This pushed our team to think a little bit more about what the Android Pay brand should look like. And for me, when thinking about what words should go in the user interface, this meant going beyond the basic UX writing principles. If we really wanted to connect with our target users and get more than just the most tech-savvy to adopt this new way of paying, we needed to give Android Pay a unique brand voice. Now, Maggie and Allison both talked a little bit about the Google brand voice. And since Android Pay is a Google product, we definitely wanted to stay true to that voice. But there are many Google products, and each one serves a different purpose in people's lives, which means that each product's voice can and should sound a little different. Android Pay is also distinct from some of the other more established Google products because mobile payment apps are still seen as a thing of the future, especially here in the US. And research showed that we had an opportunity to appeal to the more emotional dimensions of the Android Pay experience, like the excitement people feel the first time they successfully pay with their phone. These are the moments where we can give Android Pay a recognizable personality. Here's one example of how we've done that visually. The Android bot, which is part of the app logo, comes to life on the payment confirmation screen to celebrate different holidays and events. As you can see, he dressed up as Darth Vader just a couple weeks ago for May the 4th. It takes a combination of visuals like this and words both working together to bring your product's brand voice to life. Right now, I'm just going to focus on the writing side of things and walk you through how we've started to develop the Android Pay voice and how we bring that to life through our UX writing. The hope is that this will give you all a sense of how you can start to do the same for your products. So it's best to start with a set of brand principles. These can be just 3 or 4 adjectives that you feel embody your brand and represent how you want people to perceive it. A fun brainstorming exercise you can do to help you come up with these principles is to imagine you're signing your product up for a dating site. What words or info would you put in your product's dating profile? What is it about your product that you think would stand out or be most interesting to people? What will make them swipe right and want to learn more? You can then distill these qualities into descriptive words, which will become your brand principles. We did this exercise with our team, including designers, researchers, engineers, product managers, and marketers, and we all got together and we did some brainstorming, and based on that, as well as the research that was done, we ultimately defined the Android Pay brand as fresh, empathetic, and approachable. Once you have your brand principles, the next step is to think about what these principles will sound like when you apply them to your writing. And these will become your writing guidelines. For example, to sound fresh, we decided we need to write in a way that's snappy and exciting. This principle comes into play a lot when we're trying to really grab a user's attention and really hook them. And sometimes this can be before they've even started using our app. When someone types Android Pay into Google Search, one of the top results takes them to our marketing website, where they'll see a series of imagery and headlines like this. Here, we have a chance to really pull people in and get them to think, I need to try this app. And that's where the snappy language comes in. Headlines like Tap Pay Splash and Tap Pay Tasty not only highlight the tap and pay functionality behind Android Pay, but also the fun things you can buy with it. They show that how you pay can be equally as exciting as what you're paying for. Empathetic. We know that changing the way you do an everyday thing like paying can feel uncomfortable and maybe even a little scary. So to counteract that, we try to write in a way that's helpful and reassuring. Often, this means anticipating the questions or concerns a user might have and proactively providing them with answers. On this screen, we do just that. First, by saying, enjoy quick setup with this card, we're reassuring the user that they won't have to go through that dreaded process of typing in a credit card number on their phone. Then we explain that we've pulled in this card from their Google account. And that way, they're not left wondering where in the world we got this information. Through our language, we want to show users that we're doing everything we can to help make their lives easier. Approachable. This one means we want everyone to feel like they can use Android Pay, that it isn't just for the most tech-savvy. To convey that feeling in our app, we write in a way that's friendly and conversational. This means eliminating the jargon and the formalities and simply talking to users in the same casual, easy-to-understand way we talk to our friends. When we're explaining to users how Android Pay works, for example, we don't talk about NFC or HCE technology because the average user would likely have no idea what that means. Instead, we talk in terms everyone can understand. Unlock your phone and hold it to the terminal at checkout. We don't need to get into what's going on behind the scenes. That should give you an idea of how brand principles can be applied to writing. And once you have your own brand principles and writing guidelines in place, you should start to have a pretty good sense of what your product's voice will sound like. Then you can take it a step further and think about what your voice will sound like in different contexts. This is often referred to as tone. An easy way to remember the difference between voice and tone is to think about it like a person. A person's voice always stays the same, right? But the tone they talk to you in may change. depending on the situation or what they're saying. In an app, this might mean talking to users in a different way during a celebratory moment, like when they've just won a prize, versus when their network connection goes out and they're seeing an error message. For Android Pay, we mapped these different moments in the user journey on a tone spectrum, ranging from serious to whimsical. This helps us make sure that we're using our voice in a consistent way across the entire user experience. For your product, the two ends of this spectrum might be labeled differently. Your tone might range from informative to inspiring or direct to humorous. These are just a couple examples, and you'll be able to tell what works best for your brand. It can also vary a lot depending on what type of product you're building and who the audience is. Once you have the two ends of your y-axis labeled, you then need to determine what moments in the user journey you're going to map. A good way to do this is to think about the distinct milestones or interactions in your user experience. These can be things like onboarding, education, or troubleshooting. To help you decide where these will fall on the spectrum, you can then think about what the user's goal is, what they might be feeling in that moment, as well as what you'd like them to feel. To give you an example, I'll show you where we mapped a few of the Android Pay user touchpoints. The first impression. When we're making a first impression on the user, we aim for a very whimsical tone because we're trying to get people excited about Android Pay. This could be when they're seeing an ad, opening the app for the first time, or, as I showed you earlier, landing on our marketing site, where they'll be greeted with a whimsical headline and a rainbow sprinkled donut to go with it. When the user's setting up the app or using it to pay, our tone still falls on the whimsical end of the spectrum, but to a lesser degree. That's because in these moments, the user's trying to get something done, so we don't want our personality to get in the way. Error messages fall on the more serious end of the spectrum. When a user sees an error, they might be frustrated, so this isn't the right time for too much personality or humor. Needless to say, we're not going to tell the user that something's up with their card or to holler at their bank if they're having an issue adding their credit card to the app. Instead, we want to be straightforward about the issue and tell them how to fix it. So we'd say your card couldn't be added, and contact your bank. All right, you've established your voice, and you've mapped your tone. Now it's time to apply both of these and do some UX writing. It's time to decide what words will go in your user interface. And that ends up being a combination of everything we've told you today. To be successful, UI text needs to be clear, concise, and useful, as well as reflect your brand voice. To show you how you can get there, I'll quickly walk you through what our writing process might look like. Let's say we're trying to decide what to say to the user the first time they open Android Pay. We can guess that they're curious, so we probably want to tell them what they can do with the app, as well as give them reason to move beyond this screen and set it up. At the beginning of our writing process, we might start with something long and descriptive, like this: pay with your phone in stores and enjoy quick checkout in apps. Then we think about the 3 principles of good UX writing. This text does feel clear and useful, but it isn't concise. So we think about what pieces of info are essential and which ones could be communicated through visuals instead. And we might edit it to something like this: a faster way to pay. With this new version, we've checked off clear, concise, and useful. So we have just one step left. We need to think about voice and tone. we'd ask ourselves, does this text clearly convey our brand? Not really. It feels pretty generic. So going back to our brand principles, we think about how we can make it feel fresher and more exciting. Maybe even whimsical, since this might be our first impression on the user. And in our final iteration, we might end up with something like this. Everything you need to speed through checkout. It's a little longer than the previous version, but that can happen when you add personality to UI text. And it's up to you whether infusing that personality is worth the extra words. And it isn't always a clear decision. If you're not sure whether more words will be more effective or whether a certain word will be more effective than another, A/B test it. From experience, we can say that when you're trying to find the right words for your product, you should never underestimate the power of A/B testing. Through an A/B test we ran on the start screen in Android Pay, we discovered that changing the button text from Add Card to Get Started resulted in a 12% increase in click-throughs. Pretty amazing. A/B testing is a great way to validate a hypothesis you might have, or to decide between two different versions of text if you're just not sure which one will connect more with your users. Now I'll hand it back to Maggie to wrap things up and to share a handy checklist you can start applying to your own UX writing.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliana. So we've heard from Allison about the best practices in UX writing. We heard about brand voice just now, and I wanted to reflect on our first sad screen. I think we can do better, right? All right, let's apply what we learned and do a quick on-brand edit. So a simple way to make this much more positive and much more useful is ready to add some friends, import your contacts. So adding that simple call to action, import your contacts, could help the user get started and ultimately have a better relationship with this app. All right, so we hope what we shared with you today will be a helpful reference as you get back to work after this great few days at I/O and consider how you might apply some of these best practices to your product. So a quick run through. We recommend that you always think about the user first, focus on the user, and all else will follow is a mantra we love to think about here. Be clear. Write in language that's free of jargon and with sufficient context. Be concise. Write in a style that's economical and scannable. Remember the F-shaped pattern that Allison described. Be useful. Write in a way that guides the action. And if you don't have a call to action, you might want to add one. And be on brand. Define your brand voice and flex your tone accordingly, as Juliana described. Finally, whenever possible, be data-driven. If you can apply A/B testing or other user testing, it's a great way to test your knowledge of your language and how well it's resonating with the user. In sum, I want to first and foremost thank these two amazing contributors. We'll be up front. If you guys have questions, please come up and ask them. We hope that what we shared with you today will help you make your product stand out with language. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining this.
We're bringing together a really talented group of designers and developers to collaborate and innovate and generate exciting ideas for what can be done on the Android platform.
Within this context of a sprint, I really think that the distinction between designer and developer is blurred. It's all about problem solving and getting it done.
You're not working with designers as an engineer making a mistake to begin with. I feel like every designer or engineer brings a perspective to a project, and that's what's nice about working with a designer. You think like an engineer and designer comes and brings a perspective. In this group, I'm like happy to work with super talented designers. It helps me understand Android better because I see how they're thinking about it. It kind of kills my prejudgments about the product and I start thinking about it from a fresh perspective.
We focus in on generating a broad range of ideas that are really innovative and far-reaching, and then prototype and pull together concepts and prototypes to demonstrate and create a vision for what those concepts could be.
I never was really familiar with the idea of using this type of process for ideation, and it's impressive to see the degree of precision that Kai specifically has introduced in the way that she's run this process. It's been really enjoyable to see specifically how one exercise leads into the next and the next and the next, and how that can actually effectively yield good ideas.
We're a very small company, so effectively we're doing similar things all the time, but we often rush straight to the solution. It was nice to see some structure around, I guess, the process. So, it starts here and, you don't get to fix it straight away. It's like define the problem, then go to this step, then go to this step. And that kind of structure, though it seems kind of burdensome, it actually improved the overall thing we came up with.
When you're in a company, you tend to think about how the company kind of does something and how the things that you've learned in the past, and then here is just kind of like a blank canvas again, and you get to start new and then rediscover the things that kind of work in a workflow or in a much more creative space. I mean, here we try to build something in 3 days, which is insane. This is the first time we actually been in a sprint with just doing Android 2, and I would love to bring some more of the Android sprinting back to our company.
I think design sprints facilitate interdisciplinarity, interoperability, and all of the kind of amazing things that can happen from a good collaboration.
One of the really exciting features of Android is that it's a very open platform. Anyone can come and write their own apps and create their own concepts. We want to bring that opportunity of openness to the design community and inspire designers to generate concepts and ideas and design really cool apps that leverage the openness of the platform.
I was impressed with the openness of Android. It's definitely a unique thing that you might not find on iOS or other systems. In our app in particular, there's things that we definitely couldn't have done on iOS that are actually really useful. And it is nice because the app can organically come with you into the rest of your life.
I think for me, one of the big awesome parts of it was that I was able to begin to learn Android, which is something that I've always wanted to do as a prototyper. I just would like to get to know Android better, and this is a really big jump start.
One of the few constraints that they put on us here at the Design Sprint was to sort of come up with something that's unique to the Android ecosystem. And as we were going through all of our crazy eights and all of the myriad ideas that we had come up with, we actually abandoned some of them that were cool because they were kind of something that could feasibly be built on any platform. And I think that giving us that constraint infused our other ideas with more creative solutions. And I think what we came up with is so simple and so delightful and only available on Android.
I was an HR. I was working as a recruiter and I was completely unaware as to what I'm supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter. I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
couldn't be happier to be here to see the launch of the Android skilling program. There's going to be so many new great Android developers here in India.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you know I'm from Delhi. Always fun coming back and meeting all of you.
We can scale up developers and scale up mobile developer training to help make India a global leader in mobile app development.
Having the universities teamed up with us in the skilling program is going to be a huge opportunity and make a huge difference.
Finally, we've launched it. It's been a year since we first introduced this program. 2 million developers.
I think that it's a really achievable goal, and I think that it would do a lot for improving the environment in the country in terms of hands-on programming. So I think it's great.
It's a massive number. The possibilities are immense. India will be the largest developer base globally, and just to get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
Let's do something big. More games, more users, more success.
Yes.
Everything more.
Developing a successful app isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you'll have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new Analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers, working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India,
and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, believe.
Let's now take a quick look at Google Cloud. There's two things that I want to check out, and Jen is here to tell us all about them. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Timothy.
So what's this? Because I really want to play with it.
So this is Kubernetes Whack-A-Pod, and it is a demo in which you battle Kubernetes, where you are trying to take down a service by being the cast monkey. While you're doing that, Kubernetes, which is a container orchestration framework, an open source project, will try and keep your web service up.
That sounds like fun. I'm going to totally try and take it down.
Yeah, give it a spin. You're going to hit the button and you're going to battle for 30 seconds. Ready? Here you go. So you're doing great. Kubernetes bringing those containers right back up. And the YOLO mode is special. It'll take out the entire web app in one go. Oh, and it's down, but Kubernetes is already bringing those containers right back up. You're doing great. 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are done. So during your 30-second battle, you took out 58 pods and caused 9 seconds of downtime. But it seems Kubernetes was victorious in getting about 70% uptime. But that's still a very good attempt.
Awesome, that was a lot of fun.
I love that demo.
All right, so I'd also like to check out Spanner, because I think Spanner is like one of the coolest things ever created.
Spanner is pretty amazing.
So I want to check out what this visualization is. Maybe you can give us a quick rundown of what Spanner is and then tell us what's happening here?
Sure. So Spanner is a managed SQL database. What makes it special is it is massively horizontally scalable and can handle huge amounts of traffic. And you still have the wonderful features you would expect from a SQL database, like queries and transactions and other neat, shiny things like live migrations. Yeah, and it's fully managed, which is pretty cool. Who likes managing your own database? This is a view of the schema that is an example schema on Spanner, which is the same thing being used to power the demo on the screen next to us.
If I can, I think one of the things that I've always really liked about Spanner is the fact that it stays in sync, even though things are happening in different data centers. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's a great point. That's one of the special features of Spanner. Spanner, in this particular demo, we have Spanner running on 3 different data centers on 3 different continents all over the world, and yet, due to some magic involving atomic clocks and very precise timekeeping, we can still serialize all those transactions and maintain that consistency.
That's cool. So what is actually happening on the screen here?
So on this screen right here, we are simulating a pretty amazing ticket sales event, where apparently, whatever this ticket sales event is, we are selling 137,000 tickets every minute. And so far, this demo, which I believe we started this morning, has sold 238 million tickets during its run through. You can see that they're distributed across the world, and even despite all that really high throughput, we're still maintaining about a second of latency on those transactions.
That's amazing. Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell us about what's happening here at I/O?
It's a great show, but other than that, I think we found the fun spots.
All right, thanks, Jen.
Yeah, thanks so much, Timothy. See you later.
Okay, see ya. I'll be honest, it's not a party if there's not a photo booth. So I found the photo booth, and the guy who built the photo booth, Alex, was going to tell us all about it.
Hey guys, so this is a talking photo booth. For an operating system, it uses Android Things, and you talk to it using the Google Assistant, and it uploads photos to the cloud using Firebase.
Awesome, so we try it out?
Yeah, let's do this.
Where does it talk out of there? What about the speaker? Okay. Okay, Google, let me talk to the I/O photo booth.
Sure, here's I/O photo booth.
Hi, I'm the I/O photo booth. Okay, taking a picture. 3, 2. Don't look so serious. You're in a talking photo booth. 1. Do you like it?
Yes.
Do you recognize some style for your photo?
Yes.
Just a minute. Downloading styles.
That's 56K, I can tell.
Here you go. I'm uploading your photo now. Can I share this on my Twitter too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Uploading your photo. Printing a link in the photo now. Don't forget to share your photo with hashtag O'17 and have a great time at I/O.
That was awesome.
Thanks. That was a lot of fun.
All right, thanks, Alex. Hey, look at us. All right, so I'm here with Doug from Firebase, and there's a lot going on in the Firebase area, a lot that developers have already been able to play with and know pretty well, but there's also some new stuff, and I've asked Doug to show us some of that new stuff.
Yeah, so announced today, actually yesterday at Keynote, we found out that Firebase now has Firebase Performance Monitoring, which is a set of tools you can use to measure and monitor the performance of your app. So let's take a look at that. All right, so this is the dashboard. What we have here is an overview of the performance of your app. So we have traces by frequency. You can think of a trace like a window of time that's of interest in your app. Also, we can look at the latency of your network connections all over the world. We can also see the success rate of your app over time. So it looks like things are getting a little bit worse for this app as time goes on. So that might be something to pay attention to. Now, if we drill into traces a little bit, we can see that there are a collection of automatic traces, so we capture these for free automatically, and here's some custom traces that have been defined by the app. So you have the flexibility to write code to get some performance, or you can just let it do things automatically. Now if we go to network requests, we can get a breakdown of all the HTTP transactions that are going in here. And you'll notice that there's some wildcards, so we're actually bundling up different kinds of requests that look the same but actually have different parameters. And you can see for this set of APIs, what's the average response time, what's the success rate, and the number of requests that have gone through the system. You can click through to this and see how it's going. So you're probably using a lot of different SDKs. You probably want to know how they perform. You probably want to know how the app is performing from your user's point of view, and this is a great tool to get that done.
Awesome, Doug. That's really cool. And it's really neat to see all the data in this way.
Yep, it's definitely very helpful. It's definitely also very interactive. It's not just a dashboard that you look at, it's a dashboard that you interact with. So
that's actually one of the really cool parts about being at I/O is that if I were just to set this up on my app right away, I might not have all this data right away. But we're showing a demo here where we've collected a bunch of that data so you can see what it's like once you've invested for a while.
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing worse than opening up a dashboard and having nothing staring you in the face, right? It's nice to be able to see what you're getting into before you actually get into it.
Absolutely.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David. I'm a PM here at Google working on app ads. I really love having I/O right here in our backyard. And it's not even just Google's yard, it's actually kind of mine because I've actually lived here in Mountain View for about 16 years. And so when I see those tall white peaks of the Shoreline Amphitheater tent really kind of signals home to me whether I'm at a concert over there, or landing at the San Jose airport and I see it off in the distance, or enjoying a nice bike ride on the great trails that we have right around this amphitheater. And when I see that Shoreline tent, the really iconic tent, especially in the weeks and months that are leading up to I/O, I get really excited about all the product announcements that we're planning to make here. And I also think forward, and probably more importantly, to all the great conversations that we get to have with you, engineers, developers, marketers, product leaders from all around the world. One of the big themes that's really been coming up in the conversations that I've been having is how mobile is changing everything, and particularly mobile apps. I think back to when I first saw that Shoreline Amphitheater 16 years ago when I moved to Mountain View. The phone in my pocket didn't even have a data plan. Or even almost 7 years ago when I joined Google here just down the street, I had just a few apps on my phone, and I was still doing most of my transactions on my laptop, even desktop. I was going to physical locations to do business. And if I think to the last year, or certainly 2 years, everything has completely changed. I can't remember the last time I actually went to my bank or my insurance company, or even an ATM, cashing checks on your phone. If I needed supplies, just a few taps of my finger, and usually within the same day, they show up at my house. You need a ride, a couple taps, and a car shows up to take you to where you need to go. Or, I have young kids, and so their personal favorite is now the ability to, with just a tap or two, have a pizza show up at your door. They love that, much sometimes to my dismay. But it's just so amazingly transformative to see this change that's happening around us. And it's happening so fast, and yet for my young kids' life, it's just all they've known. This is the world they live in, and they've just come to expect this kind of reality. And so it's, I think, easy to take that for granted, even though it's happening so fast. And that's really why I love working on mobile apps, and why I've chose to really focus on mobile apps here at Google. Mobile apps present such an opportunity for you to weave your products into people's daily lives and scale your businesses to millions or even billions. I'll say billions a lot today, of people faster than ever before. We actually announced yesterday, if you think about the scale of this transformation, we announced yesterday that people have downloaded 82 billion apps from the Play Store last year. And the business opportunities are growing. We've also seen that the number of buyers in Google Play has grown by nearly 30% year over year. So the opportunity is just absolutely tremendous. And of course, you all get that. That's why you're here. But since that opportunity is true for everyone, the question really becomes, how do you rise above the noise and get noticed? Building a successful business really takes more than just making an awesome app. That's really increasingly become kind of table stakes. I even know this firsthand. When I started doing mobile development, it was on J2ME feature phones back in the day, and this is before there was app stores. There's no way to do ads to market your apps to anybody. We got like 3,000 users and wasn't able to really go anywhere with the app. And even today, as the opportunities have grown, it's still, the world is littered with so many apps that never really take off because they're not able to find users or make money. And a lot of that is because the competition has gotten so fierce. We've also measured that the number of developers with over 1 million installs a month is grown by 35% year on year. So what this means is there's a lot more competition for people's attention and their dollars. And so you really have to find a way to stand out, and while leaning on technology to deliver more of the results that you care about. This is where Google can really help you. We have over half a dozen properties that each have over 1 billion active users. And so really Google has the power to find your users with both simplicity and scale. So today, Belinda, Rob, and I are going to share strategies and innovations that help you find and keep more of your best app customers. Our presentation will answer these questions like, how do you grow your user base quickly? How do you find more of your best customers? How should you pay for them? And how to make sure that even after the install, you can keep those users coming back over and over to your app and actually really making a profit off your customers. I'll kick things off a little bit by talking about growth, which is such an essential part of building a successful app. You obviously didn't put all that time and money into developing your app just to let it sit on the shelf. So how do you put your apps in the hands of more people quickly? Where and how can you reach them? For more and more of you, the answer is starting with Google. We recently shared that Google has helped developers and marketers just like you drive over 5 billion installs via ads to date for their mobile applications. And our products aim to place your app in the front of the right user at exactly the right time. A great example of how we can do this is with Google Play. So earlier this week, we also announced that Android now reaches 2 billion active users every month, and the Google Play Store is available in 190 countries. Really astounding scale. Obviously, Android users are turning to the Play Store when they want to find a great app or a great game. And in addition to sometimes going in and searching for an application, increasingly users are actually getting into the store, browsing around, and finding app recommendations surface to them and getting their apps as they're browsing in the Play Store. We've obviously noticed this trend, and so to make sure we're helping those users discover your apps while they're browsing, we this week introduced new ad placements on the home and app listing pages in the Google Play Store. These new placements are exclusively available through our universal app campaigns, which I'll talk a bunch more on, and really help you find the users right when they're ready and willing to find your app. And of course, Google Play is just one of the many channels at Google where users are finding apps. They're finding apps when they're watching videos on YouTube, when they're checking emails, maybe when they're checking the news. And this is why we built a product we call Universal App Campaigns, which we affectionately call UAC, to automatically reach the billions of users, whether they're in Google Play, they're on google.com, watching videos in YouTube, checking mail in Gmail, or anywhere in the over 2 million sites and apps in the Google Display Network. UAC really can simplify how you reach your users when they're ready to install the app. For those of you who have tried this prior to UAC, you know that if you're trying to find users on, say, google.com, you have to go in and figure out which keywords are your customers going to search for, what kinds of cost per click should you pay for those keywords. It's a very challenging process. And that's just for google.com. If you want to extend that to, say, YouTube, you have to think about which audiences, which demographics may resonate with your app, and then show them those videos. If you want to run on the display network, you might be thinking about things like what contexts matter for your users, which apps, which sites should I be running on. It's very tedious and complex to do that across the board, and so you're either taking a lot of time or you're missing out on a lot of opportunity. And so we decided with UAC, rather than having to manage all these multiple campaigns and doing all this manual optimization across all the different channels and contexts, UAC will automatically do this for you with a single campaign that does all the heavy lifting. A big theme here at I/O, of course, is AI and machine learning. And there's no exception when it comes to ads. We've really extended this technology and brought it to ads, and that's the heart and soul of UAC that makes us able to, with a single campaign and with very easy settings, actually reach your users across the Google ecosystem. The reason this works is because UAC is able to get smarter with every ad impression and see how your users are interacting with your ads and what's working and what's not. Like as an example, maybe your ad is really resonating on travel videos on YouTube. So of course, then the system will make sure it's showing on more channels like that. Or maybe this new Play ad is really working out for you. We'll skew budget to that. And so it automatically happens using data. It's using all these countless signals in real time to continuously refine your ads and make sure that you're reaching the right users at the right time in the right place. So my favorite examples of what UAC does is like figuring out automatically that users who have phones that have low battery life actually tend to not install that many apps. Certainly not going to install like a really intense game. But they do install utilities, particularly like battery savers. And all the AI and machine learning models just figure this out automatically and make sure that the right users are then getting the right ads. Or learn things like weather apps are not that popular in places where the weather doesn't vary. So, you know, in places like Mountain View, you might not see that many ads for weather apps from UAC, at least not this time of year with this kind of weather. Universal app campaigns are really making it easier for real companies like HBO to really get their shows like Game of Thrones, Veep, or my personal favorite, of course, Silicon Valley, in the hands of their customers using their HBO Now app. Their Vice President of User Acquisition, Diana Pessin here, is showing how she's seen that Universal App Campaigns make it so much easier for her and her team to reach the right customers, cutting the time it took to create these campaigns from upwards of 2 hours down to just 15 minutes. And they're seeing great results at the same time. And obviously she, and I'm sure you, can think of better things to do with the hour and 45 minutes you save, whether it's building the next great feature in your app, or working on your business model, or just taking a bike ride, as I like to do right here around Shoreline. Universal app campaigns are really transforming the way developers and marketers are growing their apps. So with UAC, you can put Google's machine learning to work for you and deliver more trusted and valuable results for your business. But it doesn't just stop with the install. It's all about getting engaged users, driving value. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Belinda here to talk about how Google is helping you do that, driving engagement and value while making really profitable growth decisions. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. Thanks so much, David. Hi, everyone. I'm Belinda, and I'm a PM here working on Universal App Campaigns and app ads. And while I haven't been in Mountain View as long as David has, I certainly have been working on app ads for quite a while. And I remember even just a couple years ago when we started this, most of you guys were asking me questions like, hey, how do I get my app installed, right? How do I get my app on the homepage of users? How do I become #1 in the top charts? As David shared, finding new users is a critical part of growing a successful app. But growing that user base and getting the top charts, they're great, but it isn't the same thing as building a profitable business. I was doing office hours earlier today, and a bunch of you guys have been coming over, right? And again, the questions have changed so much over the years, and now the question is, well, how do I continue to grow my business, right? And what we've been talking about, right, with a lot of you, and feel free to come over later too, is that you need more engaged customers to help you monetize. And you need to be smart about how you acquire these users and how much you pay for them. So I'm going to share a little bit more today about how Google is helping you achieve both of these goals, and by using the knowledge you already have about the great engaged users you've already built up, and how we can continue to find more of your best customers. So, like we've been talking about, you want users not just to install the app, but to take additional steps to engage with the app that you and your team have worked so hard to build. You have so many cool features in your app, right? Don't let it just sit on the phone. You want people to take actions like booking a room so they have a great weekend getaway, or to slay a dragon and beat the next level in the really cool game that you built out, or even just placing a really great order for food right after this talk is over because, well, we happen to be right before lunch. So that's why last year we introduced a new bidding option for Universal App Campaigns to help you move beyond the install and really focus and optimize for those in-app conversions, whatever that means for you and your business. And the goal is really still the same, right? We're still trying to find you users. We're trying to find you new users, but rather than focus on things like, you know, what kinds of users might eventually end up in your app and do the right things, we want you to just focus on the actual events that the users are actually doing in your app, engaging with the features you built out. So the key thing for you to do then is to fill in this blank here. What actions do you want users to take after they install your app? Once you do that, right, once you decide that you want them to slay some dragons or that you want them to place a food order delivery, you can then define those actions as conversions in AdWords. And Google actually evaluates all the unique signals that we have in real time, combined with your information, continuously refining your ads so that we show them and promote your app in the right place, at the right price, across all of Google's properties. And this has been working for app developers. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Pixonic, but they have this really cool game called War Robots. And it's a neat multiplayer robot game. And you really can't go wrong with robots, right? So by running UAC, they ran a number of campaigns optimizing for both new installs and in-app users. With this strategy, they were able to scale across 20 countries globally and do so with a 63% higher ROI. That is a lot of fighting robots. UAC is really transforming the way that developers, such as Pixonic, and marketers are acquiring the right users. And it's also changing how they work with Google to promote their app. In fact, 1 in 4 app advertising dollars today are already being spent promoting in-app conversions since we launched this new bidding strategy in September. And I'm really happy to say that Google is helping developers such as yourselves drive over 3 billion events per quarter. 3 billion. That is more purchases made, more levels beat, more subscriptions, more people taking more actions, engaging with your app, and really growing to love the features that you have worked so hard to build. All those blood, sweat, and tears, all those late nights in the office are worth it. And we're hoping to accelerate the delivery of this to the developer community, such as yourselves, with even more enhanced bidding strategies in UAC that I'm going to go ahead and talk about and dive a little deeper into. So, in order to make sure that you're being smart with your acquisition dollars, we're introducing 2 new bidding strategies in Universal App Campaigns: Target CPA, cost per acquisition, and Target ROAS, return on ad spend. Simply put, these strategies let you pay more for users who are likely to spend more and pay less for users who are likely to spend less. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about them. So we'll start with Target CPA, or Target Cost Per Acquisition. TCPA allows advertisers to define the amount that you want to pay for a user who is likely to install and perform a specific event. So for a game like Panda Pop here, there's a number of events that they care about, right? They care about people beating certain levels, completing a tutorial. They want to make sure that people are saving baby pandas. And they also maybe want to promote some of the rainbow bubbles that they offer and get more people to buy those. So for Panda Pop, they could bid, for example, $10 for an in-app purchase, right, for people to buy more rainbow bubbles. Or maybe they'll bid $5 for a user who beats level 1. Then Universal App Campaigns will take that information, bid automatically across all of the channels to acquire users who are likely to complete that certain action, whether it's beating level 1 or buying more rainbow bubbles. So for many of you, though, events and conversions don't tell the full story, right? It's great that someone buys some rainbow bubbles, but some users buy a lot of rainbow bubbles, and some buy a lot less. So it's ultimately about the revenue, right, that's generated from these users with your app. And that's why, in addition to just setting a target CPA, UAC advertisers will now be able to bid on target ROAS for each new app user acquired. Target ROAS bidding allows you to bid more for users who are even more valuable to you, to distinguish between users who only buy once and users who buy multiple times, between users who buy smaller purchases and between users who buy larger purchases. So I'll just give an example here. My brother and I, we really like playing Trivia Crack together. He lives over in DC, and I'm here in California, so it's a great way for us to sort of keep our sibling rivalry going. We're really competitive, and I'm the older sister, so I really want to make sure that I'm beating my brother. I can't let him win, right? So I definitely buy a few power-ups in Trivia Crack. My brother, however, is really busy, and he doesn't really want to deal with seeing ads too much, and so he has actually bought the ad-free version of Trivia Crack so that he can keep playing all the time. While we both made purchases within Trivia Crack, we have made different levels of purchases. And so we are actually valuable in different ways. And so Trivia Crack should pay perhaps a little bit more to acquire me, since I will keep buying more power-ups, while my brother is pretty much done. He's just not going to win anymore against me. So Google is built to understand how valuable these users are based on how they engage, how they convert, and how they spend time within your app. And Google has a breadth of channels to find more users that you want to engage with your app at scale. So these options, Target CPA and Target ROAS, will be available later this year for both iOS and Android within UAC. And we're excited to see how you use them and how you get more users to engage with your app. But the shift to engagement and value makes real-time data and insights even more important than ever. Your first-party data is informing the decisions that you're making to grow your business, to decide which new feature to build out, which features to invest in more, where are people really growing to love your app. And this becomes even more difficult, though, as you have more touch points to think about and more customers to keep track of. And so Google has been helping with Google Analytics for Firebase, which is a free tool that allows you to track your users real time and what they're doing within your app. We also realize, though, that many of you have other measurement partners that you're using. And so we want to make sure that you have, and we're committed to support an open ecosystem of partners that work well with our media. So we're really happy to say that we have been working with 7 app attribution partners to make measurement more consistent and reliable for our app advertisers, such as yourselves. Additionally, we also wanted to make sure that we streamlined the process and the setup flow for getting your data from these app attribution partners into AdWords. So right now, if you want to get your data integrated, it's really easy to do, and you'll be able to do that more quickly and smoothly than ever before. With easier access to this data, you can now make quicker and smarter growth decisions and really focus on your app and improving it and growing even more. And by combining this data with universal app campaigns, you now have a trusted way to combine the insights that you know and all the work that you've done to the power of Google's machine learning. And this has been making a huge difference in our customers' bottom lines. Stash Invest is a leading investment app, and they were an early beta tester of the App Attribution Partners API. They use the newly available granular data with their ad campaigns and Google's machine learning to find more users who are likely to register and install and open an account. And this led to an 18% increase in post-install conversion rates. So now we've covered how to grow your app, how to find more valuable users, how to get more people to engage with all the features that you've built out. But even if you get the right users to install that app, take that action, you want to make sure you have a strategy for continually driving re-engagement in your app over time. It's not just that first purchase, but all the other subsequent purchases. So I'm going to go ahead and hand the baton over to Rob to tell you more about how you can build a successful app business by keeping users coming back time and time again. Thanks.
Thanks, Melinda. Hi, everyone. I'm Rob, and I'm a product manager here at Google working on our app engagement products. As Melinda mentioned, I'm going to share how Google is innovating in many ways to keep users engaged in your app. Naturally, we spend a lot of time working on the experience in our app. We want to make sure our apps are the best. This is somewhat obvious. The question is, how do we delight users when they are outside of our app? I think this is best illustrated with an example. Imagine you have the same business you have now, or the same app. But imagine you also have a brick-and-mortar store with a big window. Now ask yourself, what should you showcase in that window so that when someone is walking by, they stop and take a look? What would you show to make them not only take a look, but come in and make a purchase? How would that change for every single user? This is a simplified example, but the general philosophy can make a big difference in how you re-engage your users. Getting users to come back to your app is all about connecting those users with the products that you provide that they care about and love. Whether it's power-ups in a game, deals on a hotel, or the latest line of sneakers. And doing this well requires a customized message and a personalized touch. You need to understand how users interact with your business and what items in your catalog they prefer, as well as what actions they take in order to make a purchase. Take e-commerce platform Jet, for example. The Jet mobile app gives users an easy way to browse products, view prices, and purchase items with a tap of a finger. Let's look at the way Lauren Picasso, Director of Marketing at Jet, thinks about re-engaging users. She says, "We're always looking for delightful and relevant ways to reach our customers and bring them back to engage in our app." The marketing implications of all of this is you want to have insights about your customers, and you want to be able to reach them in a timely manner with personalized messages that compel them to act. And you want to do this for all of your great products and services that your users care about at scale. Google is helping you get more users back into your apps with innovations in our re-engagement solutions. I'm happy to announce that AdWords advertisers can soon extend their dynamic remarketing campaigns to re-engage their app users with relevant ads as they browse over 2 million websites and apps on our Google Display Network. Let's imagine a hypothetical example with Sam. Sam wants to go to New York for the weekend. She's looking at flights while in line at a coffee shop. She doesn't finish the purchase because her latte gets ready. But with app dynamic remarketing, you can reach Sam with a relevant and timely message to remind her to book the trip. This is a great experience for Sam, and this is great for your business because now she's booking that flight inside of your app. The feed-based nature of these ads mean that they're perfect for businesses that have a large catalog of products, whether that's running shoes, hotel deals, or flight deals. Wish is a retail app that makes shopping fun. Wish is part of our app dynamic remarketing beta, and they were impressed with the high engagement and relevance of the ads that were offered. According to Peter, who's the co-founder and CEO of Wish, these ads helped stretch his team's budget further. He says, "Being able to show customized ads to our users based on past interests helps us make the most of every cent we invest." But it's not just relevance of ads that we're going for and ad engagement. It's really about business impact. Make My Trip is a popular flight booking service based in India. People come to their site and their app to access great travel deals. Make My Trip also took part in our beta, and our results suggest that dynamic remarketing ads really worked well for their app. Google's app dynamic remarketing ads saw 5 times higher conversions. These are the actions that drive Make My Trip's business, especially in a mobile-first market like India. We are encouraged with the results of our beta, and over the coming months, we will be rolling out these innovations to AdWords advertisers globally. But driving engagement you want from your apps goes beyond just reaching the right users with the right message. It requires delivering a frictionless user experience, no matter where the user is accessing your app. As part of our appification of our ads, we will soon be making it easier for people to take actions in your app from Google mobile search ads. We will be providing new innovations for companies that use app links in their Android ads to deep link users to relevant content. And for ads, we'll make this work for all versions of Android, not just Marshmallow and Forward. In another hypothetical example, a Wish user, Tom, would be able to click on a search ad on Google.com and go back to the page in the Wish app that they were looking at buying something. And because their information is already there, all of their preferences are there, he has a very easy time to make that conversion and drive additional value for your business. With re-engagement ads, we'll be able to find users and bring them back to your app. We'll be able to drive additional value beyond just the install and make sure that you get the most out of the users that have your app. In closing, we've come a long ways from the days of interacting with brands solely in real-world environments. Today, we have the opportunity to engage with our users across the world just from the palm of their hands, and we have relationships that span years instead of days or months. You have a massive opportunity to reach more customers and drive more revenue and value through your mobile app. And building successful apps that support your business doesn't have to be hard work anymore. We want to make it easier for you to bring your unique app data and our intent signals and context knowledge in a way that lets you delight your customers and find them at the right time. The good news is not only do we have access to more customer signals and data than ever, we have the most critical piece, and that is the ability to use all of this data. Machine learning and Google's innovative products like Universal App Campaigns and our re-engagement solutions allow us to bring the right message to the right user at the right time. And this makes it easy to get them to where they want to go, and that's into your apps to make purchases. So app technology is really becoming the enabler that it was promised to be, and not just another channel that you have to figure out. We look forward to seeing how you can take advantage of all of our recent innovations to connect to more of your users and drive more value from your mobile apps. On behalf of Belinda and David and myself, I'd like to thank you for your time, and we'll now open it up to questions.
welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market, however, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users. You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career, but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers. Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, 3 things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user's session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them. Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and now on tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google Search, and allowing you to re-engage your users.
So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are gonna love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting.
Android Instant Apps make it possible for users to access your app without having to install it first. Imagine users opening your app just by clicking on a link in an email or a text message. We've recently made Android Instant Apps available to all Android developers. To take full advantage of this, we have some best practices to help you make your Instant Apps user experience as great as that in your installed app, or maybe even better. You can find all this and more at the URL in the description below. It's important to keep in mind that by enabling your app to run instantly without installation, you're not creating another additional app. We're thinking of Instant Apps as another way to use the app your users already know and love. It's the same app, just without installation. By adding the ability to access your app directly from a link, a search result, or another app, it's much easier for users to engage with your app and get excited about it. If they decide to keep your app on their device permanently, they can then install it right from within the Instant App. The ability to launch an app without having to install it provides an enormous opportunity. For a long time, app developers have focused on the number of app installations as a proxy for the metrics their business really cares about. Without installation, users simply weren't able to engage with the developer's offerings at all. Removing this barrier to entry enables you to think about the metrics your business really cares about. Your audience is now just one tap away from engaging with your service. Your Instant App is just another mode your app can run in. So don't branch your UI and make any unnecessary changes regarding the layout, interface, design, or experience of your Instant App. The transition from instant to installed mode after installation should be as smooth and seamless as possible. Your users should have a rich and full app experience, even if they haven't installed your app. Rather than thinking of Instant Apps as a limiting factor to what your audience can do, think of it as an opportunity to get them to your functionality quicker and a way to foster your relationship with them. Avoid prompting your users to install the app when they're in the middle of a task. They'll be much more inclined to place your app onto their device permanently after it has had the opportunity to prove its usefulness. Refrain from bouncing them back and forth between your Instant App and your mobile web offerings. You can probably tell by now, Instant Apps are all about removing friction for your users and getting them closer to your functionality. Think about ways you can remove further barriers for your users. For example, wait until users can see the benefit of making an account and signing in until the value of doing so becomes apparent. Asking users to create an account after installation seems like a small additional ask when they've already gone through the app installation flow and are only just getting started. However, when they're coming from a link looking for specific content or functionality, being asked to register can feel very disruptive. Additionally, make sure to use available APIs to make your and your users' life easier. Using Google Smart Lock, for example, makes signing up and signing in a much simpler and straightforward experience. In summary, we really think that instant apps will unlock a lot of opportunity to engage your audience more directly. Users will be able to focus on what it is they want to accomplish rather than having to spend time maintaining and updating apps on their phone. We're super excited to see what you come up with. Everything I talked about here and much more you can find on g.co/instantapps. Thanks for watching.
Firebase makes sending messages to your users easy with Firebase Cloud Messaging. It's a free service that allows you to send messages to your users' apps across a variety of platforms. Messages can be addressed to single devices, groups of devices, or even topics. Building a notifications or messaging system with Firebase Cloud Messaging is easy. First, you register your user's app instance with the Firebase Cloud Messaging servers. Then, on your server, you write code that allows you to address these devices by ID, group, or topic, and which tells the Firebase Cloud Messaging server to send the messages for you. It's powerful, it's scalable, delivering hundreds of billions of messages per day, with 95% of messages being delivered within 250 milliseconds to connected devices across many different platforms. It's that easy, it's that powerful. Firebase Cloud Messaging.
People love to use different mobile devices in different ways that suit their situation and lifestyle. Michael uses a phone to play games on the go, while Tony enjoys using a large tablet as he relaxes on the sofa. And Jen carries a small tablet in her purse for reading on the bus. But they all want to use your app on the devices they prefer, so you'll want to make sure they each have a great experience regardless of screen size, OS version, and the features of the app they use the most. It can be taxing to test each one of these situations so that all your users can be happy. We know you'd rather not have to buy and store stacks of devices and test your app in all these circumstances. That's why we built Firebase Test Lab for Android to make it easy and affordable for you to test your app with a variety of devices and be sure it works great for all your users. Our device lab, hosted in the cloud, offers a variety of physical devices ready to test your app. The selection of devices is always growing, so your tests will stay current with the latest hardware and operating systems. The easiest way to use Firebase Test Lab is to run a robo-test. This is an intelligent, automated test that crawls your app to discover and exercise its features. You won't need to write any additional code to make use of a robo-test. For more advanced testing, you can also script the interactions with your app to simulate specific use cases and verify that everything works as expected. Test results include a detailed report for each device used, including screenshots, device logs, and any crashes that may have occurred during the test. This allows you to verify that your app is working correctly on the variety of devices and configurations you selected. It's easy to make Firebase Test Lab a part of your daily development routine, and we have multiple ways to help you test regularly and spot errors early. First, you can use the Firebase console to upload and test your app. There is also a command line interface for testing with continuous integration servers, so you can automatically test every build. During Android development, you can deploy your app directly to Firebase Test Lab using Android Studio 2.0. And finally, in the Play Store Developer Console, there is a special automated launch test that will run for Android apps published to an alpha or beta channel. To get started using Firebase Test Lab and learn how to regularly test your app on different devices and configurations, you can start with the documentation available right here. Happy testing!
When I was 10 years old, my dad got me a book on Pascal. And just a few chapters in, I immediately realized I can create some amazing things all by myself. My name is Shruti Saraf, and I'm a founder and game developer at Blacklight. I always remember my mom playing solitaire on a computer, but when moving to mobile, she struggled to find a good solitaire for her phone. So she insisted that being a game developer, plus her daughter, I should develop solitaire for her. So I took the idea to Sumit.
I'm Sumit Soni and I'm co-founder at Blacklight. I'm 32 years old and I have 25 years of game experience, playing them and now designing them.
We played solitaire for hours. We even bought a deck of cards, real cards, to understand the game better.
60% of our users are mommies and grannies, so we designed solitaire keeping them in mind. Big bold cards, soothing colors, and minimal design, taking a lot of cues from Google Material Design Guidelines.
It took us 6 months of research and design to make solitaire look great and be really fun to play. And then we noticed a lot of visitors are visiting our page, but very few of them downloaded the game.
So we thought maybe the logo is the problem. We experimented on Google Play with a modern design and a very old-fashioned one. And wow, the old-fashioned logo had 54% more downloads, and after we adopted it, our total downloads went up by 90%.
Plus, we moved to Android Studio, which allowed us to integrate Google Play game services, and emulators helped us design user interface for different screen sizes and varied pixel density. The feeling that something you have created is adding fun and value to so many people around the world, most of them from places I've never been to, can be quite profound.
Shruti's love for coding and her mom's love for solitaire led to this. Today, we have 5 more games in the pipeline, and we hired 5 more Android developers to work on them.
It definitely wasn't a smooth journey, but through hard work and great user feedback, we are where we are today, and we can't wait to see what we do next.
Android Wear 2.0 is the most significant update to Android Wear since its launch in 2014. I'm Hoi Lam, and I'm here to take you through 3 highlights of Android Wear 2.0. First, material design has arrived on Android Wear. The new Android Wear interface uses a darker color palette, which makes the watch blend in more in social environments. It also helps save battery by OLED displays. We also suggest that developer adopts vertical layouts and reserve horizontal swipe for activity dismissal. In our research, this makes user interface easier to understand. To help developer implement these new design patterns, we have introduced new user interface components such as the wearable drawer layout and wearable recycler view. Check out the material design for Android Wear site for more details. The second highlight for Android Wear 2.0 is watch face complications. Before Android Wear 2.0, if a watch face wanted to display data from another app, they need a one-to-one agreement in both business and technical terms. To alleviate this complexity, with Android Wear 2.0, we have introduced the Complications API. Complications are a traditional watchmaking term for areas of the watch face that displays information other than the time, such as the date or phases of the moon. We have extended this concept to smartwatches, so any app can publish data for watch faces to consume. And watch faces can display these data in a style that fits into their unique designs. For app developers, this helps increase user engagement and mindshare. For watch face makers, this adds utility to the watch face. Users can now choose whichever watch face they want, as well as getting the data that they need. Check out the watch face and complications sections of the developer documentation for more details. Last but not least, standalone functionality. Previously, Android Wear 1.0 apps require a phone app to communicate with the cloud. With Android Wear 2.0, Wear apps can access the internet directly without the need for a corresponding Android phone app installed. This means the Android Wear app can access the internet even if the user has an iPhone. To help with app distribution, we have also put the Google Play Store on the watch. Users can now download apps directly on their wrist. Apart from these 3 areas of improvement, material design, complications, and standalone apps, there are numerous other enhancements with Android Wear 2.0. Check out the Android Wear developer site for more details. I'm Hoi Lam. Happy coding!
Have you played AppShip 3000?
know, but I'm ready to. And I'm standing here with Abe, who helped build this fantastic experience. Abe, tell me all about it.
Yes, this is AppShip 3000. This is a collaborative Firebase trivia game where 3 people work together to launch their AppShip and hit their moonshot. It's pretty crazy, played with arcade controllers out here in this very loud situation where it makes you yell to each other and get all hyped up, and it's a lot of fun.
Awesome. So we're going to play it, and maybe I'll give you the microphone and you can sort of narrate what's happening and maybe talk a little bit about the tech.
Absolutely.
Great. So for my fellow team players, we've got Doug over here. Doug, take a bow. And Todd over here, who you may know from such things as Everything Todd Does. All right, Abe, I'm going to give you the mic.
Yep, everyone's already logged in and they're sitting with their rocket primed for ignition. In order to take off, everyone has a specific color they need to hit. So let's give it a countdown. In 3, 2, 1, take off. There we go, there we go. Now in the game of AppShip 3000, the very first thing that happens is you will get prompted to ask, have you played before? Everyone here has, which is good. And we'll dive right into the game. The very first question, who has it? There you go, there you go. Those blinking things up at the top are asteroids, which will absolutely destroy you. Good, good. Good, good. I'm amazed you knew that. Good job. How many Google engineers does it take? Lovely. Good call, good call. Yeah, you cannot be a true Firebaser if you think pineapples are ugly. All right, while this game's running, I'll talk a little bit about what's happening. But it's a little hard since they're all shouting all the time. Somebody pick something, you're running out of time. Oh. All right, all right. So while they're playing this game, every movement they make is being thrown off into the Firebase real-time database. And the real-time database is taking that, doing some analysis, updating high scores and things like that. So absolutely every move they make is getting thrown off into Google Cloud and Firebase for analysis. All right, all right. Oh, you got to watch out for those asteroids, guys. No, it is not 8. It's definitely not 8. Oh, we're low on fuel, low on fuel. If you miss this next question, you are done. Oh, you're so close. Oh! Oh, there you go. That is the end of it, coming at 1,154 feet. That is an okay score. That is supremely okay. Good job, everyone. Thanks for playing.
All right, Abe, thanks so much for that.
Absolutely, anytime.
So we're actually going to play another round, so bye.
Good morning, welcome. Hi, I'm Chris McKenzie. I'm a UX designer on Daydream, Google's virtual reality platform. In the lead up to releasing Daydream last year, our team faced many challenges, and one of those challenges that was particularly tricky was designing for screens in VR. making sure that text was easily readable, that buttons were easily clickable, and lists were easily scrollable. And another challenge was that this is virtual reality, and when you hear those words, your mind tends to go straight to the third dimension. You're thinking of 3D tools, fantastic environments, surreal use cases like, I want to build a castle on Mars. So these are really juicy, challenging design problems to go after. But what we found was, if we ever had to have the user bring up a menu of options, or read through a dense amount of content, or pretty much read anything, we found ourselves designing what was essentially screens in VR. And this isn't too surprising. We're surrounded by screens in real life all the time. We're all looking at 2 large screens on stage right now. Some of you are looking at screens in the palm of your hand. A considerable amount of the content that we consume is packaged in a 2D form. And some basic physiology behind this is that while we exist in a 3D world, we see that world as a projection of light hitting the back of our eyes. And our brain does a good job of kind of fusing that together and figuring out some sense of depth. But we really only see what is line of sight. I can't look around an opaque object like this podium without physically moving around it. And I have to read text spread out on 2D planes. I can't read it as a stack of letters going off into the distance. I can't look around them. So this makes projected 2D content a really efficient form of consuming information. And this is no different in VR as it is in real life. The challenge in VR is that all of the existing techniques and tools that we've used to design for screens, for real-life screens, didn't necessarily apply, or they weren't as transferable into virtual reality. What I'm going to go over today is some concepts, some ideas that our team has developed over time to try and simplify this problem. And then my colleague, Adam Glazier, is going to go over how we apply those concepts in practice. So I'm going to start with talking about a concept called virtual screens. So what if we could take the basic concepts of the basic properties of screens in real life, boil that down to its essence, and then use that as a tool to design for screens in VR. This is the basic idea behind virtual screens. So what is it that all of these screens have in common? To start, they all have an intended viewing distance. How far away we've designed these screens to be viewed. This can obviously be arranged. For the screens on stage here, these were meant to be seen by the first row, hopefully all the way back into the back row. It's just easiest to think of this as, what is the optimal distance that these screens were intended to be viewed from? And that intended viewing distance will inform the size of the screen, in addition to the size and density of the content therein. So this is a really important concept to get across if I want to design for many screens across many different distances. And as content creators, it's easy to take for granted all of the thought and design that goes into any particular screen that we're creating content for. Now in VR, we have to do all of that legwork and then create the content that goes on the screen. And we have to do it for every type of screen. We're not just mobile UI designers or laptop UI designers. We're billboard designers. We're stop sign designers. We're exit signs across the room designers. We have to cover all of these cases. And one way to do that, to create content that's consistent across all of these different types of screens, is to use angular units to make sure everything has the same angular size. And what I mean by that is that even though the A on the billboard in the back is much larger than the A on the smartphone in the front, from the user's point of view, they're going to appear to look pretty much the same. This is because they have the same angular size. This is a really powerful concept. If we can design all of our layouts in any sort of angular unit, that means that we don't have to care about how far away this screen will be placed later on. It will be just as readable, whether it's right up next to the user's face or or 20 meters away. Now, finding this unit was a little tricky, and so the team went on a little bit of a journey to figure out what we should use. We started with degrees. It's a very common angular unit. The problem with degrees was you only have 360 of them for a full rotation. So it's not a lot of granularity there. UIs tend to have more. So if you have a UI that's 60 degrees across, which is a very large UI, you only have 60 units to work with. You're going to have to deal with decimals, and decimals are kind of messy and hard to remember. In this particular example, we have an example of it's comfortably readable body text. And that happens to be 1.375 degrees from what we found with today's current headsets. Now, that's just a really hard number to remember. So we could step it up and we could go to minutes of arc. These are nice. You get 60 minutes of arc per degree. And you get to use this fun little tick mark at the end, which gives you the fidelity. I mean, it definitely 82, I don't have to deal with decimals anymore. I have a whole number to work with, and that's great. Although 82 is a very large number for readable body text. It's more of a nitpick. The problem with degrees, minutes of arc, or degrees, or arc minutes, or arc seconds, is that all of these angular units are hard to translate to an actual size at a given distance. So in this case, we have an A with an angular size of 82 arc minutes. And if I were to say that A is a meter away, how tall is it? We wouldn't be able to calculate that very easily without pulling out a calculator. So what our team wanted to do was basically have its cake and eat it too. We wanted an angular unit that would not change with distance, but then could be easily transferred to a metric size, an actual world space size at a given distance. Radians do straddle this line to some extent. We explored that to a certain degree, pun intended, as well. But we decided that radians are bound to the arc of a circle, and that's just a constraint that we wouldn't need to be limited by for our UIs. So internally, we started using this unit we call a DIM, and that stands for Distance Independent Millimeter. It's kind of a play off of the density independent pixel from Android that we use to design UI layouts in. So what is a DIM? A DIM can be described as 1 millimeter at a meter away. But it can also be described as 2 millimeters at 2 meters away, and a half a millimeter at a half meter away. All of these were 1 DIM. So it's an angular unit that just kind of follows a millimeter as it scales off into the distance. How do we use these? Let's look at a more concrete example. In the upper left-hand corner of this diagram, I have a screen space layout that I have measured in DIMs. All of my UI elements are measured in DIMs. It's 400 DIMs by 480 DIMs tall. And then down below, I've applied that layout in world space to 3 separate virtual screens. All of these virtual screens have a different intended viewing distance. The first screen, the smallest one on the left, was intended to be viewed from 1 meter away. I call this the identity position of a virtual screen. Nothing really changes too much here between our screen space coordinates and our world space coordinates. 480 DIMs tall is 480 millimeters tall. Easy enough. Then let's move on to the second screen. That was intended to be viewed 2 meters away. So in this case, all we did was scale that screen up by 2. And now, even though this screen is twice as big as the other screen that was intended to be viewed 1 meter away, from the vantage point that both of these screens are intended to be viewed from, they will look the same to the user. They will have the same angular size. Text will be just as readable, buttons will be just as clickable, and motion will appear to move the same as well. So this is really nice because I wouldn't want the large screen in the background to be animating slower than the screens in the foreground just because the content in it has to move a further distance. It would feel too sluggish or lumbering. And this is something that happens in real life with phones and TVs, the way the angular movement, the angular motion, I should say, of the content on those screens is pretty much the same, because otherwise you would think it's too slow or too fast. Now, if you did walk up to that screen in the back that was intended to be viewed 3 meters away, if you walked all the way up to it, it would appear to be too fast. It would also appear to have much too large text, and the textures in it would probably be too blurry. That wouldn't be the greatest vantage point to view that screen. This is OK, because you're going to get the same thing if you walked right up to your own television. Neither of these screens were intended to be viewed from that particular distance. So now we have a consistent screen space layout system that we can apply to any screen at any distance. And we can come up with guidelines and components that are sized once and scaled later. This is going to save us a ton of time. And it's important to note that we are not bound by width and height. Your screen space, everything you're measuring in DIMS can also have Z, because this is virtual reality. We have some superpowers here that go beyond what screens in real life are bound to. In this particular case, we have our UI elements have some thickness, and we're also using depth to indicate hover. And this can be used to great effect. It can also be used to detrimental effect. With great power comes great responsibility. The rule of thumb that I like to use is the further away you get from a purely two-dimensional representation of content, the less efficient it will become at conveying the idea you're trying to get across. So in this case, this comes in the form of we have thickness to our elements, so now users have to see this extra edge on the lip of these cards. There's parallax of foreground content moving against the background. There's extra shadows. Also in VR, my eyes are converging at different depth points on this UI. So my eyes are like ever so slightly converging to hit the labels versus the backgrounds. This is extra visual information that the user's going to have to process before they even get to what your UI is all about. So again, depth can be used to great effect, just within moderation. Another superpower that virtual screens have is the ability to distort or shape your UI to any contour. And this is really great. Like, we can't do this as much in real life. But in VR, now we can have flat screens, curved screens, folded screens, detached screens. They can all be floating around the user. And whatever you do to that contour is making a statement about how that screen should be used or how the content therein should be displayed. So we can put all these things together, and then when we put all these things together, we need to make sure that our ergonomic constraints still fit to the users that we're actually making this content for, and in the use cases that they're using it for. And luckily, we can use DIMS to lay out guidelines for areas that are in view or just out of view if the user turns their head. Adam's going to get more into detail about this later when he shows off some of our guidelines. And one other thing I've just really touched upon, and that's because it could really have its own talk, is input. This model works really well for input, and particularly ray-based input, because rays are fairly predictable things. They get more and more frenetic as you get away from the origin. And because we're scaling our UIs with distance, that means that all of our hit areas are also scaling to catch that ever-growing margin of error. So we can measure all of our button hit areas in DIMS as well. So I just talked about a lot of different properties of what makes a virtual screen. But if you only remembered 2 of those today, it's that every virtual screen has an intended viewing distance, how far away we have designed this screen to be viewed by a user. And because we've come up with that rule, it means that now we can design our screen UI elements in a normalized screen space, measured in DIMS, that won't change based on the distance that the screen is actually going to be viewed from. Now, how do we use this in practice? For that, I'm going to hand things over to Adam so we can talk about how we're applying these concepts in our process. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Chris. So over the past year, we've been using this system of DIMMs and the intended viewing distance to design our apps for the Daydream platform, as well as Earth VR, which is on Oculus and Vive. So I'm going to walk you through how we've done that. So just to back up a second, it's really efficient when designing for a mobile screen to use a laptop, right? You can work really fast, you can design fast. The screen density is different, but you get used to that. You check your design on your phone once or twice a day. You start to build an understanding of, on my laptop, text sizes, button sizes look larger, but you adapt. So we can do the same thing for VR. We can design on the laptop. We can start to build a mental model of the size and shape of things using DIMMs, and then check them every once in a while on Daydream. And this is important because, for those of you who have worked with 2D designers or are 2D designers, you understand how much consideration goes into creating a 2D interface. And the tools are optimized for that. And for 3D, the inverse is true. If you're used to building 3D things, these are extraordinarily complex tools, and they are a completely different way of thinking. So it's actually beneficial to be able to work in these two domains and have them cross. So today I'm going to show you how we've done this workflow using Sketch and Unity, but you could use any 2D app like Illustrator, Photoshop, or any 3D app like Unreal or Maya or Cinema 4D. So the way I like to start is take a screenshot of the environment that my UI is going to be in, exactly where it's going to be when the user first gets in. And if we zoom in to Sketch, you'll see that every pixel equals a dim. So this makes it super easy to do red lines for developers. So when a font size is 24 pixels high, I know that it's going to be 24 dims, and then that'll be readable. So before we get designing, we need to understand something about ergonomics. There's not just the ergonomics of your neck, but there's the ergonomics of your eye. The human eye can look positive or minus horizontally and up and down about 30 to 35 degrees comfortably. So no matter how wide the field of view is in your headset, just imagine a user sitting on a couch comfortably. They're not going to want to move their head around too much. And their eyes aren't going to want to move more than about 30, 35 degrees. So you want to keep your primary UI elements within this area. Then the next ergonomic factor is the neck. So this is this outer region. It spans about 120 degrees. And that takes into account the amount that the person's eyes can move plus their neck. Like I said, sitting on a couch. This is the dominant posture for VR. Even though we all say swivel chairs are the best, most people doing VR day over day end up on the couch or in bed. Finally, there's the horizon line. Ergonomically, people's heads look down or face down about -10 or +10 to +15 degrees. And then our eyes tend to look up. So your visual center ends up being comfortably around +6 degrees below the horizon line. What this means is you don't want to have your UIs dead center in the horizon line because users will end up feeling like they have to look up to see your UI. So once we understand those ergonomics, now we need to understand readability. And based on the screen density today of, for instance, the smaller Pixel phone, we came up with these recommended text sizes that are readable for people with various eyesight qualities. And so these text sizes will go down over time as pixel density increases. But right now, this is a safe set of text sizes to use. And in terms of the target size, like if you're using array-based input, like the Daydream controller to point and click on things, the minimum hit target size we found that's comfortable is about 64 dims with 16 dims of padding. So this won't go down over time. The Daydream controller is within an imperceptible limit of human muscles. So while the text sizes go down, these hit sizes will stay the same. And these will be the same on the Vive or any other platform that has good quality tracking. So here's an example of all those things I just discussed in a sketch template to spec. So everything's specified in dims, all the text sizes are within the readable limit, and all the UI is within the primary zone that we know is comfortable for users. So that's good. We designed the front of our UI. Now we need to tell the developer, how this lives in 3D space. So here's an example of what we did in Street View. We put the UI at 2.5 meters. The UI is sitting about 6 degrees below the horizon line. Or you could measure that in millimeters, which is about 260. And then as you can see, the navigation elements are actually closer to the user and pointed towards the user's head. And then from the top view, we started with a flat projection. But we found this to be unfair to the content on the sides because the content starts to skew. It just feels a little odd, like the outer cards didn't feel as important. So we tried angling the UI. This works well for certain things, but because of our scrolling mechanism, it made it more complicated for the developers to build scrolling and this folding effect. So then we moved to a cylindrical contour, where all the UI is being bent on a cylinder. And as you can see, the navigation element in the front is also bent. This felt really odd to bend small elements. I don't know if it's just being in in this world long enough, but it just didn't feel right. So we found that doing two things. One, relaxing the center point of that cylinder. So if I go back, you can see the center point we started, so that it's basically a cylinder around the user. And we moved it so that the center point is behind the user. So what that does is it relaxes that contour of the UI. It feels a little less claustrophobic and a little more natural. And also when you have 6DoF tracking, you get a nicer parallax effect. And the UI looks better from multiple angles versus when the cylinder is centered in your head, it really only looks good from one angle. And you'll see that the smaller nav element is using just a flat projection here. So when it gets time to export your assets, we recommend exporting at 1x right now. But this is going to vary a lot as screen density goes up. But for the next 1 or 2 years, 1x will probably be fine. We found that in some rare cases, an engineer might implement an asset in a particular way where exporting at a higher resolution works better. But we recommend starting at 1x. And so what that means is 1 pixel, you export a 240 by 480 asset, and it's 240 by 480. So when we bring this into Unity, you can see here that we have an empty object called the parent UI. And the scale is set to 1. The position is set to 1 meter away. And inside that, we have a canvas. And because canvas units in Unity are set in meters, we need to scale the canvas down by 1,000. And what this does is it allows us to use dims in the canvas element. So now that the canvas is scaled down, whole units, like a button defined as 100 dims wide, we can just type in 100. We don't have to mess with decimals. And so now that we have this all set up, we can just move the parent UI, and we scale it by the amount we're moving it. So if we move it to 3, we scale it by 3. And all of the elements retain their, they look the same to the user from that intended viewing distance. So, so from all of this work, we put together a sketch file to get you started. It's full of UI components, and we'll be adding more over the year to it. But it's enough to get you started with layouts and buttons and font sizes and things like that. So if you'd like to get those, just go to our developers guidelines. It's developers.google.com/VR, and just look in the resources section. Thank you. We have a little bit more time to do a Q&A if anyone has any questions.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? More importantly, if your app gets published to the world and nobody's there to download it, was all that work for nothing? These aren't just philosophical questions. Discovery is a major issue for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a 2-person shop or a big corporation. And while there are many avenues for potential customers to discover your app, one of the most common is through recommendations from friends and family. Developers know this, which is why you see referral codes like this in a lot of apps. It's a good way of enticing users to share the app with their friends. But while these kinds of referral codes can be effective, they're also kind of a pain to use. Is your user really going to take the time and effort to copy and paste a referral code into an email, send it off to their friends, hope those friends then find and install the app, dig up whatever code redemption screen they need to redeem this offer, and copy and paste this code back into your app? Well, maybe, but maybe not. And while you could build your own UI to help this process along with, all those spare engineering cycles you've just got lying around, this is also where Firebase Invites can help. Firebase Invites makes it easy for your users to share all aspects of your app, be it a referral code or an interesting piece of content, across both Android and iOS. It looks something like this. Let's say that your app has a referral code that you'd like your users to share with their friends, and you decide to use Firebase Invites to make it happen. When your user clicks that share button, they'll see a dialog listing all their friends and colleagues with some smart recommendations at the top. They choose which friends to share with, click send, and these invitations are sent, along with a personal message, over SMS or email, depending on the contact. Their friends receive a customized, richly formatted invitation, either one you've designed yourself or one you've let Firebase Invites build automatically from your app's store listing. All this recipient needs to do is click on the call to action button, and Firebase Invites will take them directly to the app if they already have it, or the appropriate app store for their device if they don't. Once they're done installing your app, Firebase Invites can then send the referral code to your app through a deep link. And you can send your new customer the discount that they so richly deserve. And yes, this really does work even if that friend had to install the app first. Traditionally, deep links tend to get lost during app installs, but Invites uses Firebase dynamic links, which are able to survive the App Store installation process. As an added bonus, many developers have found that not only are these kind of invites more successful at driving installs, but that users who join through this kind of personalized onboarding flow are more likely to come back to your app in the future. And Firebase Invites isn't just for referral codes. You can use it to share any content you want from your app. Have a recipe app? Firebase Invites can make sure that killer lemon meringue pie recipe gets the visibility that it deserves. And because Invites is a Firebase product, it works with Firebase Analytics to let you know when a user has opened or installed an app through an invite. So be sure to check out the documentation and give Firebase Invites a try. We can't wait to see what you build.
When you're building an app that needs to store and share data from a server, there are a lot of things that you'll need to keep in mind. Setting up and maintaining a database can be a hassle. And if you want your data synchronized in real time or need offline support, well, now you're talking some serious time commitment. But with the Firebase Real-Time Database, you can get that time back. The Firebase Real-Time Database lets you store and sync data between your users in real time. This makes it easy for your users to access their data from any device, web or mobile, and it helps your users collaborate with one another. Whenever you update data in the real-time database, it stores the data in the cloud and simultaneously notifies all interested devices in milliseconds. The real-time database is also optimized for offline use. Whenever a user loses their connection, the database SDK uses a local cache on the device to serve and store changes. This means that when the user comes back online, their local data is automatically synchronized. And how do you keep your data secure? You can use database security rules to specify who has access to what pieces of data and how your database should be structured. The security rules are securely stored with the real-time database on our servers. So if you want to make sure your users can only access their own data, or ensure that their message is no more than 141 characters, you can do that in just a few lines of code. Getting started only takes a few minutes. The Firebase Real-Time Database is hosted for you in the cloud, so there's no server maintenance or operations. And there are SDKs for Android, iOS, and JavaScript. To get started with the real-time database, check out our Quick Start, which will get you up and running in minutes. We can't wait to see what you'll build with Firebase.
Whether you're just starting out on your journey toward a career in Android development, or you've been working as an Android developer for some time, you might ask yourself, how can I separate myself from the pack and get recognized? Introducing the Associate Android Developer Certification by Google, an achievement available to those who can display the skills of an entry-level Android developer. The first step on your journey is determining if you're ready to take the exam. Start by learning what the exam covers. Review the skills that you'll need to demonstrate when taking the exam. Next, decide whether you need training or are ready to take the exam. Training is available online as well as in person. Also, training is available in some colleges and universities. When you're ready, sign up and take the exam. As part of the sign-up, you'll pay an exam fee. If you live in India, you will pay 6,500 rupee. If you live outside of India, you will pay $149 US. After you've signed up and paid the fee, you will download the exam and load it into Android Studio and begin. The exam is a timed, performance-based assessment in which you'll implement new features and debug issues in an existing app. When you start the exam, you'll have 48 hours to finish. And once you are done, you will submit the exam for grading. Your submission will be evaluated through a combination of machine and human grading. Based on the outcome of machine grading, you will move on to the exit interview. After you've finished and you've passed your interview, you will then receive a mark from Google and join our community of Google-certified Associate Android developers. Once you are certified, you can share your mark on your resume, LinkedIn, G+, Twitter, and in your email signature.
Hi there, iOS developer. Interested in getting started with the Firebase platform in your app? Well, you've come to the right place. There are two main parts to getting the Firebase platform up and running: adding your app to the Firebase console and installing the SDK. Let's go over these one at a time. For starters, let's go to the Firebase console at this URL here. Depending on when you're watching this video, the UI might look slightly different, but the general concepts should remain the same. Now, depending on your situation, you might see a blank Create a New Project screen, or you might see a list of existing projects. Oh, before we go further, let me take a moment to explain the difference between projects and apps. A project consists of one or more apps. Now, all the apps in the same project use the same Firebase database backend. And if you want, you can use features like Firebase Cloud Messaging to talk to all of them at once. You don't have to, but you can, which is sometimes convenient. So if you're a developer that has a cross-platform app, you generally want to put the iOS and Android versions of your app in the same project. Now that'll give you some nice cross-platform benefits. Your user can access the same data if they switch back and forth between the iOS and Android versions of your app. Things like dynamic links will work across both platforms. You can send one notification to all versions of your app and so on. On the other hand, completely different apps, you should put those in completely different projects. There's nothing gained by cramming them into the same project except tears and heartache, I guess. So if you're working on a cross-platform app and your Android or web team has already created a Firebase project, you should probably select that project and connect your iOS app in there. Otherwise, if you're the first one to be adding Firebase capabilities to your app, you could be the one to create the new project. In my case, I'm the first app associated with the project, so I'm going to create a new project here. I'll give it a name, and there we go. Once you've selected or created a project, you're going to want to connect your client app. I'm going to select the iOS button here, and I'll give it my app's bundle ID. You are eventually going to need to add your App Store ID here if you want features like Firebase invites or dynamic links to work, but you can leave this blank for now and change it later. Now when you click continue, your browser should automatically download this Google Services info.plist file for you. Note that it needs to be named this exactly, so if you get that little one in parentheses after the name like I just did, you're going to need to do a little bit of renaming in Finder. Okay, next up, drag the file into your Xcode project, like so. And let me go back to the console and hit continue here, and it's telling us that this would be a good time to install the Firebase CocoaPods. Now I'm assuming you know something about Firebase CocoaPods, but if you don't, here's a little video for you to check out. It's fun. So I'm going to jump into my project directory here and do a little pod init. We'll open up the file, and I'm going to uncomment this line because I am using Swift, and this line because my app happens to have a base SDK of 8.0, although at the time of this recording, Firebase is supported as far back as 7.0. Next up, let's add some pods. Now, it's important to remember that, to keep your app nice and svelte, you should only install the CocoaPods for features that you need. In fact, there is no all-encompassing Uber Firebase CocoaPod that installs everything for you. You're going to need to pod install each individual feature, and you can find a full list of the CocoaPods and the features they correspond to over here. Now for starters, I'm just going to add Firebase/core, which includes everything needed to get the basics up and running and also enables Firebase Analytics. So now I'll make sure my project is closed and I'll run pod install. And then let's open up the generated workspace. All right, we'll build it and make sure everything compiles okay, and it does, so we can move on to the next step. Okay, looks like the last step here is to add some initialization code. I recommend putting this in your app delegate did_finish_launching method. First things first, let's import Firebase in my app delegate. Note that this is usually the only thing I'll ever need to import no matter what we've installed. We're doing some pretty nifty work behind the scenes to make sure this works properly. I know this sounds like the exact opposite of my only pod install what you need advice from like 2 minutes ago, but trust me here, this makes development a whole lot easier. All right, so next up we'll add the line for app.configure to make sure Firebase gets set up properly. And that's actually all you need to do. This configure method will take a look at what libraries you have installed, initialize them, grabbing all the appropriate constants from that Google Services file that you dragged in earlier into your Xcode project. So we'll give it a quick run, and if everything is set up and working correctly, you should see a few lines in your console about how Firebase Analytics is up and running. All right, so congratulations, you are now up and running with Firebase. So there are a lot of places you can go from here. You can add sign-in using Firebase Auth, or get your app talking to the real-time database, or start tracking more of your users' usage with Firebase Analytics. You can check out these links to get started and have a little fun.
What's up everybody? David here, and today I have a quick and easy Firecast for you. We're gonna get up and running with Firebase and the web. And this is actually gonna be the first of many screencasts in a series. So make sure you subscribe to get notified of tutorials on authentication, storage, hosting, and web push notifications with Firebase Cloud Messaging. Also, if you're a fan of JavaScript frameworks, I'm gonna be dropping videos for Angular 1 and 2, Polymer, React, and Ember. So you better subscribe because you don't wanna miss those. But today we're going to start with the very basics. I'm going to show you some mad copy and pasting skills by getting the project initialization code from the Firebase console. And then we're going to set up a small web app. So let's go and dive in. So I'm in the Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com. You can see I'm logged in as myself up here, just smiling at you. But to get started, I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to click Create New Project. I'm going to call it Web Quick Start. And then we'll create it. My project is now created. So I'm going to click Add Firebase to your web app. And this brings up a little modal with all the initialization code I need to get started. It has things like my API key, auth domain, database URL, and storage bucket. So then I can go to the bottom right, and then I can click Copy. And that's all the code I need to get started. But just as a little FYI, you can access all of this information by clicking Auth, and then going up to the top right where there's Web Setup. But now, to the editor. So here in my editor, I'm going to get crazy. I'm going to create this web page from scratch. So I'll start with my basic HTML boilerplate, give it a title, and now I can just paste in all the code from the console. And this is all you need to get started. And just to prove that it works, I'm going to use the database as a little tiny demo. So I'm going to create an H1 and give it an ID. And every single time the value changes in the real-time database, I'm going to sync it to this H1. So the first thing I need to do is get that H1 by its ID. And then now I'm going to create a database reference using firebase.database.ref and then create a child location to the text location. And now I can synchronize any changes using the on function. And then using ES2015 arrow functions, I can just do it all in one line. So to the left right here, I have my project in the Firebase console, and to the right is just my blank page. To use the database, I'm going to remove all security. So I'm going to click Rules, and then I'm going to say Read is true and Write is true, and click Publish. And you should totally know that you only do this while you're developing, because that means anyone can read or write to your database. So now I'm going to give my browser a refresh, and then I'm going to add a text location, and it synchronizes to the browser. And so I can change it, and then it changes as well. So keep in mind that the real-time database is just one of the many features Firebase offers for the web. You can also use authentication, storage, hosting, and even Firebase cloud messaging. So that's all it takes to get started with Firebase in the web. And if you want to go and learn more, then check out the link in the description for our official documentation. And if you're super excited to learn more about Firebase on the web, then please subscribe to our channel because we're going to have tons of more content. So that's all for this time, and I will see you all later.
We started Is on our living room couch, and we really started because of the problem that we had, which was asking the same question to our closest friends: where are you? What are you doing? We were baffled by the fact that there wasn't a solution that solved this problem, and we felt like we could build one that was better.
The value that Is drives for all users is knowing which of your friends are nearby. So if you look around where we are right now, an arena, how many times have people gone to a basketball game, hockey game, or a concert and found out the next day that they had friends who were at the same event? And think about all those moments that are missed because they didn't know they had friends there. So what we're solving is letting people know who's nearby and making those moments matter.
My name is Diesel Peltz, and I'm the founder and CEO of Is.
I'm Mark French, co-founder of Is.
We felt there was no reason users should manually go fetch data. When I get a text message, there's no reason for me to tap refresh. And we felt, why should it be different from anything else? And Firebase let us solve that. Firebase really allowed us to enhance the user experience by making it real time, simplify the UI by not having a refresh button, and cut down on development time.
Like any startup, the most valuable asset that you have is your team and your time. And what Firebase has allowed us to do is save 50% in terms of time by moving that much quicker with a product. It's a game changer.
We're using 8 features from Firebase right now. They're analytics, remote config, dynamic links, the real-time database, and more. Traditionally, that would have been in 8 different places. And now we go to one place, which is the Firebase console.
We're eager to launch this product in a big way. We're seeing how people are using the product and how they're inviting more and more friends. that we're concerned. We're growing very, very quickly. So we sleep a lot easier at night knowing that we got Firebase that's really there to build that infrastructure.
If you're a developer, use it. We love it, and it's enabled us to focus on developing the user experience and not have to worry about the things in the background that should be there.
With NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better. It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saiflahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
Just some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user's able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
Raise Labs is a company that is focused on building excellence in software, technology, and design. We do that through our work on mobile applications and websites and technologies in general. My name is Gregory Reyes. I'm the CEO and founder of Raise Labs. We really want to understand the human problem, and oftentimes the hard problems in software aren't just the technology problems, the API, the how do you connect these things, but really getting at the heart of what people are trying to accomplish and do in their day-to-day.
My name is Ben Johnson. I'm the managing director at Raise Labs in Boston. We decided to put our hat in the ring for the Google Certified Agency Program. The first leg is just having access to a lot of what Google is doing today. So there's access to design reviews, invitations to events, and that's sort of the base level. And I think that's hugely rewarding even in and of itself. Having Google review your app from a design perspective is amazingly helpful. So that's sort of the first tier. The second tier comes with certified status. There's a long application process for that. And once you have it, it's something that you can really say to your clients that gives them comfort that we're a reputable firm, that we're building great software in a way that Google believes in.
The certification is a higher bar for us to really differentiate ourselves from many of the other companies out there. It required us to really dig into what that means to be truly world-class, and we wanted to set that bar for ourselves as well.
My name is John Green. I'm a VP Creative at Raise Labs. The Google Developer Agency Program allowed us to have access to engineers from the map team, the design team, to figure out, how can we actually do some of these things? And we could reach out to them when we needed. And also it allowed us to set up and say, we can make this a success. They might look closer at this app because we're part of this program, which has actually been super helpful.
Some of the challenges in building the Six Flags app, and we touched on some of these, are certainly mapping technology and payment technology, material design, or the APIs. Having access to the Google team to really ascertain how we're approaching certain software and ensuring that we're building technologies the right way makes for a smooth development process.
We set off to build the Six Flags app with a pretty lofty ambition, and it was to bring in-park navigation and commerce to the app. The comfort of knowing that Google is there to help us understand where they are heading as an organization and that we are along for that ride is a really helpful thing to know. And as a business, we know that going forward, we're going to be at the cutting edge of whatever Google is doing through access to programs, through the collaboration with their teams. It's really helpful for us to know that 6 months, 9 months down the road, we'll still be a part of that process, and we'll still be working with them to figure out what's next.
Oh.
Hey, Timothy. How's it going?
It's going great. This is Brad Abrams. Brad is a product manager on Assistant.
That's right. Yep. How's it going, Timothy?
It's going great. Now that you're here and I'm here, I think we should talk about the Assistant. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a great idea because it's the only thing I know to talk about, so perfect.
All right, let's start with square one.
Okay.
What is Assistant and why is it cool for developers?
Well, the Assistant is really a conversational interface to Google. It's the kind of smart brain in your Google Home or on your Android phone, and actually at this event we just launched it on iOS as well. And you can have really a conversation with Google to help you get things done.
That's awesome.
I think so.
What are the different surfaces for developers to integrate with?
Oh, great. So there's a couple of different ways. One, you can extend the Assistant by adding your own custom apps to the Assistant. And then you can also host the Assistant in different devices. So if you're building your own hardware or whatever, you can host your Assistant there.
And that's the difference between Actions on Google and the Assistant SDK, right?
Exactly. So the Assistant SDK is where you host it with your hardware, and Actions on Google is extending the Assistant.
Okay. Well, we're at I.O., and I know some new stuff has been announced. Why don't you tell us about some of your favorites?
Oh, man, it's hard to pick. There's so many. I'm really excited about Actions on Google coming to phones, to Android and iOS. So up until this event, you could only build Actions on Google for home, for eyes-only experience or eyes-free experience. And now we have Actions on Google for the phone as well. So we have suggestion chips, lists, image carousels. And it can really give you a deep multimodal experience.
Oh, you mean like seeing and hearing?
That's right. You can see and hear, yeah. We also launched transactions, so you can buy things via the Assistant. I think that'll help users a lot. I know I want to buy a pizza from my phone. I can just say, okay, Google, I want a pizza, and it can connect me to somebody to go do that. And for developers, it also gives a financial incentive, which I hear some developers like to get paid.
Yes.
So
indeed, they do.
And then, of course, deep. For me is developer experience. And we've done a lot of work. We launched the platform first in December, and we've done a lot of work on developer experience. So we launched a new version of the developer console. We call it the Actions console. Developers can use that to work better in teams together, to get deep analytics about their application, as well as it integrates really well with the Firebase and Google Cloud consoles.
Awesome.
And then can I do one more?
Absolutely.
See, I can just add them. So one more would be discoverability. I think that's been, in the whole kind of chatbot space generally, having people be able to discover them has been a problem. And so we've done a lot of work in that regard. The first is that we have a new directory for our apps, and it's right there on the Assistant surface, just one tap away, and you can see a category view of all the Assistant apps that are there. We also gave you a way to get a web URL into that. So if you wanted to promote your app via your enormous Twitter followers, you could totally go do that, which is awesome. And of course, people who love your Assistant app can share it with their friends via the deep link. And finally, we did some work to help discover when to invoke your Assistant app from information in the directory, other information provided by the developer. We can just respond to queries like play a game, and we can actually find the right assistant apps to go trigger in that case.
That's totally awesome.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's kind of a big release for us here at I/O.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different stuff.
Yes, it certainly is. But I think it comes together in a really cohesive package, though, because if you're going to do transactions, you're going to buy things. A lot of times, having a visual surface to see the different options, see the cart and whatnot, really helps with that. And then, of course, if you're going to have a financial interest there, being able to have people discover your assistant apps really helps.
Awesome. Okay, so let's take a step back, and I would love to hear your thoughts just on conversational interfaces in general.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about this evolution that's been happening, like when I started using computers, it was like mouse and keyboard. It was very indirect, right? You move.
Wait, you had a mouse?
I did have a mouse. You don't think I had a mouse?
Well, I mean, you start with like the Commodore 128.
Right, yeah. Okay, before you had a keyboard, and then we added a mouse. But these are indirect, like you do something with your hands and something happens on the screen. And then, we got capacitive touch, right? So you could actually touch the screen. And like my kid, when he was 2, knew how to touch the screen, right? Like that was very intuitive. And I think we're at the verge of making the next step. And that is, rather than just being able to like touch the button, what if I could just express what I want? Why do I have to dig through a bunch of menus, find the right button to press? Not really sure what's going to happen when I press that button. But what if I could just express my idea? This is what I want to happen. I want to play this game. I want to order this pizza. I want to do whatever. And that's what I think this conversational interface is enabling.
Awesome. I do want to say that I think one of the things that's been holding us as developers back from that is the right tooling to do so.
As I describe that, I think the developers are going like, wow, sure, but how do I do that when the user, if you think about the huge number of ways people could say they want a pizza and order toppings on the pizza, how can they turn the huge vagaries of human language into something a developer can understand? And that's where tools like API.AI can really come into play. API.AI is our own conversation building tool. And what it does is lets you as developers define intents just by giving us some example phrases of what a user would say. And then we can do pull out the entities from that and do the natural language understanding so that we can do slot filling and actually figure out what users are saying. So you might give an example like, I want a large pepperoni pizza with tomato sauce, is your example. We know it's large is an entity, pepperoni is an entity, and tomato sauce is an entity. We can actually pull those out and then recognize other queries like, I want a small pizza with tomatoes and green olives with no sauce. And that, because we can do that, it makes it much more tractable for developers to actually understand human language.
But seriously, how many times have you ordered a pizza with no sauce?
Well, that's pretty rare, but I'm for extra sauce. Just because it dribbles down your face.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, sorry, okay.
All right, is there anything else you want to say about Assistant or any of the developer tools before we go?
No, I think we pretty much covered it.
All right, Brad, thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
I think that one of the things that I have applied in my life as I have been evolving is like, feel the fear and do it anyway. Well, I want to tell the whole story. Basically, I am a developer advocate at Google, and then somebody, the head of WebDevRel told me that, would you like to go to Latin America and to do the roadshow? And I said, yes. Anything that I can do to help the region and the developers here to advance and to enable them to create awesome stuff, it actually makes me very, very happy.
We've been in Sao Paulo and Rio, and now we're in Mexico City. We're doing one-day events and meeting fantastic developers. The web is a fantastic way to deliver content. You can get content to users with very small downloads using progressive web apps. My life philosophy, my motto, actually I have two mottos on the web. The first is keep it simple, and the second is focus on the user.
The Roadshow is a great way to educate people how to build fantastic user journeys from top to bottom in 2017 and beyond. Most of the barriers are self-inflicted. You really can do most of the things that people tell you not to do on your own. So keep pushing for what you want to achieve in life.
For us, it's really interesting to actually get out there and understand the local culture as well. Just, email or Twitter or something like that is not enough. You need to go out there and see that there's actually human beings all over the place and understand both the opportunities they have, but also the constraints. So there's so many things in life that can be boring, but you actually get out there and you connect to people and you see all the similarities and the things you can do together. There's nothing better than that. Keep on exploring all the time. There's so many things that are terrifying and you don't want to take the risk, but it's almost always worth it.
It's great to be back in Mexico City. I've met some really amazing developers here who are just building some really cool things. So it's been an awesome opportunity to connect with folks. Every day when I go into work or start any new project, I always think to myself, no obstacles, only challenges.
My life motto is probably passion for your craft. So really believing in what you do and wanting to be the best at it. I can't wait to see what comes out of this, what gets built. This is exactly why we love doing what we do so much, to see these sorts of events and these sort of passionate developers and visit these sorts of amazing cities too.
We hope to come back, visit more countries, and we really want to hear what you're doing, the PWAs that you're making, and get in touch if you have something that you think we should look at.
Consider the simple URL. A few years ago, these were pretty straightforward. You clicked on one and 9 times out of 10, you went to a web page. Then things changed. People started using their mobile devices for, well, everything. And these devices in turn started supporting the idea of deep links. Click on one of these deep links and it could take you not just anywhere on the web, but anywhere in an app as well. So you could use a deep link to point directly to a specific restaurant inside a reservation app, or give your new customers a personalized welcome based on the link that brought them to your app in the first place. At least, that's how they worked in theory. In practice, deep linking had issues. The same link wouldn't necessarily work on an iOS or Android device, and they behave very differently, or didn't work at all, for users who didn't have your app installed. And for people who did install your app through a deep link, all of that great link info was typically lost during the installation process, leaving your personalized warm welcome out in the cold. So while deep links were great in theory, their uses were a little more limited in practice. Enter Firebase Dynamic Links. Firebase Dynamic Links are deep links that work the way you want them to. So you can create one single link that behaves one way on iOS, another on Android, and even a third on a desktop browser, and it will take you to a place that's appropriate to that platform. You can also set up dynamic links to change their behavior depending on whether or not your user has your app installed. For users who don't have your app installed, maybe you send them to your website, maybe you take them to the Play Store, or maybe you show them an interstitial describing the benefits of your app before you take them to the App Store for a smoother transition. More importantly, these links can survive the App Store installation process. So if your user installs your app when clicking on a dynamic link, All of that information is still available to you when your user opens up your app for the first time. So what does this mean? It means you can use dynamic links the way you've always wanted to use deep links. You can use them in marketing campaigns, from email to social media to banner ads to, heck, even QR codes. And in addition to install attribution tracking, the kind that lets you know which campaigns are getting you the highest quality users, you can also give your users a customized first-time experience based on the campaign that brought them there. So if a user installs your music app because you showed them an ad for classical music, you can make sure your app takes them right to Chopin's latest hits when they first open it up. Dynamic links are great for sharing too. Your users can use them to share recipes, links to their favorite level in your game, or even coupon codes. In fact, dynamic links are the technology that powers Firebase invites. And because dynamic links are a Firebase product, you can see their stats directly through the Firebase console. Find out how many people clicked on a link, or use Firebase Analytics to find out which of your users first opened your app through a particular link. To find out more about dynamic links, check out the documentation here and give them a try. And deep link away.
GDG Mumbai!
Sat Shri Akal to all. I am from GDG Jalandhar.
As a community, we are a family and we learn a lot of things together and we share it with the community.
It's a good opportunity for networking. We get the exposure we never get from any other organization.
Hello everyone! How many of you guys are Android developers here? I thought as much, a majority.
Looks like you guys are already big fans of Firebase.
I'm going to explain you how you can get started with API.ai is that you will go back and hopefully build one agent.
To all the women out there, let's get to work, ladies. It's high time that we start coming forward because we're good at it and there shouldn't be anything that's holding us back.
Being with GDG is really cool.
Google India rocks.
Google Launchpad is Google's program to achieve startup success through in-person mentorship. If you look at India today, we have 400 million folks online. And by 2020, it's going to be 650 million. That's a huge number. And therefore, we feel that working closely with developers, entrepreneurs, startups is the way to go forward.
At the core of the Leaders Lab is really around this question, how do you help smart and very motivated people grow? And our belief at Google is that the best way to help them grow is simply by giving them feedback.
This is built upon Google's best practices in people operations and supported by Harvard and Stanford's research. So we really use the best of Google and the best of the world.
The Leaders Lab was beyond my expectations. What were my strengths? What were my weaknesses?
What are some of the gaps that I should be focusing on to become even a more effective leader?
How do you have those tough conversations with people? How do you structure it in the right way, the value of honesty?
The way the feedback was collected, I think I really liked that from our colleagues, from our partners, from our clients. That was a great effort by Team Google to actually do that for us, because we wouldn't do that for ourselves.
Launchpad Accelerator is a global program. We're looking to empower the startup leaders across the world, especially in the next billion markets. And we want to help them, of course, achieve success, but lift up the potential of what's possible.
Adding support for a new platform feature in your app can be a very repetitive process. Many times you will switch back and forth between your code and a step-by-step tutorial or documentation, especially where you're not familiar with the API. That was the case when I was implementing support for AppLinks in a sample app back when Android Marshmallow was released. AppLinks is a neat feature that lets you verify a domain that is listed in your activities intent filters. From that moment forward, whenever a user clicks on a URL containing this domain, your app will open automatically without showing the disambiguation dialog. I remember that in order to make this API work, I had to make many small changes in different parts of my app, which is why I was very curious when I heard about the new App Links assistant that is part of the Android Studio 2.3 release. Its promise? To add App Links support in your project with just a few clicks without leaving the IDE. Let's see how that works out. I found a perfect sample app for my experiment under Google/search samples on GitHub. It's a very bare-bones recipe app. The main page doesn't really do anything, but there's also a content provider with several example recipes set up and ready to be displayed in the detail page, implemented in recipe activity. All I need to do is open the activity and call show recipe, passing a content URI which matches a recipe in the content provider. Now imagine that I'm also running a website for my app, and I'd like my users to be able to share and open links to recipes in the same way, regardless of which device they're using. Let's see how long it takes to implement this using the App Links assistant. You'll find the assistant under the Tools menu, and it shows up as a panel on the right side here. First step, I want to define URL mappings in my app. I will add just one to connect recipe URLs to the detail activity. I just have to fill in my website's host name and what path to match. I'll use the path prefix, recipe, to also capture any recipe ID after the last path separator. And I want to launch the recipe activity. The tool generates the correct intent filter and adds it to my manifest. I can even see a preview of the changes and check that the URL I need will get matched to the correct activity. Step 2. Add logic to the activity to handle the URL. I'll select the activity that I specified in the previous step, and some code gets added to my onCreate method. This is just to help you get the necessary data from the intent, but remember that it's up to you to actually handle it in your app. In my case, I want to load and show the correct recipe. For that, I need the recipe ID, which is the last path part in the URL. Now I'll just convert that to a URI pointing to my content provider and pass it on to show recipe. In some cases, such as this one, when the activity's launch mode is set to single top, you will also have to handle a new intent delivered to an already running instance of the activity. I will refactor the code I just wrote into a new method and call that from onNewIntent as well. Before I move on to configuring App Links on my server, I just want to check that everything I configured so far works on the device. I'll just use the App Links tester in step 4 to launch a URL pointing to the grilled potato salad recipe. It correctly launches my app and shows the recipe. Great! You might have noticed the disambiguation dialog that popped up when I launched the URL. Getting rid of it and launching directly into the app is the last part. Let's proceed with step 3, generating the digital asset links file. You'll need a few details about your app, such as the domain you're using in your links, application ID, and the signing config. Most of these will normally be pre-filled for you, so you can just click the Generate button. Now, you will need to place this file under this path on a domain that you control. Please note that this is where it's the easiest to make a mistake. The path must match exactly. The known folder must be under the root of the domain, and the server must be using a valid HTTPS certificate to serve the file, even if your app links are only using HTTP. For testing my app, I'm just using GitHub Pages, which gives me an easy way of hosting my asset links file with the correct SSL certificate. Let's test a sample link again at step 4. And the app launches, taking me directly into the recipe. No need to click through a dialog this time. That's App Links, fully added to a sample app in just 4 steps, without looking at the documentation. If you like the App Links assistant, or if you have any feedback, please let us know on our social channels.
Hello, I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is your update about the coolest developer news from Google in the last week. The Advanced Android App Development online course has been updated, improved, and extended. With it, you can build a portfolio of apps as you improve your Android dev skills. The course is linked from the post in the description below. We recently launched AIY Projects, do-it-yourself artificial intelligence for makers. With it, makers can use artificial intelligence to make human-to-machine interaction more like human-to-human interactions. We'll be releasing a series of reference kits, starting with voice recognition. More details and links are on the post. Chrome 59 Beta is now available with headless Chromium, native notifications on macOS, service worker navigation preload, and more. All the details are on the post. Google Cloud Launcher has more Google-maintained containers, including Cassandra, Elasticsearch, Jenkins, MySQL, and more. Google Container Solutions are managed by Google engineers, and since we're maintaining the images, the containers available on Google Cloud Launcher will be current with the latest application and security updates. There are 2 announcements from Google Cloud Next London that I wanted to tell you about. First, Google Cloud Natural Language API is adding support for new languages and entity sentiment analysis. And second, Cloud Spanner is now generally available. Check out the details of both announcements on the post. Google I/O is just around the corner, and if you're like me, you like to go in prepared, which is why we have an Android, iOS, and web app to help you customize your I/O schedule and get around the Developer Festival. Check out the screenshots and find the download links on the post in the description below. Please subscribe and share. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll see you next week.
As a lot of developers know, there's more to having an app succeed than just building a great app. You want your app to be dynamic and responsive by delivering fresh content to users and quickly reacting to their changing needs. You want to test out major decisions to make sure you're doing the right thing before you push them to your entire audience. And ideally, you want to provide a tailored experience for each user, so your VIPs feel like, well, VIPs. But let's be honest, that can be a lot of work. And if you're a developer without a ton of resources, that's time you'd rather spend on other things, like building your app. That's where Firebase Remote Config comes in. Firebase Remote Config is a simple key value store that lives in the cloud. But don't let that simplicity fool you. Because it lives in the cloud, it means you're able to deploy changes that your app can read within a matter of minutes. For instance, say you've just pushed your app out to the world and you suddenly discover that your Swedish text contains some offensive language. How are you supposed to know? You don't speak Swedish. I don't blame you. But fixing that text the old-fashioned way would mean creating a new build and going through the entire publishing process again. That's something that could take days, which is an awfully long time to have 9.2 million people cursing your name. But if your app uses Firebase Remote Config, you could change that text in the cloud through the Firebase console. Kind of like this. The next time your users fire up their app, Remote Config will grab the latest values, update your app's text, and just like that, you've averted a major international crisis. Or, let's say you've got a puzzle game and you're hearing complaints from your players that level 5 is too hard. If you've configured your app using Remote Config, you could tweak those settings to give your players a few more turns and push out that change to the world. But hang on, are you sure that's the right thing to do? What if the silent majority of your users actually enjoy the challenge of a more difficult level? And by making it easier, you're going to turn away your most hardcore and potentially highest paying customers. How could you test whether or not this change is a good one? Sounds like you need an A/B test. That's where Remote Config's audience segmentation feature comes in. This allows you to deliver different configurations to different groups of users simultaneously. So you can try out your new level settings with half your users while keeping the old settings with the other half. But audience segmentation isn't just great for A/B testing. Maybe you've got a feature change that could have a major impact on your in-app economy. Or maybe you just want to double check that some new networking code isn't going to set your servers on fire. You can use Firebase Remote Config to gradually roll out these changes, trying them first with a small percentage of your users before pushing them out to your entire audience. Remote Config can also deliver different configuration sets to your users based on all sorts of different factors, from device type or locale to any audience segment you've defined in Firebase Analytics. So you can send out one welcome message to your New Zealand customers and another to your Australian ones, or only show your Review This App button to people who use your app every day, or you can change your home screen experience for your customers who have spent large amounts of money on in-app purchases, so they feel special. Remote Config is backed by a client library on iOS and Android that handles important tasks like caching, dealing with flaky connections, and keeping network requests lightweight, which is always a good thing. To give Remote Config a try, check out our documentation here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Yeah, with NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better. It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saiflahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
Just some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user's able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
Right, let's have a little chat about a brand new API that's just coming out on the platform called the Media Session API. I heard about it when I started doing this app. It was mentioned to me by a couple of the Chrome engineers. But Francois, who's on my team, there's a brilliant Google Web Developers update where he explains in complete detail about how to set up the Media Sessions API. So check the notes below. We're going to pop in a link for that, but I will just show you briefly what it actually looks like in the context of the app on my phone here. In fact, because you probably can't see it, let's switch across to the direct screen cam. There you go. That's what it looks like on the phone. So as I start playing a video like this, you see that if I swipe down from the top, we actually get a notification which has an icon here, and it has play and rewind and fast forward buttons, and you get to configure those yourself. In fact, let me go into another one of these videos where I think I've actually set up to load some custom album art as well. So there's me and Jake, and you can see here now we've got custom album art, which is the picture of Jake, and the previous and next, the fast forward and rewind buttons are actually set to be skip forward 30 and go back 30. So I should be able to tap that and go forward 30. which you can see there. Oh, it's just skipped it right to the end. Whoops-a-daisy. But I can replay the video. Don't worry. The other thing that it actually does, which I really like, is if I turn off the screen and then on again, you can actually see that the picture, the album art, is actually the picture for my phone in the background. That is very exciting, isn't it? So let me show you a little bit as well, since we're here. Let me show you a little bit of the code. It's very straightforward. We have a quick check whether we support the Media Session API, which is basically looking for, let me show you actually. It is just simply looking for Media Session in Navigator. And if we have Media Session in Navigator, then we consider ourselves having the Media Session API. And what we do is we say navigator.mediasession.metadata, and then we create one of these new media metadata thingamajigs. Very exciting. ESLint doesn't like it. It doesn't think it's a real thing. It is a real thing. You can totally use it. And you give it things like the title, the album, the artwork. I've only set the 512 and the 256, but very much like your manifest files for progressive web apps, you can set as many of these as you need, and the user agent will choose whichever one it thinks it makes the most sense for the device that it's on, and it will upscale and downscale as necessary. But I currently am just setting a couple of them. I may need more as time goes by. And then afterwards, after we've set up the metadata, we set some action handlers for things like the play, the pause, the seat backwards, and the seat forwards. The thing to bear in mind here is that any that you set will have the buttons appear in the notification. If you don't set one, because there are other ones that you can set as well, and I forget which ones they are, but check out Francois' post. He explains the whole kit caboodle. Any that you don't set won't appear. Any that you do set will appear in the notification, and then somebody can control your stuff from the lock screen or by just dragging down from the top. All very good, isn't it, that? And very straightforward code to be writing. So a brilliant little progressive enhancement thing that you can chuck on, and that I have chucked on my media app. Cool. Toodaloo.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event like this completed 5 levels event and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by the other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
It's been just over a year since we open sourced TensorFlow, and we've been thrilled to see the adoption by the community and the pace of development by Google and all around the world.
TensorFlow is really the primary tool that we're using for a lot of our machine learning work in all of our products. Towards the end of last year, we actually rolled out a completely new translation system that was based on deep neural nets. In Gmail, we were actually able to roll out a TensorFlow model that, by understanding the context of the message you just received, we can predict likely replies. And this is a feature we call Smart Reply.
Diabetic retinopathy is the fastest growing cause of blindness. It's a complication of diabetes. We gathered a very large data set and had doctors grade the images. And then we, using TensorFlow, trained a neural net that does a pretty good job of predicting whether or not there is diabetic retinopathy in the image.
Can we use something like TensorFlow to make music, to make art, and to allow us to communicate better with each other? With TensorFlow, we're able to think abstractly, almost at a level of like improvisation with machine learning. We're able to try new things, to chunk models together in ways that were impossible before we had that kind of expressivity.
Dugongs are classed as vulnerable to extinction globally, so we do a lot of aerial surveys using drones. Then once you've done a survey of a really large area, you end up with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of photos. The goal was to find a way to automate that whole process, and that's where we've been using TensorFlow.
One of the things that we've been focusing on this year with TensorFlow is performance. We've been especially excited to release support for distributed training.
We want to make it easier for people to use so they don't have to necessarily know all of the underlying internals in order to get the distributed performance the best it can be. XLA is something that can compile down TensorFlow. Maybe you want to compile your graph ahead of time and get it down to something much more compact in terms of memory size, so that way you can easily load it and execute it on something that might not have as much storage space, like a mobile phone or some other portable, smaller device.
When we introduced the Hexagon Vector extensions, what we had in mind was enhancing user experiences with imaging features.
So the TensorFlow team said that you only needed low precision multiplies to be able to execute these neural networks efficiently. So we did some tests, and on the same graph, Inception v3, we were 8 times faster and 4 times lower power than running on the CPUs.
TensorFlow is great to work with, easy to work with, lots of capability. And so our engineering teams and their engineering teams working together, we were able to do something very exciting. This is just the beginning of what will end up being a long evolution of some great things we can do with machine learning and image processing.
In addition to sharing TensorFlow, Google has also shared an ecosystem of tools, which contains everything you need to go all the way from research to production. One such tool is TensorFlow Serving, and this is an open source, high performance serving solution. Another great tool, which is actually quite beautiful, is the embedding visualizer. And you can use the embedding visualizer to interactively explore high dimensional data sets. On the education side, General Assembly has done great work teaching TensorFlow.
For my final project, I was really interested in doing lyrics generation, and TensorFlow was a really great match for that because it allowed me to build out and utilize the models that I needed to be successful.
The TensorFlow community is thriving around the world, and we're excited about as many people as possible being part of it. TensorFlow is an open source project for everyone. We're looking forward to building this into something even better and more useful and more powerful in collaboration with the whole worldwide community.
And here we are in the Code Labs area. This is a special part of Google I/O where if you've always wanted to learn a new API or tool or service, you get to come here and work on the Code Lab. And if you have any issues or you want to get in more depth, you can ask a Googler for their help. Any question you happen to have. I'd like to learn a little bit more about what it feels like to do Code Lab here at I/O. And to do that, Claire, how you doing?
I'm great. It's been a long couple of days, but a fun couple of days.
I hope that means a lot of people learning a lot of things.
Oh, most definitely. We've had lines waiting pretty much the entire day.
That's very cool. So what's the setup like here?
The setup here is a bunch of computers that are all pre-configured with the steps to do and learn pretty much whatever you want. You can tell what's going on by the status of these lights up here. If they're green, it means the computer's ready to go, ready for you to come up and learn. If they're blue, it means Code Lab's in progress. And when they turn red, it means that someone needs a little bit of help or has got a question, and one of our staff will zip over right away and help them out with that.
That's totally cool. Now this is a special Code Lab station that actually has a whole bunch of devices. What's going on there?
Yep. That's right. So right now we're in our special IoT Code Lab section. We've got a couple different devices over here that people can run a bunch of various of our Code Labs on, and they'll actually get to interact and play with them. This one's got some buttons and lights and numbers. It's got a button that's very fun to play with. It's a good time.
All right. Is there anything else you want to say about the day? How's it been going?
Really good. We've had a lot of people with very insightful questions, a lot of people showing a lot of enthusiasm for the subjects, which is always my favorite thing to see.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Timothy.
And that's the Code Labs area. Thanks so much for joining me. Remember, I'm Timothy Jordan, and if you'd like to catch some more of these videos after I/O, head on over to g.co/io/guide.
Wow, what tepid applause. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Chris Craik. I work on Android UI Toolkit.
And I'm Chet Haas. I also work on the Android UI Toolkit team. And today, why don't we talk about performance? It's been a while since we've had a performance talk, so we thought we should do it again because we like talking about performance. For this year's performance talk, we wanted to make it a bit more use case driven, tell you a little bit about how rendering works, some of the changes that we made, some of the improvements around performance, but also go through some steps of how you would actually find out what jank is and how to fix it in your applications. So let's do that. UI performance. Hey, there you go. So we talk about frames per second, FPS. It's a really good metric. It's a good way for understanding what's going on in your application, but it's actually better to think about the duration, right? So it's not how many frames per second you can hit. Honestly, the display is hitting 60 frames a second all the time. And then you need to sort of hit the same number of frames for your application in each second. But it's really better to think about the duration that each frame is taking. How long is that frame taking to actually draw? Because you're not going to fit within that window if you're taking too long to fit, right? So if you want to fix the jank in your application, if you want to fix the stutters, if when you're flinging and scrolling that list, there's skipped frames in the middle and the user is seeing this janky behavior, fixing that means fixing the frames that are simply taking too long. So also it's good to think about consistency. It's great if you can have 60 frames per second most of the time, but then occasionally if you're dropping several frames in a row, that's not good. What you really want is consistent behavior. So chasing jank is all about finding the places where you're dropping those and making sure that you're fixing the bottlenecks that are contributing to those. So let's talk about time. Let's take a look at time going forward from the left to the right. from the left to the right, and take a look at what's happening in the UI space. So if you think about these vertical refresh syncs, on every 16 2/3 milliseconds, typically on a typical display, we're getting a vsync request, right? So this is the hardware sort of posting the frame to the screen. That is when the user sees something. So divide that by 60, second divided by 60, 16.2/3. I can go over the math later if you need me to. Then if you map frames onto that, each of these frames, this is sort of, these gray boxes are what your application is doing in order to post that information to the screen, right? So ideally, your frame would all of the stuff that needs to happen for that frame would be within that 16 2/3 milliseconds. I need to stop saying that. I'm going to say 16 milliseconds, and you can interpret it however you want. So the beautiful icon that I hand drew myself down at the bottom of the screen, that's the user seeing things, right? So on each of those vertical syncs, they are seeing whatever the hardware buffer is posting to the screen. So they're going to see it, there. But if there's a problem when you're rendering, if one of your frames takes too long, then the user is not going to see that. They're going to see exactly what they saw in the previous frame because you took too long in your application and you skipped a frame. So that's jank. That's the stutter that we need to try to analyze and fix. So let's take a little step back and say, OK, how does rendering actually happen in the UI toolkit? Well, there's the app perspective, so what's going on in your application, and then we'll take a look at what the framework is actually doing on your behalf. So here's some simple code. I keep looking back at, OK, so you can see on the screen back here. Here's some simple code. We have this color. Things are light gray right now, and when the user clicks in the middle of this custom view, we're going to change the color. We're going to tell the view that it needs to invalidate itself, and then it's going to redraw in the new color. So user clicks on the screen. That signals, that sends an event into the onClick method. We're going to change things around. Then we're going to invalidate. And then invalidate is going to cause a later call to onDraw. It's not a serial thing. It doesn't directly call onDraw, but it tells the system, hey, things need to be redrawn. And then a later call will filter into the onDraw method. And then the onDraw will draw into the canvas. And that will eventually be posted to the screen through all the operations that the UI toolkit is doing on your behalf. So from the platform perspective, what's going on is several things in a row. First of all, on any given frame, when we get that vsync request, we process inputs. So if the user is clicked, if the user is scrolling or flinging, that's where we get that information and do something based on it. If there's animation, if they have let go of that scrolling list and it's now flinging and just posting events so that it gets updated as the list moves in space or as views move around on the screen, we process those animation events. We change the properties. That causes invalidation so that things can get redrawn appropriately. Then, if necessary, we do layout. So if something changed in your application that changes things size or location, that's when we measure and lay out the things that need to be changed, again, causing invalidation and redraws. And then we actually do what we call record draw. So this is what we were seeing on the previous slide in the onDraw method. This is where you turn whatever you want to do into drawing operations that we then receive and store internally. So you're going to say, well, Canvas, draw this new color. So you're recording the commands that should happen in order for us to then draw the right thing under the hood. And then finally, render, and that's our stage in this, right? So you do everything in the first 4 steps in your codes, or for standard views, we're doing it, and then we handle the rendering, and that's basically the transformation of those recorded draw calls into whatever we need to do at the bottom layer. I'll give you a hint. We turn it into OpenGL or GPU commands that we then send to the GPU. So if we look at that in beautiful, brilliant colors, which we're going to use in some upcoming diagrams, we have these 5 stages, right? So in any particular frame, the boring gray box there, it's actually broken down into those different stages. In our previous example, in that simple application code, we didn't have all of the stages because there was no layout required. All we were doing was changing a color. So we had the input of the onClick, and then we had the record draw of the canvas operation to draw in the new color, and then the rendering operation that resulted from that. In a typical, just like it says on the slide. In a typical application, more general frame, then you're going to have all of the steps in there. So we may process some input and some animation and some layout and record and then render. And all of these things are happening in a sequence, right? So this is the order of operations. In reality, we actually have 2 threads kicking in as of Lollipop, where we came out with a render thread technology, which we've talked about before, where we process all of the application space stuff going on. Those first 4 steps in the application space are on the UI thread, and then we have this separate thread that's actually handling the rendering. They still happen in series, in sequence, because the render thread doesn't know what to render until you tell it. But the render thread can also do other stuff asynchronously from the UI thread. So we can send over some of the atomic animations that it can process in the meantime. But in general, you do all this stuff on the UI thread, and then we sync that information to the render thread, and then the render thread on that separate thread will handle talking to the GPU. So in a well-behaved application, in a typical, let's say this is a scrolling or a flinging situation, and things are well-behaved in the application, and you draw relatively quickly, this is what things look like. Again, the beautiful eye icon at the bottom, the user sees the frames happen, bam, 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 everything's happening within the 16 millisecond barrier. But in a typical janky situation, all of a sudden something took longer, right? So here we see that the input command took a lot longer. So maybe when the user clicked, some expensive operation was performed. Somebody made a web service call, or more typically, you created or you bound a view. You did some expensive operation that caused us to do a lot of work, pushed out the length of time that you're spending doing all of that recording of draw operations, and then the rendering operation necessarily slipped into the next frame, and the user missed seeing that input because it didn't hit the barrier. So that's the jank, again, that we want to fix.
All right, so let's move over to talking about what do you do. You have problems in the application. You see now, as Chet has described, what can happen when a frame takes too long. Let's talk about the process that we call dejanking, stepping through your application and finding and fixing these problems. So the first step in dejanking your application is to run a release-ish build. And so what I mean by that is make sure that you're running with debugging off. If you're running with debugging on, Art has to add in a bunch of different checks and verification steps that can add a little bit of time and skew your results a little bit. So we recommend overwriting that or testing an actual release build. So the second step is to inspect your app visually. As you're scrolling through lists, if you see any jank occurring, just visually detecting that. If you see an animation, definitely start with the most key important parts of your app. Lots of you guys have a primary scrolling list, great place to start. If you happen to be one of the kind of people that can't see jank, if you just see, oh, well, it looks fine to me, you can turn on profile GPU rendering. And that gives you all of these bars at the bottom, which will tell you when you pass that particular threshold and give you a little hint as to what might be happening based upon the color. And there's some documentation about that online, but the real next step after that, you've seen some jank, you see, oh yes, when these items come on screen, or the first time that I load this particular part of the UI, you figure out what the interaction is, and you say, okay, what do I do next? Well, the next step is generally systrace. Systrace is a tool that exists in the SDK in the platform tools directory. You can also get it off of GitHub if you want the absolute freshest version. And so from here, we're gonna do a very quick live look through what a systrace actually looks like. So this is what you might see when you pull up a systrace for the first time. So in this particular example, I was scrolling through a recycler view in my app, and I saw, oh, there's some janky frames. I can see some visual stuttering. And so I captured a systrace over the duration of that time. And now I pull up a systrace, and oh my goodness, there is a lot of information here. There is a lot of noise. It is really hard to see what should I be looking at. So first and foremost, what you can do is you can look here on the left. You can see, okay, well, there is kernel, there's potentially other processes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ignore everybody else for now, and I'm going to scroll down until the top process, the only thing that I can see right now is my package, android.janktown. And in fact, you can even go further than that. You can look on the left here. This tells you, in fact, individual threads that we care about. And as Chet was talking about, there are 2 threads that matter here. There's the UI thread of my app and the render thread. So I'm going to scroll down further until all that I can see at the very top of the screen is mostly that. And so from a very high level, even just looking at this trace without knowing much about it, I can say, OK, the time in this trace goes from left to right. On the leftmost, we have 0 seconds going all the way further. And if you can't see the specific details, don't worry about it. We'll go into some zoomed in screenshots later. But even from this very high level view, I can say, oh, well, I've got a lot of tiny little slivers here, these little pulses, these are frames, okay, great. Most of that looks incredibly consistent, looks really smooth, and it looks to be repeating regularly. However, there are some big visual standouts here, and this is very often what dejanking is looking for these particular standout frames and investigating. So if I zoom in here, I can start looking at exactly what's going wrong in these frames, and I can start clicking around, figuring out exactly what the problem is. And just so that you can see that, we're going to switch back to slides and show you the screenshots in particular. So this is one of the simple frames, zoomed in pretty significantly, that we saw earlier as those very frequent and very regular pulses. Now, these were very nice. They looked like tiny little slivers before, but let's go ahead and look at them to see what a baseline is. So first of all, one of the tricky things about systrace is there's a lot of data here. There's a lot of things to click on, but one of the nice features is that most of these UI thread components, click on it, systrace will do its best to try and explain it to you. So if you click on this particular top of the UI thread, which means this is the topmost traced section. This is the biggest chunk that represents the UI thread work. If you click on that, at the bottom of the systrace UI, it'll say, oh, OK, well, this is what choreographer is. And in fact, here it'll even link you to the documentation where it describes on d.android.com how choreographer works. Similarly, if I want to look down at draw frame, that's the render thread component of the frame. And if I click on it, I get a similar explanation. There's lots of this for all sorts of tracing throughout systrace, especially on the UI or render thread where you might be most interested. OK, so now that we know we can click on things, we can get a little bit more information that way. Let's go through exactly what does this frame look like? What's it doing? So the very first thing we see here is an animation callback. If you click on this, it'll say animation, or if you zoom in, you can see that. And I'm just going to go through these that way. So this is animation exactly as Chet was talking about it before. And if we saw before, we had a whole lot of frames. And I told you it was a recycler view. So there's one very common reason for a recycler view to be animating, and that's flinging. Just the fling animation itself executes recycler view's actual translate and inflate work as part of an animation callback. And then the other stage that Chet talked about before is record draw. Well, this makes sense as well because recycler view is invalidating, sliding things around, and drawing. OK, we kind of get some context for what it's doing. And in fact, if you click on this part of the animation, which is inside animation, this is recycler view scroll. So recycler view scroll is actually going really, really fast here. And that's because recycler view is doing very minimal work. In fact, if we look at the amount of time taken by this UI thread frame, it's 1.25 milliseconds. That's great. The whole frame finishes in less than 6. This is a great frame. Congratulations. Now we look at a little bit slower of a frame. Now this one's actually not terrible, but let's look at how it differs from the previous one. So first of all, we notice that there's a measure pass in here. So something in the hierarchy requested layout and got remeasured. OK, good to know. And then another thing down here, we see upload bitmap. So the first time that the render thread sees a bitmap and needs to display it, it will be uploaded to the GPU, uploaded to OpenGL so that the GPU can draw it really fast. Now that first upload is a little expensive, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But really, if we look at it, well, the UI thread takes 4 milliseconds. The entire frame finishes in less than 13. This is not a problem frame. This is fine. But now let's look at the really bad ones. These were the ones that we saw from very far away. OK, something is definitely going on here. But if you're new, like, what's going on? How do I figure out what's going on? So actually, if you click on this part that says RV create view, it'll describe to you that this is basically your adapter's callback for onCreate view holder. This means that recycler view needs a new view, and it's creating it. And in fact, if you look directly below that, well, a lot of the time that takes up this create view portion is that it's inflating. And inflating, especially with the complex items in my recycler view, can take a while. Well, that's unfortunate. The next part here, onBind view holder, that takes about 1.5 milliseconds. Not great, but OK, well, what can I do? Yeah, this UI thread frame took about 20 milliseconds on the UI thread and total to be about 27.4. Not great. We are definitely going to jank that frame. So this is actually, this process is one that you might go through yourself, but in this particular case, we realized, well, this is something that we can help you out with in SupportLib. And this is a feature that we worked in for exactly that purpose. So let's go back and talk a little bit about what Recycler View does. So Recycler View is the primary SupportLib component for displaying a dynamic list of content that needs to show views dynamically, that needs to scroll infinitely, potentially, or display more content than what is attached to the view hierarchy. So what do I mean? Well, I mean, if you have these 4 items partially visible in your Recycler View, you start scrolling, and all that Recycler View needs to do is handle these 4 particular items. In fact, all that it has to do is offset them very slightly, and that's the amount of work that we see. And in fact, if you remember, the very first RV scroll that we highlighted, it was tiny. It was trivial because Recycler View did very little. But once we get to the edge of this particular list, well, what happens? Now we suddenly might see some jank, because this is a frame in which something interesting happens. For the first time, this list has 5 items in it. That means it can't get an item to be recycled from previously. That means this message icon had to be inflated. Well, so that's the old way of Recycler View working. So let's go back to a sort of simplified version of what we saw in the systrace. Let's say again that this happened during Fling. We have 2 frames that look totally fine. They have short UI thread durations and very reasonable render thread durations finished before the deadline, but then suddenly you hit a big chunk of animation. And as we know, in this particular case, that's because Recycler View is doing its create and bind work. So we see something funny here, though. With render thread working as it does, the UI thread is totally idle for the 10 or so milliseconds in advance of this new frame coming on. Well, it's not hard to predict that the fling is going to continue. I mean, that's kind of what animations do. And this create work, it actually could have fit right there. So this is exactly what we do in Recycler View prefetch. We started looking ahead to new items that are about to come on screen and basically stealing work from them, realizing, oh no, that's going to do a lot of work. Let me steal a little bit of that. Let me go ahead and do that inflation early so that we don't have to do that on demand. And this is what it looks like in practice. So this is a systrace from the exact same app. All that I did was update the support lib to get this feature. And suddenly we get an RV prefetch event in systrace. Again, click on it. It explains the prefetch feature, what it does. And we see, wow, that's 13.5 milliseconds that we pulled out of the next frame. We saved a huge amount of time by work stealing. And now this is one great example of something that the support lib has done, but it's absolutely the process that you can go through for looking for problems in your own app. SupportLib can't solve every problem this way. But let's talk about prefetch a little bit more. So there are some caveats. So what happens if the item isn't actually needed? What happens if we prefetch an item and suddenly, just before that item is about to come on screen, the user decides to tap the screen, stop the fling? If the fling is stopped, if you don't end up needing the item, or if something else comes in, some last-minute arrival of new data, you might have done the work incorrectly. And really, that's fine. 99.9% of the time, prefetch is going to make the right decision, and you might waste a little bit of work in that particular case. What if there's no render thread, though? If there's no render thread, we just don't try and prefetch to begin with right now. So because render thread is on the vast majority of devices, you get this on most devices for free by just using a recent version of the support lib. But on older devices, this feature doesn't work. So availability, this was actually introduced a while ago with SupportLib v25, but it's been getting better, and including with the most recent beta of 26. This feature is built into default layout managers, so if you just use a Recycler View, horizontal, vertical, whatever, with linear or staggered or grid layout, you just get this for free. This is just from updating to the newer support layout. However, if you have a custom layout manager, if you wanted to do something completely custom, or if you wanted to subclass one of them in an interesting way, just be aware that you may need to override this particular method, collect adjacent prefetch positions. And this is how you, in your custom layout manager, can get the exact same behavior, and you can look at the implementations of the other ones. And you can read more about this in Chet's wonderful post about Recycler View prefetch on Medium. But let's step back a little bit and talk about, well, what happens to jank? Well, we saw in this particular case that recycler view having bursty workloads could cause jank. But let's talk about sort of stepping back, what has historically been the problems for Android and jank? So one of the oldest ones that we've thought about is garbage collection. Garbage collection historically had been a significant problem on Android, but this has been something that the platform has been improving steadily. So GC for alloc was essentially fixed in L with art. I've looked at hundreds of traces. I haven't seen a blocking GC on any but the most egregiously allocating apps. GC is not a huge problem, but even still, the runtime keeps improving. Runtime keeps getting better at GC, lowering the overhead of allocation. OS thread scheduling. So this is a particularly interesting one, where on older versions of the kernel and on older versions of Android, sometimes the platform would just make a bad decision about when to schedule your application. This has been improving greatly, especially in and O, but it is unfortunately kernel specific. So that means that it's not guaranteed to be in every in or O device. But definitely look for newer devices if you're looking specifically into thread scheduling, if you're trying to make sure that your work is running exactly when you want it to. Rendering is an interesting one. I work a whole lot on rendering. Rendering, specifically one of the things that I remember Chet and Roman talking about years ago, has been view alpha. If you, let's see, there's has overlapping rendering, there's set layer type hardware, there's some other callback somewhere that I need to remember. Well, we try to improve that. So we started adding auto hardware layer in M. Get that for free. In M+, you can still use hardware layer to avoid that problem. But we've gotten even further improvements in N, improving the worst case. Bitmap uploads are another one that I talked about earlier that had that can cause a significant amount of delay in first displaying your bitmap. But we added a new feature in N, prepare to draw, on bitmaps that would allow bitmap loading libraries to asynchronously start that work early, and that's starting to be adopted by them. View recycling, just as I said before, was another common cause that basically SupportLib has significantly improved for you. So added in 25, more improvements to come there. And you can go back and watch the recording of the art session from this I/O if you want to learn more about what art has been doing. But I wanted to go through all of those because I think that tells you a lot about how the platform has been improving and trying to get to the point where the only sources of jank in your application are ones that you can solve. So let's talk a little bit about some of the sources of jank that might happen in an application, that might happen because of something that's going wrong inside your app. And there are a lot of them, but let's just go really quickly. So issues in recycler view, we talked about issues with recycler view needing to inflate, doing that work at the last minute, lazily, possibly causing 10 milliseconds or more of work in a single frame. But there's a lot of other subtle issues in recycler view that can cause unnecessary inflation, and talk a little bit more about that. So bitmap painting on the UI thread, one of the most common reasons for your draw callback to be very long is because you're trying to cache some work, cache some content in a bitmap. But unfortunately, drawing to a software bitmap can take a lot of time, especially if it's anywhere near screen size. Canvas calls, there are a few canvas calls, namely draw path if you're mutating your path frequently, save layer that can be somewhat expensive. And we've actually gone out of our way to document some of these, and I'll mention this coming up. But let's go quickly to an example of binder, because this has been one of the favorite investigations of the Android performance team in the past release, has been looking and fixing binder problems. So binder is the IPC mechanism on Android. If you want to talk to Window Manager, or if the view hierarchy thinks you want to talk to Window Manager, you're probably going through binder. If you're talking to another person's content provider, if you're talking to Surface Flinger, if you're talking across IPC, you're probably going through binder, and binder has tracing. Now, unfortunately, IPC is often very expensive, and truth be told, it can be really easy to accidentally add to your application. Here's a particular screenshot of a systrace that has a lot of binder transactions going on during recycler view scroll. If you look at it, the binder, Oh my goodness, and then they're just running another callback on the UI thread, running lots of binder. All of these are pretty significant. It's a 21 millisecond frame. It's not doing any inflation. It's not doing anything that should absolutely take that long. It's just binder overheads doing work that they really shouldn't be doing on the UI thread. So tracing binder can help a whole lot, and that's on by default in the newest versions of systrace. But to summarize, there's a lot of reasons, and we've documented a whole lot of them. If you go to d.android.com/vitals, we have a lot of the material in this presentation, a lot of those samples that I went to in more depth with code examples, so on and so forth, on this website. And so now I'm going to pass it back to Chet, who's going to talk about maintaining performance in your app.
I should point out, too, that the document site that Chris pointed to is new. It was just posted, what,
yeah, just
yesterday?
Wednesday, yeah.
So if you think you know the performance docs on the site, you might want to check it out anyway. Much more detailed, in-depth info, and the documentation team was working really closely with the engineers like Chris and other teams to get the information that was really accurate and deep to help you with this dejanking. So let's talk about how you can find and fix and actually maintain your own app performance. It boils down to sort of 4 steps you can think of. One is that you can gather user statistics, so actually figure out where the problems are. You can add your own tracing. It's important to note when we're looking at all the systrace stuff that Chris was showing, that's not a sampling profiler. It's not a, we're not seeing like per method calls. That's not all the stuff that's going on in your application. Those are specific traces that we have instrumented the framework and the platform code with. So the only thing you're going to see in systrace are the traces that we've actually added to the platform, right? Because if we add a ton of traces, then it's going to slow down the application. So we add it in the places where it really makes sense. So you can actually add your own tracing stuff. We'll show you how to do that. You can add jank tests. So maybe you actually need continuous tests so that you can tell when you implement a change and you have a new build of your application and your performance goes down. Wouldn't that be nice if you knew that instead of depending on lower ratings on Play Store because your users are the first ones to see that? Maybe you could actually have continuous tests that can catch that for you. And then finally, use the tools. He went in depth on systrace, but it's worth thinking about some other ones that should be a part of your normal toolbox when you're developing. So one of the things I should point out in looking at the user stats is this is a screenshot of a dashboard that is now, it's sort of a theoretical screenshot. This is, we don't actually give gray boxes. That would mean nothing. So this is from a talk that the Play team gave on Wednesday and talked about the different metrics that they can provide on the dashboard now. So there are metrics that are being calculated and stored on the device that, depending on whether the user opts into it, may be uploaded and then it can be information on your dashboard for your application. So you can see what people are actually seeing in the real world, including jank stats. So how many of your frames are coming in, that's sort of a histogram of these duration buckets. So how many frames are coming in at each level of that histogram. So you can get an idea not just for how your application is doing in general, but also if you just updated it and things got worse, wouldn't that be nice to know? That information that's being aggregated and shown in the Play dashboard is actually coming from internals that we have in the platform that were injected in the N release, where we have this thing called frame metrics, and we have an API around that as well. And we compile this thing at a very low level, but you can listen in on that. You can implement this on-frame metrics available listener and get the per frame callback data that says, okay, here's what the duration was for each of these individual things. And if you think about, if you've done the GPU profile or the on-screen profiler, we saw the screenshot earlier, all of that information is exactly the durations that you get from the frame metrics listener. How long did input take? How long did animation take? How long was the total duration of the frame? So you can get all of that information, aggregate it yourself, and then upload and analyze to your heart's content. We simplified that a little bit in v26 of the support lib, so the beta release should have those bits now. So instead of listening per frame and getting the durations and then needing to aggregate them, we aggregate them for you. So you can get this sparse int array of duration buckets, basically a histogram. And then again, you can compile, aggregate this stuff on the device and then upload it to whatever server you choose to analyze offline. So the Play Store dashboard does that for you for your overall application. But if you want to instrument particular flows in your application that are really sensitive or important for you to get right, then you can choose to do that with the frame metric stuff. Custom tracing, so as I said, all of the traces that we saw in the systrace example that Chris was showing were the standard traces that we have on the platform, but you have the ability to add your own traces in your application. So you should think about doing this for some of the things that you think might be more expensive, where you know you're triggering, I don't know, layouts or whatever. You want to do it for when you're binding views or creating things that may be expensive. Maybe you want to add a trace there and sort of see what that time is going to be and what it looks like in systrace. It's important to know that the more you instrument, the more time you're going to spend actually outputting the instrumentation information. That's why we don't have per method instrumentation. On one hand, you don't want too much information in systrace because then the important information gets lost, but also you don't want to actually skew your times by the instrumentation calls that you're actually making. Right? So same thing is true for your application. So you should think about, if it's going to take greater than ½ millisecond, then the overhead of the instrumentation is going to be in the noise. But if it's much faster than that, you probably don't want to do that, at least not on any permanent basis. And performance tests, it's always good to have tests anyway. Wouldn't it be nice if you actually knew when you were triggering a performance problem? This is especially true for big apps and big teams. So if you have many developers chucking code into a common code base, it's good to have an automated way of detecting when problems come in. If you have developers chucking code in and they're not as familiar with your architecture or your practices, then you want to be able to detect that earlier instead of catching at the user level. And you want to, in particular, have tests around the areas of your UI that are more important, right? So if there's a common feed, some common list view, recycler view situation that people are going to be going into all the time, if that's where everybody lands, well, create some performance tests around that and make sure that that code stays tight. You can gather the data on the user sides, on the device side and app side in Frame Matrix Aggregator, or you can also do it on the host side. So you can run these command line tools like dumpsys GFX info that will get all of that information. GFX info, again, this is the same. It's a different view into exactly the same kind of duration data that I was talking about earlier that you see in GPU profiling, that you see in Frame Metrics aggregation. And in particular, you want to watch what's going on with the different percentiles of your app. If you skip a frame occasionally, no big deal. If occasionally you have a 700 millisecond frame drop, that's probably a big deal. Or if you have 10% of your frames that are actually missing their boundaries, that's a big deal. Right? So just pay attention to what your app is doing and know what the performance is like and try to get that performance as good as you can, but also pay attention to what's changing over time as you update that app. Make sure that you're not losing performance as you do it. And then finally, use the tools. So we talked about profile GPU rendering, something you can enable in developer options very easily, just sort of see where things are going, what's going on in the device when you fling your recycler view or whatever your common UI case is. That green line is important. If you're going above the green line, you miss the 16 millisecond boundary and you janked a frame. This one looks like a particularly janky frame. I don't think they're making any frame there. So at least they're consistent. They got that going for them. So you can do that on the device. This is more sort of at the debugger and developer level, just sort of see where things are at. Again, it's using the same information that we compile at the lowest level and just putting it on the screen for ease of use. Android Studio just came out with some new profiling tools in their latest release. They were talking about that in some of their talks this week, so you can check those out in the recordings on YouTube. In particular, for this audience, the CPU monitor will give you information about what's actually going on in all of these method calls. It gives you a good idea in general about where the performance is going on is going in your app, and also the GPU monitor, which is again another view into like how fast you're rendering this stuff and whether you're hitting the 16 millisecond bound.
Yeah, in fact, I want to say, if you're ever familiar with the previous tools that used to be part of the SDK, the trace view that was built into Monitor, this does the same thing, but with a far better UI, far more usable, and actually far more correct data as well. So far more advisable.
So the way I view the different tools, so we saw the deep dive in systrace, and especially when you first see systrace, you're like, I never want to see that tool again. There's just so much information there, and you're not quite sure what to do with the information. That is the tool that has all of the information. It just takes a little bit of getting used to in using it to see how it works and how you can divine the information you need and add the custom traces that you want. I think an easier way to get into it is you can dip in slowly by using the much easier to use, higher level view of what's going on with the Android Studio tools. And then if there's a particular source of jank that you're trying to chase, know that systrace is a fine-grained tool that's going to help you chase that at a much deeper level system-wide. And finally, not on topic, but for this crowd that's interested in performance, you may want to try out a developer option that will enable this alternative render that's not on by default. But you can see how your application behaves with this for possible future possibilities. So it's the Skia renderer. You can go into developer options and enable that and just make sure that there's not an issue there. If there is, it'd be lovely to hear about it. That's why we're mentioning it today. There are some resources that we mentioned. I will bring them up again. Again, check out the vitals page on d.android.com. In particular, they have a jank section called slow rendering.
Yes.
And there are some important I/O sessions to check out on YouTube. They're probably posted already. Tim Murray gave a great overview about systrace and system performance in general. So Android performance overview. The Art Talk talked about performance and memory improvements. They did some pretty amazing stuff on both the runtime side, runtime improvements, as well as the GC side. So now they have concurrent garbage collection. There's almost no pauses anymore until they need to take a full GC eventually. And they can compact in the foreground. You get a minimal sized heap. You get much faster allocations as well as collections. So the details for all of that stuff are in the Art Talk. And then finally, there's a talk by the Play folks called No One Likes Crashing or Janky Apps, which is true. And that's where they talked about the dashboard and some of the other facilities that they're providing for developers. And that is the talk.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining Launching a great app requires dedication and vision, but growing one takes revenue. How about a monetization solution tailored specifically to your app? One that has rich and engaging ads, one that works with Firebase to give you the insights you need to grow, and one that uses mediation to connect you with networks all over the world. Well, that solution is AdMob. Trusted by more than 1 million apps, AdMob offers developers everything they need to implement first-class monetization strategies. And when paired with Firebase, it's even better. AdMob is included with the Firebase SDK, and its APIs are built to make adding banners, interstitials, and video ads to your app simple. Plus, AdMob automatically selects the ads that pay you the most, so you can sit back and watch your revenue grow. And as your business grows, you can benefit from AdMob's advanced features. Say version 2 of your app has a slick new design, and now you need an ad format that fits naturally with your content. With AdMob's native ads, you can create CSS templates designed specifically for your user experience. We'll style the ads to match and display the result in a native ad view that fits your app like they were made for each other. And it doesn't stop there. AdMob helps you earn in-app purchase revenue too. AdMob can determine which of your users is most likely to make a purchase and target those people. They'll see an ad you design, and they can make purchases right there. Now, with your app's slick design and in-app products, it's become a worldwide sensation. But how can you make sure you're maximizing the revenue generated by each user? With AdMob, you can connect to ad networks around the world, bringing even more advertisers who'll compete for your impressions. And because you're using Firebase, you get access to free and unlimited analytics. Imagine a big-time blogger in Tokyo posts about your app, and overnight, your Japanese audience quadruples. With Firebase Analytics, you can easily spot the trend, and then switch to your AdMob settings to tweak mediation configurations or start a campaign targeting your new fans. That's AdMob with Firebase. It's as easy as you want and as powerful as you need.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you could send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit. And I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Berlin.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Here we go. We're live. We have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications, and we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process.
A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase.
We're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product.
If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love.
Today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library. It has customized theming and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need.
Is my app set up correctly? Which events are being captured by the SDK? Are you receiving my events and parameters? We've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points.
App quality leads to better user retention. Better your app is, and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. And that's where we come in.
So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app.
And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you. And I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful.
All right, let's get back to the code.
We're now in the experiments tent, and there are so many cool things to play with. Before we get to that, which is going to be in just a moment, I just want to ask Amit what experiments are all about.
Thanks. So experiments are platforms that we bring out, websites. Each one is a kind of a playground that invites everybody to come in and send in interesting, playful things that they're doing with our technologies. We have Chrome experiments, Android experiments, web VR experiments, and AI experiments. They're all there, and new platforms will come out. And we're very excited about the things that people are doing with them.
And a lot of them are open source, right?
Yes, a lot of them are open source, which is amazing because experimentation is a wonderful way for people to play and discover new things for themselves. But when they share with the community, then everybody gets to see what's possible with AI, what's possible with web VR, and it's really amazing. And it's also amazing for us at Google to see the surprising things that sometimes happen when people just have fun and play with these technologies.
And a lot of them are built by people who aren't Googlers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a submit button on there, and you can just go and send us the stuff that you're doing in the garage, the kind of passion project that you have, and you'll be surprised how helpful some of these projects could be for everybody else, so we can get inspired and imagine new things with these technologies.
All right, let's check some of them out. First off is Quick Draw, and I'm actually going to play. Do you want to like narrate for everybody at home what we're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So Quick Draw. Oh, thanks. So you might have actually played this game at home, but this is the multiplayer version of the game. What's happening here? It's a machine learning game. So you're going to draw something, and the machine is going to try to guess what it is that you're drawing. And if the machine can guess right, you get a point. All right, so here we go. We got Timothy, Adam, and Nick. 3, 2, 1, go. So the machine is going to tell them something to draw. In this case, for example, Timothy is asked to draw water. And you can see over there that he's trying to draw water. And if the machine can guess, if the computer vision algorithm can guess that it's actually the handwriting API. If it can guess that he got water right, then he gets a point. So I think Nick is killing it over there. He's drawing a train, yeah. Well, Adam seems to be in first place with 14. After we got Nick Jonas with 12, and Tim up. There we go. We're done. Time's up. All right. Third place, Timothy, but it's okay.
All right. That was the water that got me. How do you draw water? I just drew the surface.
That's the funny thing. Some things are perceived differently, right? Like people think water drops versus river water shapes, and it's different every time. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right, let's go check out something else. There's something that makes music over there, right?
Yes. Okay, so this is a really exciting one. The artist Giorgio Moroder, who used to be he is the king of Europop, created this amazing soundtrack. And what we've done is we're using the computer vision API to go and have the phone identify different items, and then the phone is actually narrating itself as a soundtrack to the music, telling us about what it's seeing, what it thinks it's seeing, and how it's identifying these objects. And that actually becomes part of the song. So it's kind of...
That's really cool.
I think it's better to just listen to it, right?
All right,
Yeah.
Let's go check it out. You guys ready?
Perfect.
All right, which one should we do first?
We should
Ready to document recognition with me. Take a picture and it'll tell you what I see. Here we go. I'm on it. All right. Is that guitar or not? No. Got musical instrument in this spot. Okay, what else? Yeah, I'm on it. Looks like automotive exterior to me. I'm seeing vehicle.
This is really great. Okay.
Turn it on. All right. I'm on it. I think ceiling is what we've got.
It's a banana, silly.
Maybe not.
All right, I'll leave this with you guys. Thank you. That was really cool. All right, let's try a couple more things. That was super fun. So this is satellite imagery.
Yes, this is satellite imagery. It was created by an artist, Zach Lieberman, and the DAT team. So the idea here was really simple. What if you could search the world using a simple gesture? Right, and notice here how it takes you to different places all over the world every time you draw a gesture. So let's just give it a shot. Let's see where we go. Spain. Yeah. So it's an experiment. It's just a really wonderful experience, right? It's not like you'll be able to find your way to a specific place by drawing a gesture. That's not the point. The point is really, this is optimized for a really joyful and fun experience. Do you want to try the other mode as well? Yeah. So what it's going to do here is build this imaginary city built around these tiles. As you start dragging in a certain direction, it'll start building a road by combining all these tiles. There's about 50,000 of them that the team has processed using various algorithms to go and create this experience. And this is a Chrome experiment. You can check it out at chromeexperiment.withgoogle.com. Oh, no, sorry, chromeexperiments.com.
That's really cool. It's really joyful and rather pleasant.
It is, yeah, it's very meditative. I mean, we've been standing here and seeing people play with it, and we find ourselves just like starting to yeah, it's mesmerizing.
Kind of zone out on the satellite image.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, the world's a big place.
It's a big place. It gets a little smaller when you get to travel it this way. Yeah.
All right, I think we have time for one more thing. What should we check out?
Yeah, let's go check out actually a submission by a student, former student. He's graduated now from Denmark, and he's created a wonderful piece using machine learning. Very unexpected, interesting piece.
So this is Objectifier with spatial programming, and it's a really cool machine learning device that takes visual input, processes it through TensorFlow, and ultimately triggers if this then that statements. So you could imagine putting your favorite reading glasses on would trigger a reading lamp, pulling the sheets up at night, getting into bed will turn all your lights off. It can happen on device. It was built by a developer, Bjorn, out of Denmark, and if we had the proper European adapter, we could do it all right within this physical hardware. There's a Raspberry Pi Zero in there, and then it can ultimately connect to anything you can plug in for the trigger. There you are.
All right, well, I was playing with this earlier. It was very cool. I was able to hit the button and do a gesture, and then using that gesture, we could turn it off or on. That was awesome. So you wanted to say one last thing about QuickDraw.
One last thing, we're very, very excited today to announce that we're releasing, open sourcing 50 million images. These are vector drawings where the actual ordered strokes of images that people have drawn in QuickDraw. It's available now for developers to go and train their own models on, which is very exciting. Researchers can go and look at it and find some interesting patterns, and artists can go and do interesting and weird things and submit them back to us as experiments. So we're very, very happy to share all of this data with the world. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for showing us around the Experiments tent.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Timothy.
All right, Amit. So that was Experiments. Now, if you want to see this video again, or you want to see any of the other videos or recording at the sandbox areas here at Google I/O 2017, head on over to g.co/io/guide. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll see you at the next one.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tor Norby from the Android Tools team. This is Romain Guy from the Android Platform team. And we're here to introduce this Kotlin talk because we both use and love Kotlin, and we're super excited that it's now officially supported by our teams.
Yeah, so one of the big reasons why we decided to adopt Kotlin was you guys, everybody here, all the developers who have been using Kotlin in their application, who have been asking about Kotlin. So we thought, usually it's Googlers on stage at Google I/O, and we decided that this time around we would have non-Googlers. So we have Christina Lee from Pinterest and Jack Wharton from Square. So they're going to do all the work, and Tor and I will just disappear. Enjoy.
Right. OK, so hopefully all of you were in Hadi's presentation earlier today. He talked about the language and the language features outside of Kotlin, just the language in general. And today we're going to go through examples in Android, how the language features can be used to basically clean up a bunch of sort of rough edges of how you write Android code. So the first thing to start with is, here we have a boring main activity. And what's interesting to note is that this parameter is actually nullable. So if your app process is starting from scratch, this is going to be null. And the way that we've now represented this in Java is with nullable annotations, support annotations. And what's great is that as these have been being added to your code and support library code, when you start writing Kotlin, the fact that the method that you're overriding has that annotation means that Kotlin indicates that it's a nullable type. So all of the work that you've been doing to annotate over the last few years is now going to pay off in Kotlin, where the type system models nullability. Similarly, in Android 4.1, a lot of work was done to normalize the getters and setters on all the views. And if you saw, these are traditionally called beans in the Java programming language. And what's nice is that Kotlin takes these and collapses them into what's called properties. So in Java, you'd refer to them directly. But if we rewrite this in Kotlin, you'll see that we're referring to just an alpha property. And when we're reading from it, it calls the getter. And when we're writing to it, it calls the setter. So all of that work that was done, again, now pays off in Kotlin. OK, so here's some sample code that illustrates when you need to perform some operation over the children inside of a view group. View group is very similar to a collection. But it doesn't have any of the niceties of collections, like being able to use a for each loop. If we rewrite this in Kotlin, we get much more declarative syntax. The first thing to note is the range. Here we're using that infix function. And it actually will, even though it's a function, it's like an intrinsic in the compiler. So you still get a for loop that uses indexes in the bytecode. And then here you can see that the child count property that we're calling, again, comes from the get child count method, which is in Java. But we can do a lot better than this, right? This isn't that much different. It's just a little bit more clean. How can we make view group behave more like other collections? Well, you saw the extension methods. You can add an extension method to view group, which does this iteration. And then your calling code becomes much more like you would over a normal collection. And the nice thing to note here is that extension methods will desugar into a static method where the view group is just the first parameter. An important thing to note is, so this is a higher order function. It takes in a function as its parameter. This will actually cause an anonymous class to be created at the call site that encapsulates the code inside the Lambda. So this can become prohibitively expensive, right? If we're using all these higher order functions and creating all these anonymous classes, deck size goes up, method count goes up. What we can actually do is mark this as being an inline function. So this wasn't mentioned by Hadi. What it does is it basically takes the implementation of this method and inlines it into the call site. And so because the code has been moved, you no longer have to create that anonymous class. And so this method essentially becomes free to use. So one thing that you might have missed is we actually lost the ability to know what index of child we're looking at. But that's easily solved with a second extension method that allows the index to be passed in. And again, as an inline function, we have no additional overhead here. So that was for iterating of the child views. But there's a lot of other things we can do to view group to make it behave a lot more like a traditional collection. So for example, if we add a get method as an extension function, we can now pull out child views as if it was a list or array. We can refer to them by index and have that corresponding view returned. Key thing here, again, that Hadi pointed out, this is an operator function, so we're declaring that it has a special call site syntax. And that's what all of these are going to be. So how about adding and removing views? Well, we can add minus assign and plus assign. And so this allows us to use shorthand syntax for removing and, again, adding. One more would be looking up to see if a child's already in. And again, the implementation of these functions, we're just reusing the methods that you otherwise would have been calling, but getting a better syntax at the call site, which allows the view to behave much more like a collection. And so this wasn't highlighted in Hadi's talk, but it kind of looks like this is magical, right? When you're looking at the code at the top where you're using these operators, how do you know what implementation of that is actually running? Well, a cool trick in IntelliJ and Android Studio is that if you actually put your cursor on one of the operators, you can Command B into it, and it will actually take you to the corresponding function. So even though you get the nice call site syntax, you still have the visibility into what the implementation is doing. And if you want, you can actually call these methods as if they are extension methods, not using the operator syntax. Because again, they're just normal functions. So extending a type isn't limited to just methods. We can also add properties. And so how about adding the number of children as a size property, which is what a list or array would expose. Interesting thing to note here, again, using string interpolation, also mentioned in Hadi's talk. OK, this one's a little more advanced, but having the for each function that we added only allows us to do that type of iteration. Whereas a list, we have all these other higher order functions, filtering, mapping, that we can use that we can no longer use on view group because it doesn't extend that base type. What this code does, which you don't have to really look into and understand, is add the ability to create an iterator of children. And so now we get access to using the traditional for each loop. And if we want, we can use those higher order functions that exist, higher order extension functions that exist on iterable. So here I'm collecting the height of all the visible views, very declarative. And these, if they're inline functions, you lose the overhead as well. So extension functions are great for encapsulating repetitive tasks. So if you're using custom trace points as an example, I always forget to put the end section. And especially if you're refactoring code that has trace points in it, it's very easy to rearrange which end section is applied to which begin section. And it ends up screwing up the systrace output. What we can do is just go back and use this trick over and over again. We can encapsulate that code inside of an inline function. And so and this will perform the begin and end, and then it will execute our lambda in the middle. But as an inline function, we don't pay the cost of allocating anything. And so now our call site just becomes trace with the tag, and then whatever's in the body is automatically wrapped in begin and end. Another nice thing is that you can actually return from these functions. And so if you're computing something, we don't lose the ability to capture return value. OK, so same tricks over and over again. A lot of times when you're writing the same boilerplate code, you can get this tunnel vision where you lose track of the ability to differentiate whether something is correct or a mistake. Because you're so used to seeing it, you just gloss over. And so you might have missed, looking at this, that we're actually missing setting the transaction to successful. And so all the code in this block wouldn't have even ran. This is another one where we can just apply the same trick, write an inline function that encapsulates this ceremony around interacting with a database transaction. And then our call site becomes extremely simple and declarative. This one's especially interesting because we still have to refer to the database inside the transaction block. It would be nice if we somehow could associate the statements inside the block with the enclosing transaction, because we already specified it on the database, so it's redundant to say it over and over again. One way to accomplish this would be to change the lambda that's being passed into the function such that we inject the database reference back into it. And this allows our code, so we pass this into the body. This allows our code to refer to the it parameter which is when there's only a single argument being passed to a lambda, you can just refer to it as it. This isn't as nice as it could be, though, because now every statement that we put inside this lambda has to have it prefixed in front of it. So just like we had extension functions, which add methods to a type, we can create extension lambdas, or as I believe Kotlin calls it, lambdas with receivers, where it's the same trick where if we change the parameter of the lambda that's being passed in to itself be an extension function of the database. This means that the body inside the lambda is going to execute as if it was a method on SQLite database. And such, we can call methods without having to qualify them with any reference. So now our call site only mentions the database once, and then we can just call the methods for performing inserts, updates, and deletes without having to qualify them with the database reference. OK, sticking with databases, doing inserts like this is not terrible, or deletes, I guess, in this case. But the problem is actually the database that underlies, that has to execute this. It has to parse the query every single time, figure out that it's syntactically correct, figure out where the question marks are that it needs to bind arguments into. And so if you're running this over and over and over again, you're basically wasting time in the database for having it to parse your query every single time. The way that this is solved in the SQLite APIs is by compiling a statement ahead of time and then reusing that over and over again. And so now the database only has to parse this once, and then it just it kind of remembers, creates a model of what the query is, and then when you execute it, it only has to insert the arguments and execute them. So this is nice. We get a performance win if we're calling this a bunch of times. But we actually changed this such that if we were calling delete by first name on a background thread before, this compile statement is going to run whenever this class is created, which is usually the main thread. And so we moved database work onto the main thread. The way that this is fixed is with a feature called delegation, and this is property delegation. It's basically allowing you to supply code behind a property that can run whenever it's assigned to or read from. So in this case, what we're doing is we're delegating the implementation of this delete by first name property and to a Kotlin, built-in Kotlin feature, which is going to make it lazy. So lazy takes in a lambda now that only gets called the first time that you get the value from this property. And so what we've done is now allowed this to have the same behavior as the original, where it was parsed on the background thread, but now it only does it once instead of many times. There's a lot of examples of where delegation on properties can be useful. Another built-in one is observable, which allows the lambda that you supply to be called every time the property value is changed. So I write a new property to this name, and the delegate calls this lambda with the old value, the new value. For properties that aren't immediately going to be initialized, but that you know will very soon be initialized, instead of marking them as nullable, which requires you to initialize it immediately when the class is created, you can use a delegate that allows you to sort of defer setting the value. And so if you try to read from this without setting a value, it's going to throw an exception. But if you write to it and then read from it, totally fine. So and this is perfect for cases like activities and fragments where you don't control the creation of the class, but there is a method in the lifecycle that's very early where you usually set up these properties. And you can write your own delegate. Delegate's just a interface that you can implement. So we have one which allows us to bind views. So it automatically, if this is like in a view subclass, it will lazily look up this view the first time that you access it. Another feature of delegation is class delegation. So the transitions framework lacks a base class that you can extend from such that you only have to override one method. wouldn't it be nice if we somehow could only override the method we needed and then have something else that we delegated to for those empty implementations? Well, you can do this. You can create a class. This is an object class, which is a singleton in Kotlin. And it has empty implementations of all the functions. And so now, on our original type, what we can say is that we're implementing transaction listener, but we're going to delegate every call to this singleton type, except for the ones that we override. And what Kotlin will do is basically just add the overrides in the class automatically, call the delegate for the ones you haven't overwritten, and your code that is overwritten for the single method will be used only for that one. For testing, we abstract away espresso. We have these things called robots, which are just kind of high-level methods that we can interact with instead of putting espresso in every single test. And what's great is that in Kotlin, we can call this in a very readable and declarative way. But again, another trick you can do is with these extension functions and lambdas with receivers is take that kind of weird-looking constructor initialization and the apply method, which doesn't really make sense in this case, and turn it into something that's much like a DSL. And so you can build these type-safe DSLs out of anything that any domain that you have in your app. The testing is just one example. And so finally, sealed classes got to mention as well. So these are basically type hierarchies that are closed, that other downstream consumers can't add an implementation of. A great use of this on Android is for recycler view payloads. So let's say you're displaying tweets, and when you click them or when you receive data from the web service, you want to update the counts and the icons. So we can write a sealed class for each of these events, which are the objects that will send to recycler view as payloads so that it knows to only change a number or only change an icon. And here we're using data classes, again, also mentioned. And what's great about this is we can use a lot of the language features to make this really readable on the consuming side. We get the nice looping with the lambda. Then we can use the when block, which allows us to do the smart casting. So for each of these branches, they have associated properties in the data classes. So each one can now reference the properties without having to do the explicit cast, because the when expression took care of it. And so we add the other branches. And we get this nice readable payload implementation instead of what we have in Java, which is a bunch of objects and a bunch of manual casting. And so hopefully all these examples have really resonated. I mean, there's so many things over and over that we do in Java that we can take the features of the Kotlin programming language and apply them to make the code more fun to read and more fun to write. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Christina, who will talk to you about how you can adopt the language in your organization.
Thanks, Jake. So, hello. I just want to start out by saying we're here. This is I/O 2017, and we have a session about Kotlin. A lot of people who made that happen, they're in the room, both the Googlers and the people from JetBrains. I know I appreciate it. Can we give them a round of applause? All right. So it's been a journey. Not as long as it could have been. It's been pretty swift, actually. But it's been a journey. A lot of us have been out there talking to people and evangelizing Kotlin. And at first, there were some objections, like, hey, this language isn't finalized. Are you sure we should use that in production? But as time went on, that was solved. We now have our 1.0, and we've had a lot of great releases since then. But I can guarantee that anybody who's talked to anyone about Kotlin has always fielded exactly the same question. And that was, so what does Google think about this? And this is great because, of course, now I can stand here and say, solved problem, this is my last slide, goodbye. But it's not actually that easy. Because, of course,
This is like one of those situations where your friend says, hey, do you want to run? And you're on the couch watching TV and say, sorry, don't have running shoes, shucks. And then they say, it's OK, we can just do push-ups. You don't need equipment for that. We've taken away that first layer of excuse. It's the pushback that we got most often, and now we don't have that pushback. We have a stance. We know where we stand. But that doesn't mean that there's no work to be done now. There's quite a bit of work, actually. And so I'm going to talk to you about how to do that. A lot of the experience will come from my mistakes, but also from a lot of you in the community that I've been talking to. So I like to break this down into 3 steps. The first one, and the easiest, is you. You control what you say, you control how you say it, and who you say it to. That control, it gives you a lot of power. The second one is management. This is often the elephant in the room, but we have some strategies to make it easier to talk to them. And last, and I leave it last on purpose because I truly believe it's the hardest part, is getting buy-in from your team and creating an environment where when you introduce a new tool, everybody that you work with can be as successful and as productive as you are with it. So let's start with you. I have this quote here that has absolutely nothing to do with tech. It's a very grandiose quote, and the essence of it is that the only thing that's ever created change in the world is a small group of people who have cared deeply. And I know that we're not usually here to change the world. We're here to change code bases. But the reason I include this is because the language of influence is applicable to all of us. This happens in industries all around the world, and we don't get to escape from it. I know that a lot of people in this room are saying, but wait, I'm an introvert. I don't know if I can go on stage and do a dance and shout, go Kotlin. And I'm not asking you to do that. There are a lot of ways for you to show enthusiasm and to be passionate. You can tweet about it. You can send a Slack message to your best friend, an email, an SMS, an MMS if we want to go back 10 years. It doesn't really matter. There are a lot of ways that you can communicate that you care. But the important thing is that you do communicate. Because, of course, if you're sitting here waiting for the people in your office to be struck by a thunderbolt and suddenly understand the awe-inspiring nature of nullable types, you're probably going to be left waiting. So be enthusiastic and share that enthusiasm with other people, no matter what that looks like. But the corollary to that is that the easy part is being enthusiastic. It's a great language. It's not that hard to get excited about it. But you also need to sign up for what comes with that, which is that people will have questions. If you have a build system completely based on the Java programming language, and you introduce a new tool to it, there's a good chance that it might hiccup, that something might not go exactly as planned. And you need to be there to make sure that you can fix that. Because if you care enough to introduce a new tool, you also need to care enough to be a steward for it. That's all I'm going to say about you, because again, it's the part that you control. It's the easy part, right? Just get excited. It works. Now, management. Management is the elephant in the room. I started by saying, hey, the #1 question I got was, what is Google's stance? But of course, the #2 thing that I talked about with the community was, I'm sold, I love it, but I can't convince the people in my company that I should be allowed to adopt Kotlin. So let's talk about that. I have been on stage and I've said, hey, there's this magic argument you can use. You just walk into someone's office and then you say, give me this language and I'll give you an NPE, or relatively NPE, free app. I say relatively because where there's a will, there's a way. But this is a great argument. The more I talked about it with you in the community, though, the more I realized that it boils down to something much more fundamental. And that is that Kotlin and languages like it, they help us offload things that we're not that good at onto our computer. And we already do this a lot. The way I know that we do this is that we all collectively freak out anytime our computer breaks. I know I do it. I've seen other people do it. And that's because computers are fundamentally a huge part of our life. They're really, really good at doing the things that we're really, really bad at. And that frees us up to do some of the more creative thinking, the architecting, the making sure that it works for your coworkers. All of these more creative and critical thinking tasks are things that we get to focus on more. And when talking to management, this is something that they understand. They're going to have questions, yes. But if you move this conversation onto the plane of, hey, I have this tool, and I want to use it more effectively, people understand what that means. So of course, one example of this from Jake is just saying that types are a form of testing. And whether you fully agree with this or not, the underlying sentiment is that we are catching errors sooner. And we're doing it without having to keep it all logged into our head. And since we don't have to juggle the 10 different places that something could be null or mutating or any of those other variables, it gives us more time to think about other stuff. So, sorry. This is my favorite photo in this slide deck. The point here is that people and companies are risk averse. And the reason they're risk averse is because someone's job out there is to make sure that your company doesn't burn down. And that's a very noble profession, and I appreciate that they're there. So they have to keep us in check. And that means that when you're communicating to them, you can by all means feel free to say, there's this thing called val, and then you change one letter and it's a var, and it's magical and it's revolutionary, and you're going to love it. And if your manager's really cool, maybe they'll understand that. But for a lot of people, that's not going to be a really persuasive argument. And it's because even if they understand that from a technical level, it doesn't have resonance. So talk to people in a language that they understand. Talk to them not about the methodology, but about the end goal, which is to say, instead of saying there's typed nullability, say, I can provide you an app that's more stable for our users. It'll crash less. The users will be happier. Or if your management, like mine, values moving fast, say, hey, I have a tool, and if you allow me to use it, I can make more reusable code, and I can iterate faster, and we can get more product out the door. Again, feel free to talk to them about Kotlin. I am never going to discourage anybody from doing that. But also step out of your shoes and into theirs. And talk to them at a business level about what they care about. OK, last and hardest, the team. Now, this is a really good place for me to add the caveat that I'm here because I've made some mistakes. And I want to share them with you so that you don't have to make the same ones. I'm sure people will find new ones to make, but at least they won't be mine. So to start, define success. Know what that looks like for you. And I say this because I was out on the grass when we announced that Kotlin was going to be supported, and I heard a lot of you saying, hey, cool, so does this mean that I can just convert my whole code base to Kotlin? And I said, whew, yes, I mean, if that works at your office, by all means. But what I've learned in my Kotlin adoption was that if you do that, you're going to have to put up with grumbling for months to come. And the reason for that is that teams, they're made of diverse people. And diverse people almost never agree unanimously. Which is to say, if you're in a startup with 2 people, maybe you can go to lunch and agree on this and push the code that day. But if you're in a bigger company and you have 30 or 40 devs on a team, getting them all into a single room and agreeing on something is going to be time-consuming, and it's going to take effort. And so when defining success, I would again encourage you to focus on the outcome. If you want to stand there and say, Kotlin is the best language, you can, but I guarantee someone will stand up and want to argue with you, because it's fun to argue, and developers love to do that. I'm one of them, I know. So what I would encourage you to do instead is say, we want a stable code base. We want to hit this metric for number of crash-free sessions. We want to be able to iterate faster. any of these things, it's easy for people to agree on. They're not controversial statements. And if you start with a common goal with your team, then when you say, hey, there's this tool, it'll get us to this goal in X, Y, Z steps, it's a lot easier to have that conversation. You don't have to start a flame war. You can sit there and you can dissect pieces and have productive conversations on smaller chunks. Now, part of this is also getting stakeholders on board, which is something I mildly did, but also mildly didn't. So the importance of this is that if you're like me, and you're a developer and not in the management chain, it means that if anything goes wrong after you adopt a new tool, like Kotlin, someone above you in that chain is going to be on the hook for it, which is great for me, but less so for them. So there's also this dynamic, too, that consists of you standing here saying, hey, this is a great language, and then someone going off and saying, hey, have you heard about this language? Christina says it was great, but I just wanted to hear your opinion. And for both of these reasons, you want to make sure that the culture setters in your company are on board. Both because if something happens, you want them to have your back and to say, this is the right path for us. It's worth it to push through this. Let's just fix it. And also because if the culture setters in your company aren't on board, you're going to have a lot of dissent. And I know we can get complacent because the interop is so good between the Java programming language and Kotlin, but it's really not a great place for your team to be. Oh, there we go. Now, also, find someone who reviews your code like this, exactly like this. I do this for my team. I've been known to skip around my desk. It's happened. Ask any of my coworkers in the audience. And you should find someone in your company who feels exactly the same way. And the reason I say that is that, again, in talking to the audience and to members of the Kotlin community, a lot of you had said, I just snuck Kotlin in, and it was great, and nobody knew. Now, one, do you all still have jobs? Like, how is that working for you? I mean, we need to talk. I don't know about these rogue commits that are just coming up left and right. I appreciate the spirit, though. And two, that means that you shoulder all that work on yourself. And I don't know about you, but I'm already pretty busy. I got a lot of emails to write during the day. And so if you can find people who feel like you to work with, that's going to make your job less hard. And the other reason this is important is that this language, although it's been around for several years now, is just hitting widespread adoption. And what that means from your perspective is that we don't have 20 years worth of code styles to fall back on, and best practices, and books, and all of the things of that nature. And that means that when you introduce Kotlin into your code base, you get to have those conversations. And as a developer, that's fun. But it's also time away from your work. And what does this look like? It looks like you adding Kotlin to your code and having almost, two ways to do almost exactly the same thing. We need to standardize our code base, ergo, what is my company's position? Which one do we default to? I've also heard from the Trello team that they have a lot of conversations about what it means to be null when we have typed nullability. This wasn't a conversation that we had to have before, because by default, most things were nullable. But now that we control that in a much more concise way, what does it mean? You need to decide. Is it valid for me to make this thing nullable? Or is that just completely illogical for the data structure that I'm building? These conversations, they need to be had, and while you can have them with your whole team, you can dive in and say, we're all on board, it's going to get noisy. There's a lot of thrashing involved in deciding what your future looks like. And so this is why I would recommend finding a nucleus and working with them. It should go without saying that I also hope that you document all of this, because at some point you should bring everybody else on board. And of course, I'm not saying not to get opinions. I'm just saying that if you try to adopt by consensus, it might not move you along as fast as you would otherwise hope. Now, I also want to point out something, this is from Dan Liu's blog, about what you're expecting from your coworkers when you ask them to adopt a new language. And that's that you're asking them to go from a place of expertise to a place where they're new again. And yes, JetBrains has done everything in their power to make this seamless. The IDE support is great. You can copy and paste for convert. You can right-click convert. You can have hints in your IDE. You have the compile time errors. They have smoothed the way for you, and it is easy, way easier than anything else I've adopted. But that doesn't mean that there's no work. And so people, when they use the Java programming language, are often coming from a place of having used it for years. And that means that they know all of the little tricks. They've read all the interview books. They've read the blog posts and the puzzlers and all of those things. And so they know those tiny little edge cases just from having been in the environment for ages. And when you come to a new language, you don't necessarily bring that knowledge with you. A lot of it is still applicable. But you also have to expect that there are going to be some times where you haven't found all of the edge cases and you're going to be burned by them. And so if you're asking that of your teammates, you need to make sure that onboarding is a first-class citizen. And I know this isn't that exciting. We're all developers. We want to code. Who wants documentation anyways? But it really, really is important if you want Kotlin to be successful in your company. And that's because you can say, oh, well, everybody on my team right now, they know Kotlin, so we don't need to onboard. But what about when your interns come in? Or when you hire someone new in 2 months? We are not at a point in the industry right now where we can expect that everybody walking through our interview pipeline knows this language. And so if you throw them in the deep end without any flotation device, that's on you, and you should expect them to feel lost and overwhelmed. So make onboarding a first-class citizen. Think about it early. This probably means that you have to change what you're doing in the first 2 weeks that your employees arrive. You'll have to update documentation, code examples, make sure that they have the tools they need to run this new language, and probably do some mentorship as they learn the language on the job. Do that work. It's really important, and I know because I put it off. So don't be like me. Get it out of the way early so that you don't have a bifurcated team. Again, interop, it has all of the merits, right? It's great. But it can also make us lazy because we can say, they don't need to use Kotlin. They can use Java. But Kotlin, it's here to stay, and we want people to enjoy it, and we want them to partake. So just saying, you don't need Kotlin, you can use Java, it's not the best route, really. Now, my only last remaining point, show up. Be there for the work that needs to take place, that documentation updating, that advocacy. We all know Jake's white paper from several years ago. That didn't just poof into existence. He sat down and he wrote it. And I know at my company we've had those moments too. We've done the behind-the-scenes work that has made the adoption during the workday much more successful. And it's not glamorous, I know. But if you want Kotlin to be successful in your company, it's necessary. And now that I've bummed you all out and told you how hard this is all going to be, I just want to remind you where we are. We have official support for Kotlin, and that's a great place to be. So yes, there's work involved in it. I know, and it's not sexy work either. It's not as fun as writing Kotlin. But it's worth it. We have the chance to use an amazing language, so let's put the work in to make it happen. Now, I know a lot of you after the keynote were asking, hey, I'm interested, I'm sold, how do I get started? Well, here are a few resources. Predictably, I have links to both the Android documentation and the JetBrains documentation. On that JetBrains site, you'll find koans, which are ways to go through coding exercises and explore the language incrementally, as well as the standard documentation and a REPL. And then, obviously, there's a book that came out about Kotlin recently, and I would encourage you to read it. That's all I have for you today. There's no time for questions, but we'll be outside after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for joining this session.
The only thing that evolves faster than technology is our expectations. We want everything. Better, easier, now. Suddenly, downloading an app feels like it takes forever. And in many parts of the world, data is still at a premium, with 1 megabyte costing up to 5% of a monthly wage. Let's face it though, until now, the alternative to native apps hasn't been great. But that was then. Progressive web apps can now deliver mobile web experiences with a native look and feel, offering features like real-time push notifications, adding a site to your home screen so you can easily jump back to it with a single tap, even when you're offline. Plus the ability to make quick payments on the go. And all from your browser. This is the next generation of the mobile web. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and build something great.
Android Wear 2.0 is the most significant update to Android Wear since its launch in 2014. I'm Hoi Lam, and I'm here to take you through 3 highlights of Android Wear 2.0. First, material design has arrived on Android Wear. The new Android Wear interface uses a darker color palette, which makes the watch blend in more in social environments. It also helps save battery by OLED displays. We also suggest that developer adopts vertical layouts and reserve horizontal swipe for activity dismissal. In our research, this makes user interface easier to understand. To help developer implement these new design patterns, we have introduced new user interface components such as the wearable drawer layout and wearable recycler view. Check out the material design for Android Wear site for more details. The second highlight for Android Wear 2.0 is watch face complications. Before Android Wear 2.0, if a watch face wanted to display data from another app, they need a one-to-one agreement in both business and technical terms. To alleviate this complexity, with Android Wear 2.0, we have introduced the Complications API. Complications are a traditional watchmaking term for areas of the watch face that displays information other than the time, such as the date or phases of the moon. We have extended this concept to smartwatches, so any app can publish data for watch faces to consume. And watch faces can display these data in a style that fits into their unique designs. For app developers, this helps increase user engagement and mindshare. For watch face makers, this adds utility to the watch face. Users can now choose whichever watch face they want, as well as getting the data that they need. Check out the watch face and complications sections of the developer documentation for more details. Last but not least, standalone functionality. Previously, Android Wear 1.0 apps require a phone app to communicate with the cloud. With Android Wear 2.0, Wear apps can access the internet directly without the need for a corresponding Android phone app installed. This means the Android Wear app can access the internet even if the user has an iPhone. To help with app distribution, we have also put the Google Play Store on the watch. Users can now download apps directly on their wrist. Apart from these 3 areas of improvement, material design, complications, and standalone apps, there are numerous other enhancements with Android Wear 2.0. Check out the Android Wear developer site for more details. I'm Hoi Lam. Happy coding!
Hi everyone, and welcome back to Ask Firebase. I'm James Tamplin, a co-founder and product manager on Firebase. A fun fact about me is I first started programming at the age of 12 using a TI-83 basic in math class. Needless to say, my math teacher wasn't pleased.
Nice.
A first question comes from Mr. Pan4. How did you meet Firebase co-founder Andrew Lee? So Andrew and I actually went to high school together. We've known each other now for about 17 years. After we both finished university, Andrew gave me a ring and we had dinner at a small Midwestern diner. And 9 years later, we're still working on making lives easier for developers with Firebase. This next question comes from Harold Weisinger. And Harold asks, is there a way to run my cloud functions once every hour? Great question, Harold. Unfortunately, currently there isn't. However, it's our #1 most requested feature for cloud functions, which we launched last month. Stay tuned for more news on our Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube channels. Thanks for the question, Harold. Next question. TJ asks, can you check the progress on a database request to know when it's finished? Well, TJ, we have a couple of ways you can kind of get at this. First of all, when you write into the Firebase real-time database, you can attach an onComplete callback with your set request. This will let you know when the write is completed to disk. Alternatively, you can check out our Firebase real-time database profiler that we released just a couple of weeks ago. This will give you granularity at a path level into both the latency and the bandwidth usage. This way you can get a little bit more insight into what's going on with the Firebase real-time database. Thanks for the question, TJ, and check the links in the description for more information. Next question.
Lighter.
Our next question comes from Se-Chun Kim. What's the limit of Firebase projects that can be created? Well, Se-Chun, it depends. We don't actually publish or document the limit of projects that can be created, since that number actually depends on inputs from our spam and abuse teams. However, a couple of things to note. First, billing accounts or paid accounts don't count towards this limit. So if you're having trouble, you can upgrade to either our Flame, which is our $25 a month plan, or our Blaze pay-as-you-go plan. Also, if you're still running into trouble, please reach out to our support team and they can help you raise that limit. Check out that link in the description below. Next question. Charles asks, where do you see Firebase in 5 years? Well, Charles, in 5 years' time, we're still going to be creating great tools that make developers' lives easier. Software is playing a bigger and bigger role in society at large, and we want to help the people creating that software. We'll do this by allowing them to focus on solving their customers' problems, by letting them not focus on low-level infrastructure, by not making them stitch together a myriad of growth tools. While I can't comment on specifics, I can give you a few general areas of where we'll be focusing. The first of which is more deeply integrating with Google Cloud Platform. This lets developers start with Firebase and then move seamlessly into Google's public cloud offering. Second of all is a focus on machine learning and integrations there. It's no secret that this is a big focus for Google. With integrations, we can intelligently provide recommendations to developers about next steps they can take to grow their app, or how they can better improve their app quality. It's going to be a great next 5 years for Firebase, and we're excited to serve you, our developers, as best we can. Thanks for the question, Charles. Our last question comes from Gabe, who asks, how has the culture of the Firebase team changed since joining Google? Well, Gabe, we were 23 people when we joined Google, and now we're more than 10 times the size. So things have certainly changed a little bit. However, I would like to think that we've changed Google more than we've changed ourselves. Specifically, we've changed Google's processes towards building developer products, trying to bring a focus on developers around the globe rather than just Google engineers. We've done this through things like one-on-one developer feedback sessions, through a lot of meetups, and through introspecting and dogfooding. By preserving this culture, we'll try and make developer offerings across Google better for you, our developers. So thanks for the question. That's all we have time for today, but thanks for all of your questions. Do keep them coming on Twitter, YouTube, Stack Overflow, and more with the hashtag AskFirebase. I'm James Tamplin, and we'll see you next time.
Hi everyone, Timothy Jordan here for one last interview, this one with Françoise, principal scientist here at Google.
Hi Timothy.
How are you?
Very good, and you?
I'm doing so good. The festival has been amazing, and we've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people about what they do, and that's why I'm excited for this moment here, because you do some really cool stuff.
All right, yeah, it is cool, I agree.
So why don't we give everybody just an introduction to the work that you do around machine learning and input?
Yeah, so I work on speech recognition and I work on keyboard input. So speech recognition, you all know what it's about. Sundar has been talking about our progress in voice and how we've lowered our word error rate quite a bit, Google Home and all that. I've been working on speech for the last 12 years at Google, and then more recently, maybe last 2-3 years, I've been working on keyboard input. And you know, when people think of their keyboard, they think it's something very simple where they just take the mobile keyboard on their phone and they just tap, you know, the letters of what they want to spell. But in reality, if you want a good keyboard that really understands you and corrects your mistakes and predict the next word that you're going to type, it's pretty complicated. And there's a lot of machine learning that goes into keyboard as well.
Yeah, that's one of the things when you and I were talking about this earlier, is that that's a common misconception that like machine learning wouldn't apply to the keyboard because you're just hitting buttons, but that's actually not true at all.
No, it's not true at all. You know, keyboard is very interesting because it's such a complex product in itself because you can do a lot of things with a keyboard. You can tap on the keys, you can swipe what you want to write, and then you can even click on the microphone and then you can speak to your keyboard too, right? So the two modalities come together there. But doing a good job at correcting your typos, yet letting you type new words that the keyboard maybe doesn't know about, and then learn those words and those phrases for you, and then being able to predict the next word or the next phrases that you're going to type so that you don't have to type them. You can just say, oh yeah, that's what I meant, click. That takes a lot of machine learning. Yeah.
Awesome. You know, one of the other aspects of your work that I find really interesting is I end up talking to a lot of machine learning researchers that are just blazing new ground. It's really interesting, but it's like very theory and theoretical. But what you do is you have problems and you've just found that machine learning is a good way to solve them.
Right. So the way that I like to think about these problems is I have a technology to build, right? And it has many facets and there are many things that we need to optimize. It can be the machine learning, it could be the UI, it could be the infrastructure that's behind it that nobody sees. And so what we're really trying to do is to understand the pain points for the user. Where are the places where our users are wasting time, are getting frustrated? What are the places that they enjoy instead? And then trying to understand those problems, then we look at what are the right solutions for those problems. And sometimes the solution is just, you know, sweeping a parameter. And sometimes it takes like a really complex piece of machine learning. So we're just picking the technology that matches the problem that we have to solve, and we improve the technology one step at a time.
It's really interesting to kind of have that perspective of it's very pragmatic about machine learning.
Right, exactly. And I think it's a good approach because once you know exactly what, the hardest part is really figuring out what is the problem that you're trying to solve. And I think a lot of developers are struggling exactly with that same problem. It's what is it that I'm trying to solve, how am I formalizing that, and then what is the best tool to solve that problem.
Awesome. Yeah. So there's another aspect of your work I want to bring up. This is the last one, I promise, which I find really interesting, and you call it deep internationalization. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes. So, you know, as you may guess, I'm not a native US American speaker. I grew up in Belgium. Belgium is a country with French and German and Flemish. I learned Italian when I came here to the United States, so I care deeply about languages. And we have found, developing those keyboards, that a lot of countries in the world and a lot of languages are not well represented in mobile keyboards. What I mean by that is that there are a lot of people in the world, sometimes tens of millions of people, who speak a language and would like to write to their friends in that language, but that language is not supported on a keyboard. So what do? Either they go back to another language, so maybe I cannot type in French, I would go back to English because it's okay, my friends understand English too. But that's not what I want to do. I want to speak French with my family. And if we happen to speak a much, you know, more distant language that is not well represented, we wouldn't have the luxury of being able to talk to each other in our own language. So that brings us into this space where we think it's not just about bringing a few tens of languages into our keyboards and into Google technology in general. It's about hundreds of languages. It's about going beyond 1,000 languages. There are in the world 1,342 languages, according to linguists, that have more than 100,000 speakers. So you imagine, and if you go into even the deeper end, it would be in the 6,000, 7,000 languages. And so I really have a passion for bringing as many of those languages online as possible and progressively enabling technologies like speech recognition, keyboard input to more and more languages.
And the way you design an app is just a little bit different if you're trying to design for all of them, right?
Yeah, so the app itself, we try to keep things as general as possible because there's no way you can scale to hundreds of languages if your infrastructure is not general and your modeling methodologies are not as general and scalable as possible. And that's where machine learning actually is very helpful to us, because before we had machine learning to solve our problems, we would really hard code things, and you would see pieces of C++ code that would say, if language equal German, do this, right? And that's not what you want. There's no way to scale that. With machine learning, you essentially have the algorithms that are data independent and language independent, and then the data is the piece that contains the knowledge about the language. So now there's this nice interface between algorithmic work and data work. And so once you have the right algorithms, it's just a question of pumping data from different languages into them to create a new capability in those languages. And if you improve your algorithms, all the languages improve at the same time. So it's a really nice synergy as long as you can establish that boundary. And with machine learning, that's very easy to do.
Yeah, and it sounds very sort of, once you get the right perspective, things start to fall into place.
Exactly. You really want to build from scratch with this thinking of how am I going to internationalize my product, my technology, but not just to 5 languages, just to hundreds of languages.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's about all the time that we have, but thank you
right.
so much for joining with me and talking about all this.
Yeah.
Is there anything else, like, say, if you could see some developers on the other end of this camera that would love to be doing the kind of work that you're doing now, what's some of the stuff that you'd tell them to get started on?
I think the best work that you do is really when you're passionate about the thing that you're doing. So I would think for each developer, if they are, and I assume they are, passionate about what it is that they're trying to develop, dig deep into it. Just don't be satisfied with something that's average quality. Keep digging and digging to try to understand your product the best you can and what your users want the best you can, and then keep developing from there and everything will go well.
Awesome. Francoise, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So my name is Stephen Fluin, and I'm a developer advocate on the Angular team.
Hi there, my name is Rob Dodson. I'm a developer advocate on the Chrome team. And today we're going to be talking about using web components with Angular. So this is a topic that Stephen and I get asked about a lot. So we thought it would be cool this I.O. to sit down, do a session, highlight how you can combine these two technologies and cover some of the best practices for doing so, and also where we see sort of the best opportunities for doing that. But before we get started, we just want to do a quick overview just to throw out some terminology, familiarize everyone, make sure we're all on the same page, and explain, again, where we think these two things fit well together. So
Angular is a platform that makes it easy to build applications with the web. And I talk about this a lot with developers. And I use these two terms very particularly. I use the term platform to refer to Angular, because what we're really trying to do is we're trying to move from being a framework into a platform that owns the entire end-to-end developer experience. And I use the term with the web very intentionally, because while you can build Angular applications that target installed mobile or desktop use cases, we're really built from the core with the web and for the web.
And when we talk about web components, we're talking about a new set of APIs that are landing in the browser that allow you to define your own custom HTML tags. And these are tags, components, if you want to call them that, that will work really in any context with any library or framework. That's really our primary goal there. The two big standards that make up web components are custom elements. That's what lets you define your own custom HTML tag. And shadow DOM, that's what lets you scope your CSS and encapsulate your markup inside of those controls. Many of you are also probably familiar with libraries like Polymer, which we use to build web components. Today, we're actually not going to be talking about Polymer specifically. The reason is because I wanted to sort of remove variables from the talk and make sure that I could just get down to just the web standard level with vanilla JavaScript and make sure those worked well with Angular. And once we have that stuff squared away, then adding in libraries and abstractions becomes a lot easier.
So let's talk a little bit about why we would want to combine these things. And because there are two technologies that are playing a little bit of different roles. So we talk to a lot of companies and a lot of enterprises that are using many, many different technologies. And these companies are often building lots and lots of apps across different sub-teams and different divisions. This is kind of a very common problem among enterprises large and small. And what ends up happening is a lot of these companies end up wanting to have a single UI library. Whether they're building a date picker or some sort of calendar or even just a normal data table, they want to be taking UI standards and brand guidelines that are coming from the company and apply them to the technology that they're using across the board, regardless of what framework or pieces of technology that they're using. So when we think about these two things, we think that Angular is great for structuring and organizing an application. Whether you're looking at something like the CLI, which is going to help you scaffold and get started with a project, as well as build and ship a project, or whether it's other tools within the Angular framework that are really all about architecting and thinking higher level about the application and the flows within your application, Angular is great at those pieces. But web components is really great at compatibility and building reusable UI elements that can be used across many, many different contexts.
So then you might be asking yourself, all right, well, that sounds good, but like, doesn't Google have like multiple implementations of its UI library? And how come you all aren't really like walking this talk? So it's true, yeah, we actually have more than 2 versions of our UI library. We have one in Polymer and Web Components. We have one in Angular. We have things like Material Design Lite and Material Components. There's even a few internal implementations sprinkled around there. And the reason is because when we started material design, I guess maybe 3+ years ago at this point, when we started material design, the web component standards were very much still in flux. Today, we have Web Components v1. We have it shipping across Chrome, Opera, and Safari. Things are starting to settle down now, and I think we're actually at a place where we can start to take a serious look at how we can share work across all these different teams. I also want to point out, because people ask this a lot, they ask, is Angular on Polymer, are these going to merge together? Are they going away at some point? How's that going to work? So there's no plan for any of these projects to go away at any point. They all have their own priorities that they're trying to solve. But we absolutely want these things to be able to interoperate well. So it's a primary goal of web components that they should be able to work anywhere. And I know that a lot of effort went into the Angular rewrite to make sure that web components were well supported. And so to demonstrate this, what we've done today is we put together a very simple application, which we hope highlights some ways that you can integrate these two together. And that's really what we're going to be walking through with you today.
So what we've built for you is a simple checkout form. On the left side, you see 2 standard HTML imports, or inputs, where you've got a name and an address for the user. And then we've got 2 web components below that. A list box over on the left side that's going to be accepting information about how the user wants to be shipping their products. And then a checkbox that allows the user to decide whether or not they want gift wrapping for their product. And on the right, we've got all of these Angular declarative templates that show, hey, here are the prices that we're going to be using, here's the subtotals, and then giving the user the ability to submit all of that information. So there in the bottom, you can see the shipping selection. And then below that, you can see the is a gift wrapping web component that we're adding there. So our agenda for today, as we're going to go through this session, is really going to have 4 parts. We're going to talk about how to set up an Angular project and make it compatible with web components. Then we're going to talk about the guidelines and the best practices for authoring your web components in a way that can be compatible with frameworks. Then we're going to talk about how do you use these web components within Angular, and we'll finish it up with some general best practices. So let's get started here with a project setup. So within this context, I'm really talking about using a Angular CLI project. So using the @Angular/CLI project within NPM. And so let's dig in. Via NPM, I'm going to npm install Angular CLI. And then I'm going to use the ng-new command in order to scaffold out that project within my system. Then I'm going to cd into that folder, and I'm going to see all of the things that it created for me. A CLI project looks a little bit complex at first, but it actually has all of the things that you need to get up and running as a developer using Angular. So everything from editor configurations, Git configurations, TypeScript, environmental configurations, as well as tests that make it easier to maintain your application as it continues to grow. And then in the source/app folder, we're going to really see the core of my Angular app and the code that I'm going to be writing, where you can see all of my modules, my components, their TypeScript, HTML, and tests. So then, now that I have a standard Angular project that's going to work for me, I'm going to go ahead and add the polyfills that I need to work with web components. So we've released these tools on NPM, and so I can use NPM or yarn to do yarn add at webcomponents/webcomponents.js. And then we're going to go ahead for our project, and we're going to add two specific components called -checkbox and -listbox. Then, within my Angular project, I'm going to go and find the polyfills.ts file. This is a file that has a built-in tutorial that says, based on what browsers you want to support, based on what targets you're going to target, here are the polyfills and the other pieces of JavaScript that you're going to need to include in your project to make everything work. So within there, you're going to see the import for Zone.js, which Angular is dependent on for change detection. And right below that, I'm going to go ahead and add the web components polyfill that's going to make my application compatible with web components.
So one possible footgun that you might run into as you're at this phase in your project is that if you're transpiling your elements down to ES5, your custom elements down to ES5, in browsers which natively support custom elements already, like Chrome, Opera, and Safari, by sort of spec definition, those browsers expect a custom element to be an ES 2015 class. If you try and give it an ES5 object that you've created and say, hey, let me call custom elements defined with that, it'll actually break. And so if you're transpiling your entire application and you're loading it into a browser that already has native support, you need to include a little ES5 shim. It's kind of weird to think about it. You're taking your sort of ES5 code and like backing it into the future, if you want to think of it that way. But here's how we did it in our project. We included this little snippet here. So if the browser has native support for custom elements, it's going to load the adapter. Otherwise, the adapter is going to like self-remove itself. This is probably something that you could just sneak into a Webpack plugin or something like that, so you don't have to look at it. But I did want to make the snippet available. And yeah, if you want to write a Webpack plugin out of this, that's a free open source project idea that I would love to see.
So now let's go ahead and add web components directly into our Angular project. So I'm going to do two things within my app module. The first is I'm going to go and import those web components in their ES5 or ES 2015 version. Then I'm going to go ahead and let Angular know about web components that I'm using them within my application. So I'm going to import custom elements schema, and I'm going to supply that as a schema on my root app module. And what this is actually going to do is normally Angular goes through all my templates and validates and verifies as part of compilation that every HTML tag I use is part of the HTML spec or coming from a component that was within the context that I know about. And what adding this custom elements schema does is it turns off that validation so that we're able to add any generic web component to our application without throwing additional errors. Then, for our project here, we're going to take a very simple Angular form. So you're going to see that at the very top, we've got a submit event that we're using the parentheses binding for event binding. We're using ng forms here, so we're going to assign that out to a variable. And then we're adding this HTML input tags with ng model directives on it. And those directives wire up the form for us. Then we've got the shipping web component that we're going to be adding a little bit later. And then we've got the gift wrapping web component we're going to be adding. And so what do we really want from forms as a user? So as a user, I really want to turn forms from a one-way data dump into a conversation where the application can be interactively telling me about what's going on with the form in a more helpful and intuitive way. One of the problems with building web components by default today is that you have to wire up forms yourself. By default, they won't be included in the value of a form element. But because Angular automatically and is already doing all of that rewiring to make all of the submit buttons work and all the keyboard shortcuts work, we can include web components in that model very easily.
All right, so now that we've got some placeholder spots in our app where we're going to include some components, it's time to actually go through and do a bit of our authoring. Now, I've split this into 2 sections. I want to talk a little bit about custom element philosophy, basically like what I think makes a good component. And then we're going to walk through how do we define an interface that works well, not just with Angular, but really a custom element that works well with any library or framework. So yeah, component philosophy. What makes a good component? I'm going to say, first and foremost, if you're building web components to be used inside of an Angular app, I feel like these components work especially well as leaf nodes. So you can think of leaf nodes as stuff that you really can't break down any further, right? Stuff that's pretty concrete UI. If you were to graph the structure of your application, these would be sort of like the terminating nodes at the end of that graph. You're already familiar with using leaf nodes in HTML all the time. Most of the interactive controls that you use are already leaf nodes, so things like button and select and input, things like that, right? You don't think about breaking those down into any smaller pieces. They're kind of as small as they get. Another way that I like to think about this is like these are not abstractions, right? They're really concrete pieces of UI. So using Angular, you might create a more abstract view, like user dashboard or login view or something like that. And that view will be made up of these smaller, more concrete UI components. And that's a good place for web components to slot in. I also try to take any component that I'm building, and if it's too monolithic, I want to figure out how I can break it down into smaller pieces and factor it into these little bits that I can compose together. So I want to show you what I would sort of recommend not doing, and then what I prefer when I am structuring my elements. So let's say I'm building a list box. And I've totally done this before. I started building this element, and I was like, all right, I guess the API for this thing will be, you got to like select it in JavaScript, and maybe there'll be like an array of elements, and I'll call a method on that element, and I'll give it this array, and then it'll render all that stuff in the shadow DOM, and like, yeah, that's how my list box is going to work, right? I've totally built controls that work this way. There's some downsides to doing this, though. For starters, we've got to have some imperative JavaScript setup code there. We've actually got to query for this element and call a method and pass some data to it that way, which is a little funky. Also, we're hiding all of our content in the shadow DOM when we don't need to be. So instead of doing that approach, again, we want to take that monolith and we want to factor it into smaller components. So this dash list box can have little dash option children inside of it. That way we can put the content right there in the light DOM. That's good for crawlers and bots that want to read the page. It also means that you can just hand author this in regular HTML, right? I don't have to do any imperative JavaScript setup code to get it into this state. So yeah, it's good for server rendering the thing if you want to think of it that way. Your content is in the visible DOM, so it should be able to be crawled, and there's no imperative setup work happening. Another thing that I like to do is I like to think of web components as each one as like its own little sealed black box. Kind of the same way that you think of native HTML as like a sealed black box, right? You don't try and poke around in the internals of the select element or anything like that. And so when you're working with web components, you don't want to try and like pierce the shadow root or violate the encapsulation or anything. When we work with native HTML, there's a very well-defined interface that we use for talking to those controls, and we should implement that same interface in our web components. So that means we use attributes and properties to configure the control, and then we listen for events to signal changes in the control. And if we make sure that our custom element dovetails into this pattern, then we'll have a nicer time working with other libraries and frameworks which are already sort of built to understand this. So finally, I would say whenever you're building a component, I try to recommend preferring a properties-driven interface versus one that's like heavy on methods and things like that. Let me give you kind of a more concrete example of what I mean there. So let's say you're building a dialog element. It's very tempting to say, OK, I've got this dialog control, and I guess the only way for it to render in its open state is going to be for someone to query for it in JavaScript and call this like open method. And like that's how you'll open the thing, right? And I would recommend instead of doing this, give it an open property and have setting that property, define a setter on your class, and setting that property, that's what will render your open state. There's a few reasons why this is beneficial. The first is it means that state can be very easily reflected onto this component. So if you're using like a unidirectional data flow, sort of like what Angular does or what something like Redux likes to do, where you want to take a state object and just kind of like pass all those props down the tree, this model works very well for that. It also means that someone who's just writing vanilla HTML can very easily configure your control. They don't have to write any JavaScript to open it. They can just put an opened attribute on the thing, and it's in its open state, right? And as you start to do this and you look at native HTML, you'll see there's a lot of similarities there. Things like the checked element, or the input type equals checked element. It has a checked property and a checked attribute. It doesn't have like a toggle method or anything like that. So as we're mirroring what native HTML does, it tends to make our life a little bit easier. So with all that in mind, let's actually create an element and define an interface that matches these patterns so it works well with Angular. So I'm just going to build this little checkbox here. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to cover every detail of how we built this element. But I do want to highlight the important areas of integration between Angular and custom elements. So I've got two goals. The first is I want to make sure that Angular can tell my element what state to be in. And the other is I want Angular to be able to listen to changes from my element. If I satisfy both of these, I should be happy. So let's start with that first item there, making sure Angular can tell my control what state to be in. So I'm going to start by creating a custom element class. And under the hood, custom elements are a really, really simple API. You basically are just associating an ES 2015 class with a tag. You're telling the browser, hey, whenever the parser hits one of these tags, create an instance of this class. So I've got a dash checkbox class that extends from HTML element. I call custom elements define. I tell it the tag name. I give it the class that I want to associate it with. And with just that, I've created my own HTML tag. I've literally extended the language, which is pretty cool. But right now, it doesn't really do anything. So I'm going to add a little bit of behavior to this. And again, the interface that I want is one that kind of maps back to what native HTML does here. So I've got a checked property that could be set, or a checked attribute. And I want to keep these two in sync. So setting one sets the other, vice versa, right? To do this with a custom element, very straightforward. I can just use regular old property getters and setters on my class, and I'll leverage them to synchronize with my attributes. So inside of my checkbox, I'll create a set checked setter and a getter for checked. And I'm checking my setter to see if the value passed in is truthy. This is very similar to what native HTML does, because you can pass in like strings and stuff to the input type equals checked element, and it'll say it's true. And then I reflect that to my attribute. And since it's a Boolean attribute, I'm either going to set the attribute or I will remove the attribute entirely. The interesting thing, I think, is the getter. So the getter is checking to see if the attribute exists, and that is how we're defining the state of the property. The interesting thing with this approach is that means if someone goes in and they just remove the attribute, then the property immediately becomes false. I don't really have to write any additional code to keep these two in sync, which is pretty handy. So now Angular can go in, it can set either an attribute or property, whichever approach we want to use there. It can query the checked property and figure out the current state of the control. The next thing is we want to tell Angular anytime something in the control changes. And I have a little rule that I try and follow with all of my custom elements when it comes to doing this. So I want to dispatch DOM events when things change. But I like to do this only when there's some external force acting on the control. So a user clicked on it, or something loaded, or a timer fired within it, or something like that. I tend not to do this. I tend not to dispatch events just because someone set a property on me. My assumption there is if the developer set the property, they know they did that, and they don't need an event telling them that they've done that, right? It also avoids potential issues with any sort of binding system that is property and event driven. You don't want to end up creating like infinite loops where it's setting the property and hearing the event, setting the property, and so on and so on. So I only do this event dispatching in response to user action. So the other cool thing that custom elements are going to give me is lifecycle callbacks. So inside of my connected callback, this fires anytime my element gets inserted in the page. This is sort of its like initialization phase. I can add event listeners for user clicks or key down, anything like that. In this case, I've got a toggle checked handler. Inside of there, I'm just going to flip my checked state, which triggers my setter, which sets the attribute. And then I also dispatch an event telling the outside world, hey, something changed. The event name that I chose there of change was very specific because that's what the native input checkbox also fires. And again, I want to map closely to that interface because there's some upsides for doing that when you're working with Angular. So now Angular can tell my component what state to be in. It can listen for changes from my component. Again, I've got sort of this interface similar to what I showed before, where I've got properties and attributes going in. I've got events coming out. We also have another element inside of here, this list box control. And for that, I did basically the exact same thing. I defined a little properties interface for a value property, and I fire an input event. So it's sort of more like a generic input control there. And we'll also talk about why that's beneficial in Angular in just a second. But with these two items satisfied, our custom elements should work well pretty much anywhere. And so the last thing to do is just to bring the two together with our Angular app.
All right, let's go ahead and look at how we can now add these custom elements that we've developed within the app that we set up earlier. So we're going to do 3 things. First, we're going to bind to those elements. Then we're going to go ahead and add ng model support using forms. And then we'll talk a little bit about validation and how that works. So starting with binding to elements. I'll take that same form that I set up a little bit earlier, and I'll go ahead and add in my dash checkbox. And you'll notice that this looks very much like Angular, where I've got the square brackets for property binding right on my web component, and we're setting the checked. And by setting the checked property, that's equivalent to running dash checkbox.checked equals isGift. And so we're looking at the component that we've got, and we're pulling out the property isGift, and we're assigning it out to that checkbox. Now, let's actually add the listener. So now we're going to listen for that change event. So we're manually wiring up the event listener, and now we're going to set the isGift property on our component to the events targets checked property. So now, these things, basically, we have a checkbox that when we click on it, it's going to set all the properties declaratively, and then our entire Angular application is going to run change detection and render the new state of the app. So this is how we manually wire things up, right? I use the properties attribute binding to set the properties, and I use the event listeners to bind to all the events that the property is going to emit. But that's not actually the easiest way to do it. We want to be using Angular forms. So Angular forms are really based on this idea of an ng model, where we can look at a component or a control and set the attributes and properties, and we're going to be listening for events. So let's look how we do this with standard HTML. With standard HTML, with, for example, an input tag, we're going to be setting the value property, and we're going to be listening for input events. And we call this the default value accessor. Most of the time, you don't see this because it's under the hood, but there's some ways that we can tap into it now that we're using web components. And then if we look at a checkbox, which is an HTML element that has a different API, we're going to be setting the checked property, and we're going to be listening for change events. So within Angular, we call that the checkbox control value accessor. And so while these things work perfect for standard HTML elements, we can actually do the same thing with custom value accessors. So if I have a web component that has the same API as a standard input tag, where I can be setting the value property and listening for input events, then I can just reuse that default value accessor on those components or controls. Now, if I want to do something that has the same properties and same API as a checkbox, I can still use that checkbox property and the change events from it using the checkbox control value accessor. So let's take a look at each of these. So in my dash list box, which matches the API of an input box, all I have to do is add the directive ng default control along with ng model. And what this does is it tells Angular and Angular forms the API that it needs to use to listen for changes and to set and make updates. Then we can even do things like stamp out additional dash options using standard Angular syntax, such as ng4. So here we're iterating through a list of shipping options, and we're printing out that option with the value being set to that option, one for each of those within our web component. Now if we turn our glance a little bit over towards the dash checkbox that we built, maybe we want to build a completely custom value accessor. And we can do that too. This will allow us to engage and interact with any arbitrary API that we need, maybe from a web component that we didn't author, that we don't control. So I'm going to wire it up within Angular using a directive. So I've got the selector here for dash checkbox. I'm going to add a host event listener on change, where we're going to be looking at the checked property of that changed object. And then I'm going to let Angular Forms know that we have a value accessor for this by using a provider that points to this dash checkbox directive. And now we define that dash checkbox directive. There's a few methods here. We have a property called onChange, which is the function that we're going to be calling. Then we have a constructor that gets us access to both the element and the renderer that Angular needs to do these sorts of interactions. Then we have a method that's going to tell us how to write out that property. And then we're going to register ourselves to listen for those change events. And then we'll also register for touch events. Another thing that we really care about is form validation. And web components plus Angular and Angular Forms is really a magical experience in my perspective, because the moment you've wired up these control value accessors, everything that you expect from a form validation standpoint is just going to start working. So if I take that same dash list box that we built and I add a required attribute to it, it's now going to be required as part of the standard form controls. And within Angular Forms, we actually give you a set of CSS classes that let you know what's going on within your form. If the control has been visited, you'll see ng touched or ng untouched. If the form's value has changed, we're going to see ng dirty. And you can tell whether or not the form itself or the form controls are valid. And all of these things are wired up automatically using the validators that you use. These are the same validators you use with standard HTML elements. And then combining that with the requirements that you've set within your component. So now, as I hit submit here, for example, if I hadn't filled out any of these fields that we'd marked as required, I'm going to see the same CSS classes applied to all of these things. So let's now talk a little bit about best practices for combining these things. First of all, staying up to date. Second, using ES 2015 imports. Third, mutating data. And fourth, theming. Now let's dive into each of these. So the first thing that's very important is staying up to date. The web components spec itself recently hit version 1, but it's continuing to be revised and updated as they move and look towards a version 2 possibly in the future. As well, Angular is continuing to be updated. Between versions 2 and 4, we actually made a bunch of different improvements that improve compatibility across the board between Angular and web components. And we're continuing to look at ways to do that. There are other things that are happening across the web as the ecosystem evolves as well, such as the fact that we, on the Angular CLI, give you a certain set of polyfills, and we can help you manage those polyfills as things continue to evolve. Because I think we all hope for a world where we don't need polyfills because the web standards have evolved sufficiently. Additionally, we're really talking very specifically about a couple versions. When you go all the way back to AngularJS, we didn't have the same sort of approach that we have now and the same sort of knowledge that we have about web components and the specs that exist. And so AngularJS is much more DOM-bound, and there's a little bit more magic under the hood in terms of how we interact with elements. And so working with web components is not as great of experience, and you can run into edge cases. Whereas if you're using Angular, any of the latest versions, you're going to have a much better time, especially when combined with the latest Polymer 2 or anything from the Web Components 1.0 spec.
Yeah, so the next thing we want to talk about is how you use ES 2015 imports with these controls. So using ES 2015 imports with Angular is pretty nice because Angular CLI gives you a nice build pipeline to go ahead, bundle, and package these things up. You've got great tools out there, things like Rollup, which will do tree shaking and things like that. So it's really, really exciting to be at a place now where we can start using this technology. But I know if you're, some of you are already familiar with web components, you might be wondering, OK, cool, ES 2015 imports. What about those HTML import things, right? Those are part of the web component spec as well. So while HTML imports have shipped in Chrome, and they're still totally safe to use in Polyfill and other browsers and things like that, I think it's probably unlikely that other browsers are going to ship HTML imports in their current form. I think instead the direction that the specs are taking is one in which HTML imports will probably be reimagined on top of the ES module loader system. And that's a good thing, because it means we don't have two systems for how things get loaded into the browser. So today, if you're building vanilla web components, I think it's totally OK to just go ahead and use ES 2015 modules for those. And that brings up two more interesting points, which is how do you transpile those modules, and how do you publish them to something like NPM. So this is the approach that we used in our project. I'm not going to say whether this is right or wrong, but this is what we did, and it seemed to work for us. What I'm doing here in my package JSON for my element is I'm creating a number of different build artifacts. And I'm exposing those to the user so they can kind of choose which one they want to leverage. This is similar to the approach that the Angular team uses when they publish their own libraries. So what we're doing here is in our package JSON, main points at a fully transpiled, bundled together ES5 version of our component using UMD. So this should be able to be dropped into the page using a script tag or loaded with common JS libraries like Browserify and things like that. This one should work pretty much anywhere. For folks who want a little bit more control, there's also a module field that we've dropped in there. So this is still transpiled to ES5, but we're using module syntax for import-export. We left that in there. That's so a tool like Rollup can do tree shaking if it wants. And so again, if someone wants to have a bit of a fancier build, they could rely on that. And we've also got an ES 2015 field. This is basically just well-supported ES 2015 with import-export syntax left in there. So this is for someone who wants full control over their dependencies. They want to build what's inside of node modules maybe, and they want to have differential serving for different clients depending on what they support, things like that, right? So this is an approach that we used. You can do this in your package JSON or maybe put it in your Bower JSON. If you want to learn more about this, the Angular team has put together a pretty good write-up over at the Angular package format doc there, so you can learn more about that. Personally, I would love it if I could publish my components as ES 2015, and that would sort of be it. I know the Polymer team is excited to do something like that as well in the near future. But for a tool like Angular CLI today, you kind of need to publish as ES5. I don't even think it allows you to transpile what's inside of node modules. And so we're definitely at a point now, and this goes way bigger than this talk, but we're at a point in our community where we got to start figuring out, like, how are we going to eventually transition off of publishing everything on NPM as ES5 so we can start adopting ES 2015 more, especially because many of our client browsers probably already support most of the ES 2015 features we want to ship to them. So yeah, you can check out this doc for a little bit more backstory there. Also, some of your ears may have perked up a second ago when I said Bower JSON, and you may have been like, wait, what did he just say? So I know for the web components people, you're like, oh yeah, I'm used to that. For the Angular people, you might be like, So there is still a lot of utility in using a tool like Bower for package management, particularly for web components. The reason is because when you're working with custom elements, the tag names are global. So you can only have one version of a tag registered at a time. It means if you can't have a fancy button v1 and fancy button v2 living on the page at the same time. You got to pick one, OK? So a tool like Bower is helpful here because at install time, if there are version conflicts, it will ask you, which of these versions do you want to use? It'll deduplicate, and therefore your client dependencies, you're only going to be shipping one version of that library. And ultimately, this is a good thing, right? Like, we don't want to ship 12 versions of Lodash to the client, though I have seen people do that before. So deduplicating is good. It saves bytes over the wire. But I realize not everybody wants to use Bower. So if you want to use a tool like NPM for publishing your web components, you can do that as well. My recommendation there would be to rely on the peer dependencies field in package.json to express your dependencies and avoid version conflicts that way. So the way that would work is, let's take our list box here, which had that dash option child that it depended on. So if it says, hey, that's a peer dependency of mine, then when someone runs npm install, it'll install this element, and then it'll log a little warning in the console and say, hey, you've got an unmet peer dependency. You need to install dash option at version 1.0. So this will give you a nice flat structure in your npm folder. The downside to this is it's not going to install that dependency for you. You've got to manually do that, which means you've just become kind of a one-person package manager. So it's workable in the near term, but I think we can do a little bit better there. The thing that I'm kind of most excited about right now is the Yarn package manager, in particular the flat option that Yarn has. So this lets you do a flat install. It's basically giving you that same Bower behavior where you kind of deduplicate your dependencies, but you can still use things like the npm registry, which is pretty nice. A word of warning. This is pretty experimental. I wouldn't recommend actually doing what I'm about to show you in your project, but it's interesting and exciting, and I want people to explore this space, OK? So here's how it works in Yarn to flat install your client code. If you're vending a custom element or something like that, you can put a flat field in its package.json. This says, hey, when you're installing this thing, it must be deduplicated. And then inside of your project, when you run yarn install, you pass it the flat flag. And that says, all right, anybody with flat in their package.json, make sure to deduplicate them. Resolve any version conflicts that I have. When you think about it a little bit, your dependencies, the stuff you want to send to the client, yes, deduplicating that stuff is good. Your dev dependencies, your build tools and things like that, that stuff you can probably leave with the whole nested node module structure. It's probably fine. So if you want to take this a step further, what you might consider doing is actually separating your client-side modules and your build tool modules. So you could pass additional flags to Yarn where you say, all right, the production flag, these are my dependencies. I want them installed in actually a separate directory called client modules. And then I'll let all my build tools and all that other stuff, that can keep going in node modules. Again, very experimental. I wouldn't do this in production just yet, but I'd be really interested for people to try it out on some side projects and see if it works, if it doesn't work, and let me know kind of where you find issues there, because I'm pretty excited about this approach. Yeah, sorry, TLDR, Bower, if you can stand it, it is sort of helpful with web components. If you want to use npm, peer dependencies, got your back. And then finally, experiment with the Yarn install stuff. I'm not quite sure about flat installing today, but in the near future, I hope we can make that a workable solution for folks.
So another common problem that we end up seeing when we're combining these things is about mutating data. And so we've done a ton of work within Angular in order to handle change detection of content and data. And so if we take an example scatterplot data set like this, if we make a change to one of the names in the first items of the array, by just a simple inspection of the root, you don't actually know if anything's changed, right? We can't easily check data without comparing the entire tree against another. This happens with both arrays and with objects. And in Angular, we solve this with change detection that's all based on users and a very fast one-way data flow, change detection pass across all of your components in your tree. But when we add in Polymer elements, web components, this can actually be a little bit more difficult. And so if we take, for example, an X scatter plot element here, what we actually want to be doing is we want to be making a copy of that object using something like object.assign. And by making a whole copy of that object, we'll get out a new array, and then the web component can do a very simple, is it this exactly equals to the other thing? And if it's not, then it knows it needs to re-render itself. And so this is a relatively straightforward way that solves change detection that mirrors a lot of the things that we're doing within Angular.
Last thing we want to touch on is theming. This comes up quite a lot when people are talking about web components. So there's really two approaches that you can use here. If you're not ready to dive headfirst into Shadow DOM, you can just write a custom element, and along with your JavaScript file, you can vend a CSS file. And you can say, hey, if you're going to use this component, here's the CSS for it as well. Kind of like the way we used to include Bootstrap in a lot of our projects. It's a totally workable solution, and in fact, it's how we included the checkbox in our example. So Angular CLI does a really good job when you're importing styles of just putting those together into a style element for you and injecting that in the page, which is really nice. So yeah, we have a dash checkbox CSS, we have a dash checkbox JS. We just import both in the project, and we're good to go. If you do want to use something like Shadow DOM, though, the upside there is your element will be a little bit more modular, right? You can maybe use it in more places. You don't have to run the risk of overriding its styles or anything like that. So the approach that I use when I'm just doing vanilla web components and I'm working with Shadow DOM looks like this. So I'll create a template element up at the top there. Inside, I'll put, using just inner HTML, like a template string for my entire element. And then inside of my actual checkbox element, what I can do then is clone that node during connected callback and insert it into my shadow root. The upside of using this approach versus just calling like inner HTML on your shadow root is that this will save a lot on HTML parse cost, because we're parsing it one time up there in the template, and then we're just cloning that DOM over and over into our elements. This is a little perf win if you want to use this pattern. To look at that template a little bit more and look at the actual style inside of there, if we want someone to be able to theme our component, then we need to expose styling hooks for them. And we can do that via custom properties, AKA CSS variables. So in this case, for my checkbox, for the border that goes around the checkbox, I can expose that as a checkbox border color CSS property. Now anyone can set that higher up in the page. If they don't set the property, then I'm providing a fallback value there. So my checkbox border will be black by default. So this is about as good as it gets when it comes to styling vanilla web components today. There's a lot more work we want to do in the standard space to make theming easier. But today, custom properties are probably your best bet. I also want to point out, I'm not showing how to work with the shady DOM polyfill directly in any of this code. And if there's a couple places inside of your custom element where you need to shim styles for legacy browsers. My recommendation is if you're at that point and you find it sort of onerous to work directly with the polyfill, that's a good time to consider using a library like Polymer, because that's exactly the kind of thing that it does. It sort of cleans up that boilerplate code for you so you don't have to do that repetitive stuff.
So let's go ahead and wrap up here. So we've walked a little bit through how to combine both Angular and web components, and we can see how these things come together in some very natural ways that are very beneficial to each other. Really, one of the things to consider is consider your audience. What tools are your developers using? If your developers have multiple teams on multiple stacks, that can be one of the drivers that can make you say, hey, maybe we should consider web components within our project. So we're going to be pushing the demo that we showed here live very shortly after this talk. So we wanted to thank everyone for coming. And if you have any thoughts, if you like the way that we've talked about and recommended integrating these two things, let us know. Or if you don't like it, we're both available on Twitter. And once again, thank you guys so much for coming. Hope you enjoyed O'17.
Thank you for joining this session.
And the final question, the big one we all want to hear about, Cloud Functions. I'm sure you heard at Google Next we announced this awesome thing, Cloud Functions. How does that work with Unity? What can we do with these two things put together? And the answer is you can do like anything. If you check out the repo we have a function sample repo, and this isn't specific to Unity, it's just our general function sample repo. It has 26 different examples of things that functions can do. And every single one of those you could do with the Firebase SDK in Unity with Cloud Functions. And that's because Cloud Functions ties into your real-time database. It ties into analytics and storage and all these other Firebase services that are supported in Unity, and it lets you execute code and change things way back on our cloud so you don't even have to think about it. So if you want a game that interacts with an external API, or you want a game that has some custom authentication that you've brewed up in your awesome game development shack, you can do this with Cloud Functions, and you don't have to worry about scaling or anything like that. So you can absolutely use Cloud Functions with Unity, and it's highly, highly recommended. So go check out that repository. It's got a ton of different samples, and every single one will work great with Unity. Thanks for the question. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. That's going to wrap up this Ask Firebase featuring Unity. If you have any more questions, obviously you can leave them in the YouTube comments below, post them on Stack Overflow, tweet them on Twitter with that hashtag Ask Firebase, or literally reach out to us in any way. Tweet at me, tweet at Firebase, shout it at the top of your lungs near a Google office. We will hear it. We will answer your questions. We'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Timothy Jordan, and I've been your friendly developer advocate here at Shoreline Amphitheater for Google I/O 2017. For the past 3 days, we've been checking out all the really cool in-person experiences that you might have otherwise missed if you were just watching the session videos. I hope you enjoyed them as much as I did. And if you'd like to see anything again, check out g.co/io/guide. And hey, maybe next year you can join us here in person. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll see you at Google I/O 2018.